Dark cloud, you're the storm in the rain. In a intoxicated sun, if the sunshine let me know. All my thoughts move in the darkness of pouring down of stone. My soul is. Should I pretend like we're just dancing in the sunlight? And I'm done waiting, and every day until I realize you're the rain on my every days. Dark cloud, you're the storm in the rain.
Welcome everybody to tonight's coverage of the AGL semifinals. I'm back. I no longer have COVID. I am what to Brittany, and joining me tonight is Quags. How you feeling tonight, Quags?
Really good, and we are all the way at the semifinals here tonight, and it's going to be a match between Rocketfellas and Dynasty Ruby, with Dynasty Ruby taking the blue side in game one and Rocketfellas on the red side. And this is going to be a really interesting match. I think last week, for any of you who saw the stream last week, it was Rocketfellas against Elysium Omen, and they ended up getting on the upset. And a lot of people are really sort of riding this wave of hype that Rocketfellas have garnered since they got that upset. And a lot of people like yourself, Brittany, and like our producer tonight, PVS, are predicting them to be the winners over arguably the favorites of the entire tournament, who have been running the AGL regular season all split long. Dynasty Ruby have just been absolutely crazy, but Rocketfellas, I can definitely see, have a chance to maybe put a stop to this blazing train.
Yeah, I think we're in for a hell of a matchup tonight. Like you said last week, I'm so sad that I couldn't be there because it was such a match. Rocketfellas making the upset against Elysium Omen, who coming into the season, even before we had gone into week 1, were expected to be top of the standings, making it to finals, making it to the championship, just winning the whole thing alongside Dynasty Ruby. So to see them fall in quarterfinals against the 4th seed Rocketfellas, incredible. And now Rocketfellas have the chance to again upset a number 1 seed in their bracket, take down Dynasty Ruby, and move themselves to finals. But they do have a hell of a wall to go up against. Dynasty Ruby has been dominating throughout the entire season. They have made life difficult for every team they've gone up against, and I don't expect tonight to be any different. I have predicted in Rocketfellas' favor, but I have erred on the side of caution. I think we're getting 5 games tonight, and I have said Rocketfellas in 5. I know you, Quags, have a little bit of a different opinion, just given the strength of Dynasty Ruby's roster recently.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Dynasty Ruby really enjoy exploding out of the gate. They really like just straight up skill checking you in those laning phases and picking champions that reflect that greatly. However, I don't think that the meta, especially now that we are on 1320, really errs on the side of being able to utilize that snowballing that Dynasty Ruby are such a fan of. It's more about team play, slowing down the game, absorbing those dragons. So I would expect in this draft here, as we have gotten going, a lot of emphasis on those team fight tanks, the Ornn, the Malphite, the Scion, maybe even if you want to get a little bit of side lane threat. I expect those to be more prevalent in this game now than ever, but it's a little bit worrying for Dynasty Ruby, given that that is not a style of league that we have seen them play very often.
Yeah, they're like you said, normally very different. They are hands diff, skill check every game. They like to play solo queue in a competitive environment, and it's worked for them throughout the season. We're going to have to see whether they're going to adapt at all, or if they're just going to stick with that style as we're going in through this first phase of bans. We've got the Lilia and the Seraphine taken away by Dynasty Ruby, and Rocketfellas waiting on that second ban. It's looking like the Gwen taking down a little bit more of that top lane pool alongside that Rel, not letting Dynasty Ruby getting that free engage support.
Yeah, I can definitely see that the Seraphine maybe being in anticipation, not just for the flex, but the potential Senna pick on the side of Rocketfellas. One of the best pairings to have with the Senna is the Seraphine, so being able to instantly take that away preemptively is a good move on Dynasty Ruby's part, as Rocketfellas are continuing to hammer away at that top lane pool, really pinch Chilly Knight out of his comfort picks. Gwen and Darius both taken away instantly, and Dynasty Ruby really having a good read on the meta, locking in that Jinx.
They have read the patch notes. Jinx recently just got a buff with her passive to allow it, similar to way back when in Season 8, if you remember, it could stack instead of just resetting its attack speed duration over the course of the fight. So now, if Jinx gets that second takedown, she gets to stack that passive twice, and so on and so forth, which has turned her into even more of a dominating teamfight snowball monster. And I say this every time she pops up on draft. Dynasty Ruby now has the job of, we are going to draft around a Jinx. We have decided early on in our composition that we're playing for Jinx, we're going to protect her, we're going to let her scale. And I think this is a bit of a change for Dynasty Ruby, because like we've said, they're a bit more of a solo QE style composition. They like to brawl, they like to have a little bit of fun in the early game, and Jinx doesn't particularly facilitate that. So now with Rocketfellas opting for a very aggressive lane pairing of Xayah and Rakan, looking to try and punish this Jinx, 3-6, get some early game aggression in there. I wonder how Dynasty Ruby is actually going to handle this in the early game. What are they going to opt for in support to try and keep this Jinx safe?
It looks like they are actually not going to opt for a support at the moment, locking in the Graves, giving Super Gremlin his famous pick here. This champion is so much better with the recent patch notes, is able to stack so much more armor with those anti-snowballing changes as well, and maybe even pick up that Doran's Blade. This has been a build that has really taken off in terms of popularity since 13.20 started, being able to reset, get that Doran's Blade, and really skirmish with the enemy jungler. Nautilus going to join him on that B3. Now Rocketfellas is potentially going for a tank here. The Ornn like I said, still very important and just instantly locked in. So a little bit different champions being locked in for both of these teams. Obviously, there is no top laner from Dynasty Ruby. And now I think Rocketfellas are really going to try and pinch that champion pool some more. We might even see 4 top lane bans.
I wouldn't be shocked if we saw the 4 top lane bans, and I think Dynasty Ruby have a bit of work cut out for them in this draft phase, because they can try to pinch the jungle pool a little bit more, but there are so many available options for Cheriks here. I would be surprised if they opted for that and maybe looked instead to try and bring down that mid lane pool. They are going to look to ban away the Nocturne, again, something that Cheriks likes to use, and something that can dive on this Jinx, apply a lot more threat to her. Again, I'm looking at this Graves and I'm worried about resource allocation for Dynasty Ruby. They've made it work in the past. Obviously, they've made it this far. They're a very strong and competitive team in the AGL, but Jinx just warps how you have to play the game. We're going to have to see how they adjust to it. Rocketfellas opting for the Sylas ban on 5th, not wanting to pinch down that top lane pool too much farther. Just don't want to give all of these juicy ultimates over to a Sylas.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the Gwen also removed away, I think that it is also a good counter to the Grave. She does magic damage. She is still able to go into the jungle, even though we haven't seen that in a competitive match. It still is a possibility. And I think that it is a particularly nice match for the side of Gwen, because she loves it when champions like Graves who want to go and just run right into her.
Oh,
But it actually looks like Rocketfellas are not going to fight fire with fire. Instead, they are going to try to calm it down, locking in the Poppy to try and mitigate some of the engage threat, some of the chase down threat that both Disgraves and Nautilus have in their kits. So interesting choice here for Rocketfellas. I'm a little bit worried on their damage profile. They have a lot of ability to protect this Xayah, but I think it is going to come down to Messiah really picking some type of magic damage dealer that can dole out more damage and not necessarily leave the Xayah hanging as the only real threat in terms of, you know, that late game damage threat.
Yeah, and seeing Chilly Knight grab up the Mordekaiser here, the obvious counter to Ornn, we all sort of expected it, saw it coming, and I have to say, I really like what Rocketfellas is drafting here. I almost wish that the two teams had swapped AD carries. I feel like Xayah plus Nautilus versus Jinx Rakan feels like a much more balanced bottom lane, and especially when you have the Ornn and the Poppy, it feels like Rocketfellas is shaping up to a great defend the AD carry composition, whereas Xayah already has a lot of good defensive tools in her kit. So with that extra added safety, we'll have to see what the Rocketfellas AD carry can actually do with it. But Dynasty Ruby opting full in for team fight. They are grabbing the Nico for themselves. And I really like it in this particular composition. Xayah being a short-range AD carry, Poppy not being able to stop Nico's Pop Blossom in any way outside of a miracle Keeper's Verdict. Now with Rocketfellas getting that counter pick in mid lane, they're going to grab the victor for themselves. Rocketfellas have opted entirely into scaling. Dynasty Ruby are trying to take the aggression to them.
Yeah, I don't really know if I like this Victor. I feel like it is a really difficult champion to pilot against the Nico, who constantly wants to trade with you in that early game with that EQ combo. It's hard to get away from the ultimate as well, and even more difficult to, you know, dodge against these Nautilus roams, right? That flash is so much more valuable on a champion like Victor, and champions like Nautilus are experts at being able to just immediately blow that summoner off of a champion who's immobile, like the Victor. So I really am looking at Messiah to play this lane under his tower, make sure that he can absorb pressure, but not die. Make sure that he can get those 2 to 3 items. And when the Xayah joins and when the ornaments are online, I definitely think that is the point in the game where they can start to take over. But until then, they have to be wary of Dynasty Ruby's damage profile. They have to be wary of the aggression that this team and this comp love to put on in that early stages of the game. And maybe be willing to give up those first couple of dragons, that first herald, maybe even look to give up a few jungle camps, as I am looking sort of at Cheriks. If he does get invaded by the Graves, if he knows he doesn't have prio, don't fight for it. So if Rocketfellas can really play safe, if they can really bide their time and be patient and not fall too far behind in the early game, I can totally see this coming out for Rocketfellas in game 1.
Yeah, I do agree with your estimation. I think Cheriks really does have his work cut out for him in this early game, trying to keep the Jinx down, but also not letting your Victor fall behind. Your Ornn is going to sit on an island in the top lane. He's going to suffer. That's just kind of how the lane versus Mordekaiser go. You really just have to say, all right, Ornn, best of luck to you. Hope you don't get hurt too badly, and we're just going to let you rock that one out. But you can't do the same for Victor, and you can't do the same for Xayah, and especially you can't allow Jinx to have control over this bottom lane. Nautilus is going to do his best to try and make sure that Rakan and Xayah have to sit back, have to play a little bit more passive because you have to work against the engage that this champion brings. But with the influence that Sherix can bring onto this mid and bottom lane, I really want to see him making something happen in this early game, trying to counteract all of the aggression that's going to come out from this Graves and Nautilus. See if you can't get your team ahead before it starts becoming a disaster.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Dynasty Ruby, another thing to point out is that the Graves has a really tough time, getting with those tower dives. He's not able to do it just because his bullets will most likely hit the tower instead. So I think that that is something that Rockefellers need to put into consideration when they are, looking to be in this early game. They need to tell themselves, okay, it's hard for them to dive us. It's hard for them to get under the tower and really strangle us under there and make us lose a lot of resources. So yeah, tracking this Graves, making sure you know where it is, making sure that you cannot be dove as well is an incredibly important part. And it's something that if it goes successful, Rockefellers could be in for a pretty big world of hurt if they end up actually losing 1 to 2 waves under that tower earlier on in the game. That lane is that lane is essentially over. You are not going to be able to really play it back, as Graves will just take over a quadrant of the jungle and really make it his own. And I think that that does also bring up the possibility of potentially splitting the jungle. Graves maybe wanting to initiate, some vertical jungling, as Poppy doesn't react as well to vertical jungling as some other champions would. Obviously, she has a lack of being able to get over walls, a little bit of a lack of mobility on her part, so might not be able to keep up with the Graves. In case Super Gremlin wants to go for that, I think it is a possibility that he does.
Yeah, and it is worth mentioning. You mentioned it when it got locked in, but this is a comfort pick, a pocket pick for Super Gremlin. This is something that he's locked in essentially whenever it was unbanned throughout the course of the season. It's just a pick that he's really damn good at. So Rocketfellas, I think, immediately on the back foot in this early game. You were mentioning while we were between the start of the broadcast about how strong Graves is right now in solo queue. You mentioned that Doran's Blade build earlier, and I'm sure that that's something that Super Gremlin has already picked up on and locked in terms of viability. I think this is going to be a really difficult game for Rocketfellas, but if they can manage the early game and if they manage to not lose too many resources, if they can pick up a dragon in the early game, if they can not give over a full tower's worth of plates with a herald, if they can just make sure they're not too far behind, if Victor is not sitting at 0-5 at 15 minutes, if Ornn is not sitting under his tower with a 50 CS deficit, and especially if this Jinx is not ahead, if you can start to get her behind, you can really start to push your advantage. But the early game pressure from Nico and Graves is going to be a lot to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Rockefeller should also be in consideration of looking at Dynasty Ruby's comp and a little bit of lack of mobility on the solo laners and on this Jinx. You're able to pick them off if they're sort of out of position. I think that is a possibility that Poppy really likes to consider, Rakan really likes to consider. Heck, even Xayah as a champion can really pick off someone who could potentially be out of position. So Dynasty Ruby, they have an advantage in the early game, but that does not mean that it is completely free. If they are seen at a point where they can be picked off by the side of Rockefellers, then I trust in the Red Squad to be able to pick up on that as well. So it really is all about positioning for both teams in this early game, and it is going to cascade into that mid and late game, and I think it's really going to decide how those phases of the game go. It really is all up to positioning, all up to execution at the end of the day, no matter what the draft is. And I think that both of these teams are going to be playing to their strengths in this series. So I'm excited for this series, and I'm really looking forward to seeing some darn good League of Legends.
Absolutely agree. This is going to be some good League of Legends, and it's going to be all about execution. We're going to take a short break while we get through the client draft and get ourselves loaded up onto Summoner's Rift. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for Game 1 of Dynasty Ruby versus the Rocketfellas. Don't go anywhere.
days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these girls, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of the AGL semifinals. We're here for game one of Dynasty Ruby versus Rocketfellas. Dynasty Ruby's on blue and Rocketfellas are on red. We had a pretty spicy draft with some picks that I think a couple of which we weren't fully expecting, but we're now loaded on to the Rift. I'm looking across at runes and summoner spells, and I'm not seeing anything too out of the ordinary. The Glacial Augment on Rakan is a choice. That's a decision that you can make on that champion. And Phase Rush on Poppy seems pretty normal to me. Everything looks good.
Yeah, I mean, everything looks pretty stock standard here in this game one. Messiah opting for the first strike, I think, is definitely going to err on the side of he wants to go on to trading with a reboot van, try and get some gold early, make sure that he can really hit that 2 to 3 item spike that Victor wants earlier on in the game. But that is definitely harping on reboot van, playing a little bit more passive on this Poppy, which, knowing reboot van, I don't know if that's going to happen. So I would expect a decent amount of trading in these early levels between these mid laners. And with that, I think jungle presence will definitely follow.
Yeah, I do actually want to see Reboot Van getting out of this lane. As strange as that sounds, I think Nico's roaming potential is really strong. And especially when you have a bottom lane that has Nautilus and you have a Graves in your jungle, you can make some really spicy 4-man bot side plays. Rakan, not the easiest lane to gank, but if you can start to give your Jinx some space, give her some room to breathe, there's a really good chance that you can just start snowballing her out of control.
Absolutely, and both junglers just mirroring each other's pathing here in this early game. I definitely don't think we'll see anything too crazy from Super Gremlin, at least upon the first clear. He is pretty unpredictable, so that could definitely change, but I want to see Cherix on this Poppy get on the map sooner. You can see he's already going to those Raptors. I would assume a 3 camp is in order as a trade in bot lane.
Level 1 trading in the bottom lane. There's that Aftershock, keeping play on wards healthier than he would have normally been. I like the aggression out of the level 1 Xayah Rakan. You take that double W start. It's very, very difficult to trade back. But good response from Toxic Koopa and play on wards to keep the trade even at the very least.
Yep, and you can see that that bot lane with that trade is going to be pushing in, so no real possible angle there for Cherix to look for any sort of shenanigans early on, but Super Gremlin actually opting for what we said he might be going for. 3 camp into the famed Doran's Blade. Yep, there it is. So good read on Super Gremlin with the meta. And yeah, now he is going to have a lot of trading power. It's a little bit unfortunate that we don't get to see the Blade in action, as Cherix is just kind of pathing on the opposite side. So no crab fights to be had. It's 2023, Brittany. We don't fight for crabs anymore. We junglers don't care about the scuttle crab since the XP nerfs. It's just a mental thing now, as Cherix actually going to stay out, potentially look for a lane gank, but Super Gremlin just chilling.
Sneaking into the bottom lane here, play on wards, hits that level 3, they might look for an engage. Galen getting very low, but Toxic Koopa is forced to flash away, the ignite is burned, Ghost runs well, but Galen, in the meantime, is just getting sold out by play on wards, but the traps from Toxic Koopa will find first blood for Dynasty Ruby. Victini now, maybe the one in trouble, has to flash away. Cherix doing his best to defend his support. Nice W in for Victini, doesn't find the knockup, but zones play on wards away, so there's no extra trades, but first blood onto the Jinx. It is not what Rocketfellas were hoping to see.
I mean, that was definitely the traps difference there in that fight. Toxic Koopa's traps, the Jinx traps, just zoning off this Poppy so well. She had to go all the way around in order to get something, but Reboot Van actually spotting him on this crab, just gonna throw out a couple of autos, but Cherix is gonna have Smite
second. Yeah, there it is. Smite, take away the crab, make sure it goes 1 for 1, but this is a great showing for Super Gremlin as well, because now he doesn't even have to really worry about his bottom lane. Your Jinx gets to start the game with first blood. You get to be up a whole longsword and dagger against the Xayah, who just has that longsword. This is feeling really, really good for the Dynasty Ruby bottom lane, and especially for the rest of the map, because now it means that Super Gremlin and Reboot Van have more room to focus either on the top side or the bottom side, whichever one they opt to go for.
And speaking of Super Gremlin, you can see the pressure he is already putting in the jungle, taking away those tier 2 Raptors. Super good timing there from the Graves, and really good knowledge of Super Gremlin, knowing when those are going to be up. Yeah. So
actually,
definitely,
I like this from Cherix. He's matching the D-Blade with a D-Blade. It's a little bit later than the Super Gremlin recall, but he's gone for the D-Blade and boots. He wants to be able to trade with Super Gremlin if he opts for any sort of invade, which I think is it's a decision to make, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm not really sure I agree with going at D-Blade on Poppy, but I guess it does give you a little bit of early trade power on the pick. But then again, Super Gremlin is still up gold, right? He still has the double longsword advantage at the end of the day. So if they were to trade with each other, if this Poppy and this Graves were in a locked room together, they would most likely fight, and then the Graves would still come out on top. So I think Cherix still has to be wary of the pick and wanting to 1v1 it.
Yeah, but for now, we're just going to get a little bit more breathing room, as that early bottom lane trade really was the big action of the early game. But now, Reboot Van wants to find something in mid, but Super Gremlin a little bit too far away from the play Messiah, playing it safe. Don't lose that cannon, Messiah. I see that at 1 HP. Directed camera, took it away. Oh, I didn't see whether he got it. I really hope he did. It would be very embarrassing for Victor, especially, to not have it. Ooh, nice sidestep from Victini on that hook. Not letting them words to get in the bottom lane.
The jungle.
Cherix and Super Gremlin are trading. Super Gremlin takes a mighty chunk from Cherix on this Poppy, though. Poppy, especially, not too bad at dueling. He's going to flash forward and try to follow Super Gremlin. But Reboot Van has that first recall. There's the Pop Blossom. So much damage onto Cherix, and they're going to donate the kill to Toxic Koopa again. Oh, it was a valiant attempt from Cherix, but the rotate, just too good from Dynasty Ruby.
Yeah, the Poppy had the right idea to go in aggressively, but you didn't have Prio in the bot lane. You didn't have Prio in the mid lane. The moment that Graves jumps over the wall, well. As much as it hurts to do, you just have to bail. So a good there on Dynasty Ruby to capitalize off of the misposition of the Poppy. But yeah, this Jinx 2-0 now, starting to get really scary.
Hook in onto Galen, but maybe this is not the trade that Play on Wards wanted to take. As Cherix is here, Hex flashing over the wall. Toxic Cooper potentially in trouble, gonna pop that Ghost to start getting away. Now Play on Wards is the target, has to flash away. He's Fictini, he's gonna find that knockup again, but he's getting very, very low. Has to be very careful, but they'll donate the kill over to Galen. The Ignite will take away. Play on Wards will get one in response, and now Super Gremlin is here, looking for the trade response. Flash away from Galen. Cherix just starting to run away. He's very quick on the Poppy, so he will be able to escape with his life. It's a 1-for-1, but it's a kill on the 80 carry, traded for a kill in the support. Rocketfellas got to be happy with that one.
Yeah, Rocketfellas come out on top in that exchange. I would definitely agree with you on that, Brady. But at the end of the day, this Jinx still remains deathless. Now has the 200 gold bounty on her. 2-0-1. Hasn't reset for quite a long time. So I imagine now with the reset being channeled now, we are going to see this Jinx really start to hit an item spike. Yeah, you can see the Noon Quiver plus the Berserker's Greaves. Toxic Koopa on this pick is looking absolutely crazy in this early game. They definitely, Cherix definitely has to be careful roaming it down here now, because I think that there is a possibility, especially if you misplay it, for a potential 2v3 that just makes your bad situation already worse.
Yeah, it's also worth mentioning the CS differential between these two 80 carries. Just with that little bit of early game mishaps, Galen is down 20 CS in isolation versus Toxic Koopa, not even counting the 2 kills that this Jinx has managed to pick up. It's not a great start for the Xayah Rakan, this lane that you wanted to be aggressive in the early game, wanted to be putting down the Jinx, getting her behind. Seeing her with a gold lead this early into the game is really not great. As Chilling Knight and Emotional Damage are trading up here at the top side. Emotional Damage doesn't find that knock, and he's just going to lose a big chunk of his health bar. He's got some magic resistance of health in his inventory, but as a Conqueror Mordekaiser, so he kind of hurts.
They are going to spot out Super Gremlin on this rep, but the Avengers are arriving to try and secure this. Actually, they are just going to take the ward and back away. Don't want to push their luck too hard, which I definitely think is a wise choice from the side of Dynasty Ruby there. Instead, opting to just fall back, go to the Herald, which is more secure, more safe to go for. Requires Rocketfellas to walk up much further into Vision in order to contest it, which they are not going to. So Free Herald going over to Dynasty Ruby.
Yep, that's a good pickup for Super Gremlin. He's going to be able to try and advance the lead of one of his lanes just that little bit more. I would love to see him pop at bottom lane, just continue to accelerate this Jinx way ahead of her expected timetable. And if you really want to blow up the top lane, you want to pop it up there for Mordekaiser, get him some extra gold over the Ornn, I guess, but it's not really where you would want to see that gold go. Because it is worth mentioning, Plates recently got a fairly hefty nerf towards them, moving down from 175 to 125 per plating. It does make that early Rift Herald that much less valuable. An extra 100 gold off of that 2-plate crash that you expect to get out of the Herald. You really want to be popping it earlier to get those plates, but also you want to be doing it off the play where you're going to be expecting to get maybe 3 or 4 plates off of the push, not just that standard 2.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that assessment. The plates being dropped by a little bit of gold certainly hurts the chance of side laning, but I don't think any of these top laners are really looking to do that. Maybe Chilling Knight wants to, but speaking of Chilling Knight, he's going for the fight.
There's the death row. Most of the damage is going to dodge out from that Obliterate, but I think Mordekaiser are going to be able to eventually walk him down. Flash away from the Ornn Horn, not even necessary. Chilling Knight will pick up the solo bolo top side.
You were talking about Chilling Knight's unnecessary flashes. Hold that thought. Cherix spotted out here by Super Gremlin.
Maybe in trouble. Play on Wards looking for the engage. On to Policeman Fictini. The depth charge is there, but the flash away from Cherix will keep him alive. Play on Wards. I think just a little bit of a target selection deception there. Couldn't really choose which exact target to get that full engage on, and everybody from Rocketfellas will live because of it.
Yep, nothing to be had in that bot lane exchange. The dragon is still up, and I'm a little bit surprised that Dynasty Ruby, with the amount of prio they've managed to generate in these lanes, aren't actually going for this. We talked about it in the draft, but one way that Rocketfellas can really come back in this game is through the ability to scale. So them not taking any dragons to maybe match a soul point when those 2 to 3 item spikes for Rocketfellas come online is a bit strange, and definitely feels like they could be going for that instead of paying so much attention to trying to counter jungle Cherix, who in and of himself doesn't really need the gold.
Yeah, I think especially given that it's an early Hex Tech Dragon, that is normally the dragon where teams are like, oh my god, we have to get this early dragon. The stats on it are so valuable. But Super Gremlin and Reboot Van have really opted for a little bit more topside pressure. They went for that early Herald. They're looking for some top lane angles, but Cherex spotted on a ward the whole time he's been doing this dragon, and with no team rotating to help him, the take is just too slow. He's going to be zoned off of it for now. Super Gremlin does still have that Herald in inventory. He's going to look to just pick up the Scuttle Crab and start zoning away Cherex away from the dragon. And again, no take on the dragon just yet. 12 minutes in. It's very late for a first dragon.
Yeah, absolutely. But you can see that there are a lot of members postulating around that dragon. There is definitely the potential to take it. And I think they're actually going to look for it. They've committed the Nico down here. They've committed the Nautilus down here. They have every single reason to go for it as well. But in the meantime, we're looking at top lane emotional damage, taking some physical damage instead.
This is the Ornn versus Mordekaiser matchup. Mordekaiser gets a Rylai's. You have your magic resistance item, but you still can't trade with him because it's Rylai's. He's just going to slow you down for the entire time he's trading. But in the meantime, because of the recall of Galen and Victini, it means that Dynasty Ruby will pick up that first dragon, which is exactly what they want to see. The early dragon for this Graves and for this Jinx, especially with it being a Hex Tech. This is a great start for them.
You can see that both this Nautilus and Super Gremlin are roaming around, so there is potential for them to collapse on this mid. Maybe look for a dive on bot lane. The Herald is available, and it looks like they're just going to Rocket.
Play on wards, it's just going to drop that depth charge. This is a very risky dive. The Pop Blossom is there. They'll pick up one, but it looks like Super Gremlin is going to be trading in response. Messiah finding that last hit. Cherex gets hit by that rocket, almost loses his life off of it. The call of the Forge God is here. Emotional damage. Looking for the punish. Nice flash from Play on wards. He's going to Spider-Man his way out of there, but Victini with the quickness does not want to let him escape. Emotional damage doesn't find the knockup, and Victini, some Portal combat, will find the last hit.
Yeah, I mean, Play on Wards honestly had the moves there, dodging out the Ornn Horn, dodging out so many skill shots from the side of Rocketfellas. They are going to manage to pick up a kill in return, but at the same time, that is a lot of plates going over to Reboot Van and Super Gremlin, the two champions you want to see ahead, assisting this Jinx and being the carries here for this game one. So already it feels like the gold lead is starting to really mount in favor of Dynasty Ruby, as they are now about 3K ahead. And I expect that to grow as they are continuing to put their foot on the gas with no break in sight.
Yeah, the snowballing from the Graves and from the Mordekaiser in this early game are so difficult to match. And again, as we look down into this bottom lane, Toxic Koopa up 30 CS over his lane opponent in Galen. You can start to see that level 9 Jinx. She's got max range on those rockets. It's so difficult to try and trade back with her now, especially on an AD carry that is fairly short range, like Xayah. You really are relying on Rakan to find some way in to get that knockup off, proc that Glacial Augment, slow the Jinx down. But with the Nautilus standing on top of her with no real vision on Super Gremlin right now, it's so difficult to look at this lane and be like, yeah, okay, we can find an engage. We can try and find a trade. Because it feels like anytime you're going to look for it, you're just going to be shut down immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. And now with the second Herald spawning in just a little bit here, a little under a minute, you have to wonder, how are Rocketfellas planning on counteracting this? Because specifically Messiah,
oh, smite from Super Gremlin. He finds the Scuttle Crab. Cherex now potentially in trouble. He owns his spot from Super Gremlin, but the rotate from emotional damage is here. In the meantime, on the bottom side, Victini trying to get in. A huge Pop Blossom in the mid lane fight. The Reboot Van finds 3, but it may be just a little bit too much. He's ticking down. Emotional damage is going to flash forward and find that bonk over the head. He'll go 1 for 1 in the meantime on the bottom side. Galen going to pop that Feather Sword to try and get the damage out of the Toxic Koopa, but the Jinx has not taken enough damage. She's flashing forward. She finds the first reset. Galen will get picked up for 2. It's Dynasty Ruby winning across the map.
Yep, Dynasty Ruby winning across the map, just like you said, Brittany, and they are going to accelerate that lead tenfold. You can see this tower is 1 HP. Messiah, why are you still on it? You know it's gone.
Super Gremlin says, hey, you're still under this tower. This is some illegal maneuvers. He's going to get very low in response, but thankfully, Triumph will keep him from trading his life 1 for 1, and Chilly Knight will find the last hit.
Yep, and that's 2 towers going the way of Dynasty Ruby. 16.5 minutes into this game. They didn't even need the second Herald, but the second Herald is probably the next target that both of these teams are eyeing. You can see that Please Nerf, Victini, and Cherex are looking for it, but I don't know if this is the play you want. You're surrounded by vision. And
Very
overall, it just feels kind of risky, but it might actually pay off as Super Gremlin is opting to just go for his Krugs in the bot lane.
Yeah, they've managed to sneak around a lot of the vision, but I do want to point out just about 2 minutes ago, about 3 minutes ago now, we were saying, oh yeah, it's a really massive lead for Dynasty Ruby. They were about 3,000 ahead at 14 minutes. It's a really big deal. And if you just move up to the gold graph real quick, I just want to point out that that lead has doubled to 6,000 in favor of Dynasty Ruby now, off of those fights and off of those tower takes. This is such a huge snowball for them, as I say that. Toxic Koopa, maybe a trouble flash forward from Nerf 15. He's got the quickness on. They're looking for the damage. The stun is there. Gremlin will trade back, but it's shutdown gold going over to Messiah. Cherix now getting a nice keeper's verdict to knock them away, but it's still 2 members of Dynasty Ruby, one with a Rhyalize. You know what he's gonna do. Reboot Van in the meantime found Messiah on the other side of the fight. It's a great look for Rocketfellas, but it's a better collapse for Dynasty Ruby.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to get the shutdown onto Toxic Koopa. Really good there from Messiah on this Victor, who wants to continue to scale. But at the end of the day, that is a losing trade for them. Chilly Knight potentially looking for more, but yeah, now with the lack of team members up, they are just going to look to siege this tier 2, and this is bringing the vision line for Dynasty Ruby really far up. They were already doing a lot of these deep ward tricks early on in the game, and hold on, emotional damage.
Emotional damage. Taking a little bit too much damage here. The Rhyalize is on. There's just no moving for the Ornn, but with the shielding though, he might survive, but no! Toxic Koopa with the super mega death rocket from downtown.
Yeah, really, really good depth rocket there. I honestly thought that maybe the depth charge would have killed, but at the end of the day, rocket to the face as Cherix potentially looking for more.
I don't think this is the trade he wants, though. That sidestep away from those tango roots would keep him safe. Yeah, it just feels like a very unfortunate game for Rocketfellas, because it feels like for the most part in the early game, they didn't really do anything wrong per se. It was just Dynasty Ruby being that little bit faster to the push. They were a little bit faster on having priority.
No,
they were just there in time. As speaking of being there in time, Cherix a little bit aggressive on the jungle invade. Not the one you can look for. Super Gremlin will find his fourth.
I mean, look at this gold difference between just the junglers in particular. 144 CS to 100.
Cherix hasn't even finished his item yet, man.
Yeah, Cherix literally just finished his Divine Asunder, and on the other side, Super Gremlin is about halfway done with what looks to be a collector. I have had my gripes about this item, especially when you are going against an Ornn, Poppy, and Rakan, but I suppose when you are this far ahead on the pick, a collector can't really hurt, and it doesn't really make or break your game at this point.
Now, Dynasty Ruby are just going to continue to try to accelerate their lead. They're going to take this Touter top lane turret, because they're going to pick up some jungle camps on their way out as well. You can see the members of Rocketfellas posturing for a potential punish, but they don't know their own vision. Some great wards from Dynasty Ruby are going to keep them safe, as playing wards won't find that hook. He's going to get launched onto the other side of the map, but Galen now potentially in trouble. The Pop Blossom is canceled out. Emotional damage is going to keep Galen safe for a little bit longer, but Super Gremlin is looking for the backline to have emotional damage, taking a lot of damage. He's found Toxic Koopa, who's managed to fall, but Super Gremlin, healthy on the backline, is doing plenty of damage. Messiah will find one in response, will pick up Reboot Van. Super Gremlin now trying to sprint his way out. Galen wants to find some return kills, but it's just getting a little bit too low with Chilly Knight and Play on Wards responding. Oh, a flash away from Messiah means Galen will take the hook. Play on Wards, we'll find that one. Cherix is in the death realm, and I don't know if he's much longer for this world. He's got the face rush, though. He will be able to escape and manages to survive with his life. A very messy exchange. The Dynasty Ruby aren't behind, which means that they won the fight.
Yep, 2 for 2, and overall, I would actually favor that in I would actually say that that is definitely favoring Rocketfellas. I think that if you are having an even fight in terms of kills, the team that is basically losing the game gets more gold out of it just as a whole. So I think that Rocketfellas managing to bite their way back a little bit of gold, but I don't really think it's consequential. You can already see we keep going up to it, but the gold graph now over 10k, 20 minutes in this game. Dynasty Ruby are just steamrolling Rocketfellas in this game 1. And I think that Rocketfellas, they really need to think about game 2. They need to think about how are we going to shut down the carries of Dynasty Ruby? How are we going to mitigate their early game explosiveness? And yeah, that really is the question. How can you sort of dampen that fire that Dynasty Ruby are constantly putting on, constantly throwing out at you? Because there are answers to it, I think. It's just a matter about thinking about them and really coming up with a collective solution as a team.
Yeah, it is difficult to look at this game and say, okay, the team that drafted Jinx has a 10,000 gold lead at 20 minutes. This is really how we expected the early game to go. But if you just look at the rest of the picks, you see the Nico, who has more early game priority. Hang on, Cherix. He's looking to get into the pit. He doesn't get in with the Hex Splash, though, which means it is going to be the Baron. Confirmed. Chilly Knight pulls Galen into the Death Realm. This is a couple of his skill shots. Galen does still do plenty of damage on this Xayah. Doesn't have the Defender pullback. He's just going to flash over the wall, and it's responded immediately by Chilly Knight. Galen driving with a sliver of HP, though. He's able to walk away. Some beautiful support by Placer Victini. He'll stay alive, but he'll fall. The support trading his life. Cherix now potentially in trouble. The Rockets from Toxic Koopa. Just a little bit too much damage. Emotional damage. Finds a trade back with 1-1 in response, but it's a double kill for the Dynasty Ruby mid lane reboot van, and it's a double kill for Toxic Koopa as well. And with the Baron in their pocket, they're going to look to crack open the Rocketfellas base.
There's basically nothing standing between them and getting the inhib. You can also see that that third dragon is spawning, so I don't think they'll be able to end the game, but they are going to cripple Rocketfellas to the point where I'm not sure there's a way for this red squad to get back into it. The gold lead just keeps on growing as the minutes pass by. And yeah, it is really starting to look dire for the Rocketfellas squad, as now the remaining members of Dynasty Ruby just moving on down to that mountain tree.
I think
not the mountain drake, the cloud drake.
I think I fully agree with what you were saying earlier. It gets to a certain point in the game where you're like, okay, we're probably not coming back unless Dynasty Ruby really starts to throw this whole game away. They can't see that they're down 15,000 gold, but you can hit tab and you can feel it. You understand that your team is not doing too hot right now. So you have to start looking at game 2, at a potential game 3 even, and saying, okay, how can we stop this from happening again? How can we make sure to not give up as much in the early game? What can we do to have a little bit more priority, to have a little bit more aggression in the early game to try and match? Or how can we mitigate some of these losses to start scaling harder than the Dynasty Ruby composition would?
Absolutely. I think that really the only way that Rocketfellas can come back in this game is if Cherix potentially poppy ulted them in real life, all 5 of their players away from the monitors. But in game, I don't think that that is going to work out, as yeah, Baron in tow, 3 dragons in tow, an inhibitor gone, and now I really want to see Dynasty Ruby just going for a 4-1 or maybe a 1-3-1, really utilizing those teleports. You can see Reboot Van has access to that summoner spell, so I want to see them use it to the best of their ability, but
maybe has overstepped, has to flash away. Nice little pick there from Reboot Van to force him out of his own jungle. And yeah, you can see, just like you were saying, 4-1. They've got 4 members up here pressuring the top side. Those super minions are going to be pushing in through the mid lane no matter what happens. So they also have Chilly Knight on that bottom side, pressuring in, trying to keep emotional damage away from any sort of a potential fight. As, oh, the chunk! A rocket! And the collateral damage! Just super Gravelin will find his 7th, and with the lack of wave clear now, thanks to Victor being dead, that's an inhibitor down, and it's looking like Dynasty Ruby wants to finish off as Ruby Van will find Galen with the edge of the Pop Blossom. A beautiful find. Toxic Koopa has to flash away from Cherix and Victini. He will eventually fall. Victini finding that shutdown gold, but there's no more carries left for the Rocketfellas. It's just emotional damage in Victini trying their best to mount a base defense, but I don't think they'll be able to find anything. Super Gremlin will go godlike. Emotional damage will pick up play on wards. The bottom lane falling, but Dynasty Ruby staying strong. Emotional damage stuck in the Death Realm as the 2 Nexus turrets will fall. The Sai is here for the respawn. But with emotional damage falling, it looks like the game is all over, but the Nexus. Dynasty Ruby are trying to take game 1 as Messiah mounting a valiant defense, and as soon as Super Gremlin wants to stop messing around.
Oh god.
Hang on. It's not over just yet. Chilly Knight, I don't think, can 1v5 the enemy Nexus. So the game will go on. It's not over just yet.
I mean, a little bit of an ego gap there, I would say, more than anything else, as, yeah, the remaining members of the Rocketfellas are just going to play Call of Duty Zombies, getting the minions out. But for how much longer can they really hold on? That's 2 inhibitors taken down. As, yeah, I don't have much to say at this point, Brittany. I'm really surprised that they didn't just end the game, but there isn't a lot that the Rocketfellas can do. All they can do is basic defense and hope that it works out.
Look, as long as your Nexus is standing, you have a chance to win the game. Granted, it's very, very difficult in this particular scenario, and it really is on the Rocketfellas taking advantage of a mistake from Dynasty Ruby. It really isn't on them making a play themselves, but it's still there. It's still possible. You know, you're only 2 inhibs down. You can make it back from this. This is doable. Easily.
I mean, if you told me the statistics of Rocketfellas coming back in this game, and then you told me the statistics of winning the lottery, I might not be able to tell you which is which at this point. It would be honestly way too hard, but Chili Knight is just going in with the teleport.
He's got Flash, he's got Death Roam, he's gonna pull Messiah in. I don't know if that's exactly the one he's looking for Death Roam, but he's looking for the Nexus. Messiah has a hell of a task in front of him, trying to kill this Mordekaiser. He's gonna eventually respawn in front of everybody. The Pop Blossom is gonna hit massive air, but Super Gremlin will find Messiah. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Ruby banning the top will stay alive, but in the meantime, Super Gremlin wants to make up for his errors and will finish the game this time around in 27 minutes. Dynasty Ruby take game 1.
Good game there from Dynasty Ruby. Definitely clean from front to back. They felt like the victors. They felt like they were ahead of their counterparts. And all in all, it is just going to be up to the Rocketfellas to really decide how they want to play out this next game. Not just, you know, in draft and in game, but mentally. This could, you know, kind of be considered as pretty demoralizing to play against. That first game felt so bad for the Rocketfellas to play. So not only is it about, you know, coming back, coming up with comps to really counteract the style that Dynasty Ruby love to play, but also coming in saying mentally, okay, that game happened. Okay, you know, stuff happens, right? Let's move on to game 2 with a positive mindset. We can still win this series. I think that is also something that has to be on Rocketfellas' mind if they want to keep themselves in the series and in their contentions for finals.
Yeah, this is going to be a very difficult series to come back from. Rocketfellas, they've done it before. We saw last week. They're coming off of a victory from Elysium Omen, expected #1 seed, and now they have the same tall task this week of taking down the #1 seed of Dynasty Ruby. In game 1, it went in expected fashion. Dynasty Ruby played their game. They played hands stiff. It's what they do. We'll have to see if Rocketfellas can come up with any sort of counteracting strategies, if they've got any secrets in the draft, because if they've got any, now's the time to pull them out. We're going to take a short break while we hop into the draft for game 2 of Dynasty Ruby versus Rocketfellas. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Play it back, oh play it back. Tangled
Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's coverage of the AGL semi-finals. We're here for game 2 of Rocketfellas versus Dynasty Ruby, and we're jumping immediately into the draft. The teams are ready to get back onto the Rift, and immediately out the gate, Rocketfellas opting to go for the blue side and changing up this draft strategy. They don't want that Ornn that they had from game 1, and they don't want to play against the Nautilus that they saw in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, Play on Wards is definitely... Well, yeah, Play on Wards is definitely a player that is really proficient on the Nautilus. The player with the Nautilus icon in League of Legends is not good on Nautilus. Who would have thought? But yeah, Dynasty Ruby actually going to be pinching away that jungle pool like they did in game 1, making sure that Lilia is not an option for Cherix. A bit of a favorite of his, and the Jarvan, now that they are on blue side, is a possibility to go in blind, and is still, despite the changes to jungle, one of the best junglers in the game, being able to utilize that Gore Drinker plus that Spirit Sojourn combo is still relevant even after so many patches. So now, again, I'm really looking at Rocketfellas in this first phase to really come up with a plan, come up with a concrete comp that they can really hone in on as the game progresses. Jinx banned away from Dynasty Ruby's not going to see that again. Yep, Rocketfellas immediately going off on that Seraphine. That flex potential from the champion is still so valuable to have, even in the semifinals, even with these teams who are much more experienced at dealing with the starry-eyed Sandra. She is still just as good. And now I'm really looking at if Rocketfellas want to pair that potentially with something like a Senna, another champion that could be good with the Seraphine, or if they want to stick that in the mid lane. Messiah is definitely not unfamiliar with playing the Seraphine.
Yeah, and on the other side of the draft, Dynasty Ruby are just going to go back to the tried and true, good old faithful Graves for Super Gremlin in the jungle. I was a little surprised actually to see the Ashe ban here for Rocketfellas. I do understand that it has a couple of good matchups versus Seraphine Senna type lanes. She can start to zone them with her slow and just her ability to outrange them early on in the game. But leaving the Graves up after the performances that Super Gremlin has had on it throughout essentially the whole season, it's surprising to see Dynasty Ruby preemptively countering the rest of the bottom lane by grabbing the Ezreal. This is a conscientious pick. I don't hate it, but we're going to have to see Toxic Koopa put on a hell of a performance if we're going to be impressed by it.
Yeah, I'm really not liking this Ezreal out the gate either. I feel like this pick is a bit preemptive, like you said, Brittany, and it has a decent amount of things that can be played into it. Now it's up to Rocketfellas to respond with what they think is best against the carries of Dynasty Ruby. And so far, it looks like they are going to just throw on the Lee Sin. This is another champion that can really abuse that Doran's Blade strategy that some junglers have been picking up. And he can do so in a more aggressive manner, as Lee Sin wants to get on the map much sooner, wants to make a lot of those plays that Graves is not necessarily able to do. He's much better at visiting the lanes than Graves is, who just mostly wants to skirmish within the jungle itself.
Yeah, and pairing up in that bottom lane, if the Seraphine is going into support and not flexing into the mid lane, that's a Sivir. This is a full-on wave clear scaling bottom lane. With Jinx gone, they've opted for the next best duo, and now Dynasty Ruby, this Ezreal, feeling a little out of place, and I wonder what they're going to try and pair with it, or if they're just going to try and lock away a good top lane matchup or a good mid lane matchup. It looks like instead they're going to opt for the Alistar, which I actually really like into Sivir Seraphine. I think this is a good pickup.
Yeah, being able to tank up a lot of that upfront damage is a nice thing to have once Alistar gets that unbreakable ultimate in for himself. And a lot of upfront damage seems to be what Rocketfellas with the Seraphine and Lee Sin were sort of opting for. They have a decent amount of setup to really blow you up, and I would expect solo laners to reflect that type of burst. We could see something potentially like the Nico here for Rocketfellas. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see that as well. There is the potential as well for the Sylas. Now that the Alistar has been locked in, having the Unbreakable available for that champion is always going to be good. But we did miss a ban there, and I believe they said it was a Garen. So no Garen. Yeah, no Garen for this game. A strange ban, but Adam's spirit continues to live on.
That champion is genuinely still really strong in the top lane and is blind pickable even down here in the dregs of the Gold League. So as surprised as I am to see it banned, I'm not fully surprised. I do think it is a a pick that Rocketfellas definitely could have grabbed, as it looks like they're going to pinch down that top lane pool even more with that Darius ban. The Yone as well, Dynasty Ruby taking that one away. And you were talking about it, the Silas also going to be taken away. No stolen Encores, no stolen Dragon's Rages. Just an up front game for Dynasty Ruby and Rocketfellas here.
I mean, I was really looking at Rocketfellas to maybe pick up that Silas, but I guess not. Dynasty Ruby going to blind pick the top laner. A tale as old as time. The Renekton locked in here for Chilly Knight. This is a champion that will always be relevant in the meta, no matter how hard Riot tries to tell you otherwise, no matter how much LS shouts at you that this champion sucks. It will always remain relevant as long as that stun is in the game.
Yeah, and matching up into it, I love Malphite here for Rocketfellas. This is a great lane counter to Renekton. It works well with their composition. The follow-up for Seraphine, it's feeling like a really big draft gap for Rocketfellas here. They are come into this with a plan, and it feels like they are executing on it perfectly. They just need a mid laner that's going to round it out nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm definitely looking at mid laners with these big teamfight ultimates. Again, I think the Nico would serve really nicely here, but that is actually going to be a Lulu. So that is a Seraphine mid lane, actually. A Lulu Sivir bot lane with a Seraphine mid. I honestly thought that that was going to be Seraphine going into the bot lane as the support role.
Yeah, I do like the Lulu here, though. Stylistically versus Alistar, it's not a great matchup, as Enchanters versus Engaged supports doesn't always feel great, but I've been harping on her for a while. I think Lulu is just a broken champion in general. That Polymorph does such a good job of shutting down these disgustingly big carries like the Graves and the Renekton. You just click Polymorph on them, and then for 3 seconds, they really can't play the game. So when Graves does eventually get into dive on top of Sivir, when Renekton gets back there to start burning her down and start hurting her real bad, you just press the polymorph button, and it's really difficult for them to counterplay it. And Seraphine as well is going to be able to match up fine versus the Rumble that Dynasty Ruby have grabbed for themselves mid lane, which is a surprising pick, I would say. I didn't expect Rumble to be what they rounded out this composition with.
Yeah, like you said, this Lulu is really good in this game, and I definitely agree with that. I also think that it does stagnate Dynasty Ruby's ability to really follow up on those engages. Renekton in particular, when those team fights come up, is just going to get turned into a little squirrel, and then there are so many tools in Rocketfellas' arsenal to be able to blow him up while he isn't able to do anything in return. Same goes for Alistar. Even the Graves is susceptible to this treatment as well. So if Please Nerf Victini is able to really utilize this pick to its full potential, is really able to peel for their backline and deal with the frontliners of Dynasty Ruby, I can see Dynasty Ruby potentially being impatient, making a mistake, taking a fight that they potentially don't want to take, and falling in this game too because of it. So while this game is definitely in Dynasty Ruby's favor just because of the potential mental edge they might have after that game one, Rocketfellas are still in this series. They're still able to pick up games, and I wouldn't be surprised if they come back with a vengeance here in the second one.
Yeah, I think in terms of the draft, I'm really handing it to Rocketfellas. They, like I said, came in with a plan and they're executing on it. They have a team fight composition. They have a carry in the jungle that's going to be able to be enabled by Seraphine, Lulu, and Sivir. They've got the Malphite for that team fight follow-up. You know, just press R, start a team fight. You have Seraphine to follow up. And against the Dynasty Ruby composition, their composition just feels a little disjointed. You have Ezreal, who wants to sit back, poke a little bit, maybe start taking fights once the Rocketfellas composition is chunked a little bit, but then you also have Renekton, Rumble, Alistar, who really just want to dive forward and try and just brawl as much as possible and get on top of these Rocketfellas carries. Graves following a similar gameplay, and it just feels like the Ezreal, the more I look at it, the more out of place it feels in this comp.
Yeah, this Ezreal really doesn't feel like it fits with the theme of Dynasty Ruby's comp at all, like you were talking about, Brittany. And if this Ezreal actually is the one to get behind, I can totally see Rocketfellas really taking advantage of that, especially with the Sivir. You know, at 3 items, the champion does have the ability to really spike and just completely taking over, right? You have the Encore, you have the Dragon's Kick, you have the Polymorph, you have the Unstoppable Force. So many tools Rocketfellas have to be able to defend their carry. And if it is the Sivir, Dynasty Ruby need to be incredibly careful about which fights they take, because they are never going to be able to get into the back line so long as the Rocketfellas front line and facilitators live.
Yeah, it is going to be on Dynasty Ruby to pick off those facilitators, and it's going to be on Rocketfellas to keep them safe. This is a difficult game for Malphite, I would say, because you have your one job of, oh, I'm going to press R on Graves or Ezreal or Rumble, and we should be able to win the fight off that. But if you go too deep and you go a little bit too far back and your front and your back line can't get to you and they can't start to do some extra damage for you, not only are you vulnerable in the enemy backline and you're eventually going to be shredded down, your backline is vulnerable and you're not there protecting them from that Graves, from the Renekton. So I think it's a very tough job for the Rocketfellas top laner emotional damage, but he's still playing Malphite, so at the very least, in terms of mechanical execution and micro gameplay, not too difficult.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that he really has to worry about is if he wants to go in or if he wants to stay behind. Let Messiah or Lee Sin Cherix be the one to engage the fights instead, holding that unstoppable force, using it for its intended purpose. It has a ton of different uses. It can be used for peel, it can be used for engage, and I think emotional damage is going to have to decide which of those two options he's going to take, because it can vary from fight to fight based on the game, based on the environment you're currently playing in. Hell, even based on the dragons the enemy has could be a determining factor. So it is up to him sort of how he wants to play these fights, because he does have a decent amount of options.
Yep, we're going to take a short break, but before we do, you're going to have to forgive my rust. It's been a second. Aegis is sponsored throughout the course of this entire season, all the way up to our finals. We are sponsored by Coachify. Coachify is a commission-free esports coaching platform currently in its open beta. You could become a coach today and track your students, inspire them to succeed, and turn your passion into a full-on career. There's a panel located below the stream where you can check out their website for more information. Thank you to Coachify for sponsoring us throughout this season. It has been a treat to work with you. And with that, we're going to take a short break while we wait for ourselves to load into Summoner's Rift for Game 2 of Dynasty Ruby versus Rocketfellas. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I'm all alone. Where did you go? Back into your mind, down into your hole. And I'm not invited, I already know. I'm standing right in front of you. Say something, won't you say something, baby? You don't look at me, you see through. You want me to swim, but you'll be my ocean. We're spinning in circles.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of the AGL semifinals. We're here in game 2 of Rocketfellas versus Dynasty Ruby. A slight correction on the draft. I was expecting it to be the Rumble in the mid lane matching up against the Seraphine, but the Dynasty Ruby has opted to put Reboot Van on Renekton instead to try and match up versus this squishier mage. And already we've got some potential early game action as Cherix is just going to spot out this quick 5-man invade. Dynasty Ruby looking for some early information on the Rocketfellas jungle start.
Yep, and they are going to find it as they did place that ward on the blue buff. So they are going to know where this Lee Sin started. A pretty valuable thing considering Lee Sin, like we talked about in the draft, wants to get on that map early. We definitely expect Cherix to maybe look for a 3 camp, maybe even a 5-4 camp before turning and looking for a lane to gank, maybe to counter jungle, as that is also an option. But I am really looking at both of these junglers, specifically Cherix, as he did not do it last game, to look for that 3 camp into reset and get that Doran's Blade, because that is definitely how you want to play the strat. That's what Super Gremlin did in game 1, and I definitely think that that is correct. So it might stagnate this Lee Sin from getting onto the map a little bit, but it does give him some more extra power when he does eventually get on to a lane and try to kill the enemy.
Yeah, I think we're definitely expecting Super Gremlin to do that strategy again, starting on this bottom side, getting that heavy leash from your bot lane. Means that you should be able to get that 3 camp done faster, which means you'll get to that Doran's Blade faster. Even Super Gremlin starting without the health potion means that while that early clear will be a little bit riskier, it is also Graves with Fleet Footwork, so no real worry there. And that extra 50 gold going towards the Doran's Blade earlier means that recall comes in faster, you get back on the map faster, and you get that tempo, which is so important for junglers in this meta. Now we're seeing both of these junglers, again, just clearing these bottom side camps, just looking for that quick 3 camp, at the very least for Super Gremlin. We're hoping to see it for Cherix as well, but for now, it's just early farming, and I don't think we're expecting to see too much hefty trading until the junglers start getting involved.
Yep, absolutely. Especially in this top lane where emotional damage really doesn't want to do much as Malphite early on. But Reboot Van potentially looking for something. Cherix, you are low, my friend. I don't know if you want to look for that.
Nice little ground pound from play on wards, but this is why you can't always just take that full engage into these enchanter supports, because Galen, while not being the 3-item Sivir that is going to one-shot your whole team late game, is still an AD carry. And in the early game, those champions do hurt. They do a little bit of damage to the supports, so play on wards losing a decent chunk of his HP before he can step back from that trade.
Yep, and Super Gremlin recalling on that Graves, so did manage to pick up the Doran's Blade. Now this is the time for him to try and get aggressive, potentially on Cherix, who he does see on that ward near his blue buff. Could just cross over and try to do a little bit of damage, given that he does have priority in this top lane, but looks like he is just going to opt to continue clearing it down. Now the question is going to become, are the junglers looking to fight each other on the Crabs? Cherix, you can see hitting that vision plant isn't going to spot out Super Gremlin, but Chilly Knight's already doing a decent chunk of emotional damage's health.
Yeah, this is the Malphite versus Rumble matchup. This is honestly the Rumble versus any tank matchup. He's going to press Q, he's going to burn you down, you're going to get that Comet proc, and then he's going to throw a couple of harpoons in your back as well, just to add insult to injury. The champion just makes the early laning phase very, very difficult for anybody who tries to match up against him. And Cherix, again, opting for the full clear into the Doran's Blade. A little bit different than Super Gremlin, opting for those extra 3 camps before getting that recall in, getting that extra long sword. So if he does meet Super Gremlin before they get that next recall off, there's the potential for the Lee Sin to be stronger, but I don't know, it just slows down your clear by that little bit extra, and we already see Super Gremlin getting onto the map, getting that early Scuttle Crab, and looking to make something happen mid lane here.
Yep, he is just hovering around the mid lane. I don't think he's going to find anything, but is going to get a second reset off.
I don't think this is the trade they want. Galen's going to pop that. Goes here. Potentially in trouble. Cherix has that Sonic Wave, follows up with a Resonating Strike. No flash anymore for the Alistar. He's slowed down. Somebody just needs to throw that last boomerang, and it will be Galen picking that up for the first blood on the bottom side. A great gank from Cherix to secure.
A little bit of an oversight there from the Dynasty Ruby bot lane. They didn't see Cherix on that top crab, so they have to assume he had looked for a reset. Hell, they even saw him reset near that, near the Grump, where they had a ward, so they knew that Cherix was in the bot lane.
Flash forward, flash traded. Chilly Knight will survive but thanks to the shield, that Rumble Overheat shield putting in the work. Its flash is traded, and emotional damage sadly falls on the top side.
Yep, scrap shield to save his life as Reboot Van is looking. Messiah.
Yeah, that's how the Renekton matchup works. If he can get in and press W on you, you're gonna take a lot of damage, especially with Reboot opting for this press the attack build as opposed to the usual Conqueror that we see on Renekton. Press the attack really has gotten up a bit in terms of flavor because it just makes the trading power of the Renekton so much stronger. As Cherix, I don't know if this is exactly the fight you want to take. He's gonna take half of his HP from Super Gremlin.
Oh, no.
With the teleport coming in from Messiah and his own support coming in, and maybe gonna look for some kind of follow-up play on Wards. Missing up the ground pound combo. 15 is gonna get that polymorph down to the Super Gremlin. Goodman is here in his level 6. He's gonna pop the Dominus on the Cherix. Pick him up and delete him. Super Gremlin finds the last hit. Now Reboot Van wants to keep the fight going, but with no flash, no double dash, it will just be both sides walking away. And a nice invade from Super Gremlin and great support from the team as well to make sure that it works.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we were talking about before the start of game 1. You have to be patient, willing to give up those camps. You didn't see play on Wards on the map. You have to assume that Alistar was roaming, and the Dominus from Reboot Van just makes your situation worse. You have to be willing to give up those camps. But Cherix looks like he's actually looking for more, returning to that bot lane despite having his 2 top lane camps up.
Yeah, he's looking to start the Dragon up, actually. Sonically Resonating Strike over the wall. He's not spotted on any vision as that control ward is just a little bit outside the vision as long as Cherix stays in the pit. And if he can take this Dragon uncontested, it's a really nice early objective for the side of Rocketfellas. It's not the most stats on a Dragon possible. It is that early Chemtech Dragon, so it's not going to provide the most utility in the world, but an early Dragon is an early Dragon, and even if you don't pick up any others, you're delaying that Elder Dragon and that late game scaling by an extra 5 minutes for the enemy team, which does feel pretty good for the earlier game snowballier composition.
Yep. On this top side, I'm not really sure if they can look for a dive. Unstoppable Force is available for emotional damage. That looks like Super Gremlin is just going to back away. That is a clear sign that you should probably go counter jungling, and I think Super Gremlin knows it as well. Both those top camps are up and available, and so is the crab. So in terms of Cherix
has to hop over the wall, knows that play on Wards and Toxic Koopa have that priority. Galen and Victini couldn't be to the play first, so it will just be Cherix hopping over the wall, not able to take that blue buff. But no counter jungling either from Super Gremlin or from Cherix. Cherix denied by the bottom lane of Dynasty Ruby, but Super Gremlin will now finally get into the enemy jungle. Is going to start seeing that respawn timer on the blue buff as nice hefty trade. Messiah not able to get a trade back on the Reboot Van. This is just a Renekton heaven in the mid lane right now.
Yeah, this Graves as well is starting to be up so much tempo in the jungle. You can already see the CS difference starting to materialize, not just in the jungle, but in the mid lane too. Reboot Van is somehow 25 CS above Messiah, despite it being a ranged versus melee matchup. This Renekton is doing an absolutely fantastic job here in this early game, really setting Messiah behind as this key facilitator that Rocketfellas really want to put ahead, or at least break even, to make sure that when those plates are open and when the game reaches its mid to late game stages, the Seraphine is going to be a heal bot that we all know and fear in that late game.
Now, I don't know if you remember, but back in the day, way back when, there used to be a top lane test called the Renekton test. And you would be considered a viable top laner if you could trade with and survive the early laning phase versus Renekton. If it was possible for you to play the laning phase out successfully and not die against Renekton pre-level 6, you were considered a viable top laner. And I'm wondering if we need to start bringing that test into the mid lane, because Reboot Van is showing us that even in the range versus melee matchups, Renekton is still a nightmare to deal with. Up at 30 CS right now over Messiah on the Seraphine. And granted, Seraphine's early game, not the best. It doesn't feel like she's going to be dominating lanes anytime soon, but being down 30 CS versus a melee champion that isn't a one-shotting assassin does not feel great.
Yeah, I mean, there is the Doran shield available for Reboot Van. He does have a decent amount of innate regen just being that Renekton, but so does Messiah, right? Seraphine is known for healing up so much HP and providing a shield with that W as well. So it really doesn't feel like there's any excuse here for the Seraphine being down that much CS. I would be able to kind of look past it if it was about 5 to 10 CS, considering there has been a decent amount of pressure put on in this mid lane. But 30 CS is just outrageous here in this game and is really setting up this Renekton to be a danger toward Galen, toward Cherix in that late game. And that's not where Renekton is supposed to thrive at all. He's supposed to be an early game champion. He is just continuing to get free CS across the board, building into that Blade of the Ruined King. It's going to be such a nuisance to deal with.
Yeah, I do also think it's important to mention that Reboot Man here is not opting for a Gore Drinker, Black Cleaver, Sterax kind of build. This is a Blade of the Ruined King Renekton. I imagine there will be a couple of points put into W before that Q gets maxed out, and he's just looking to be a side lane threat, to be a turret pushing menace. The kind of matchup where Emotional Damage, who's at the moment kind of forced to build into magic resist just because of CZI on this Rumble, it's going to make that side lane matchup a lot more difficult, because Renekton already has a pretty okay time into Malphite once he's got at least an item under his belt. But if that item is a tank shredding item, if he gets a Blade of the Ruined King, a Black Cleaver, emotional damage is going to take more than just emotional damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Reboot Van was hard spotted on the wards, but he's starting up the fight.
Flash away from Pleaser and Victini. The slice and dice not there for Reboot Van. A really nice upset daisy. Reboot Van forced to get out of there. Super Gremlin is here. There's a teleport coming through as well. We've got a lot of action in this bottom side. Reboot Van getting very, very low. He's going to sustain a little bit. Play on wards is going to deny that for just a little bit longer. Emotional damage. Has on the top force. Still fine. Reboot Van. Just a single ulti. A nice encore will find one. It's just playing on wards, though. Emotional damage. Taking super, super low. Messiah finds play on wards. Super Gremlin will find one. He'll find two. The trap keeping him alive for just a little bit longer, but eventually does get taken down. Galen finds that one. Toxic Koopa will be the next to fall. Galen finds another. It's a double kill. He's flashing forward. He wants more from this Rumble. Rumble's just going to turn it around, though. You can't disrespect the amount of damage this champion does. The kick is there.
Oh, no,
he survives. Cherix can't fight the damage. And it's a disaster as Messiah falls. Cherix managing to survive. It's a sliver of HP for both sides. It's vision for both members.
Cherix is easy. Cherix is easy.
He just has to make it out, but I don't think Play on Wards wants to let him. The Sonic Blade doesn't find it smart. Play on Wards, ground pounds him and picks it up. And it's Dynasty Ruby coming out ahead, if only just barely.
Cherix with the mechanical misplay. That has to be a feels bad, man, for the Lee Sin. But yeah, that Lee Sin was entering the fight so late. He initially was the one in the initial stages of it, but got caught out and re-engaged. But it felt like his team, the fight was already over, it felt like, at that point when he decided to re-engage. And he was just too late to the meat of the actual team fight. And at the end of the day, misses out on some gold for him. And that is not good for Cherix, who wants to be ahead in this early game. So far, he's 0, 2, and 3, building a phage of all items. I hate it when junglers build this item. And yeah, this Lee Sin just super far behind into this early game. But on the other hand, Super Gremlin on this Graves is eating good despite him dying in that last fight.
Yeah, that kick onto Chilly Knight under tower with the Tempest Cripple not landing. So Chilly Knight survives with a sliver of HP. It's the ultimate feels bad, because it did feel like Rocketfellas were turning around the fight really nicely. Galen was picking up a ton of gold off the play, but they just overextended that little bit too much. You can't disrespect the amount of damage that Rumble is going to do to you, especially when you're under a third, a quarter HP.
Yeah, absolutely. And now the game has returned to a relatively mellow state at this point. All the lanes are back where they are supposed to be. But yeah, emotional damage and Chilly Knight, CZ, both using their TPs in that fight. So I wouldn't expect a huge 5v5 team fight to come anytime soon. There is that Herald spawning in a little less than a minute that will potentially lead to a fight. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a little bit until that happens.
Engage on the top side. Chilly Knight kicked into the wall, doing plenty of damage off of that ultimate, but the Sonic Wave from Cherix will clean that one up and give him some shutdown gold.
Was a little bit worried about that Dragon's Rage. That Dragon kick looked a little bit off, and I actually thought Chile United CZ might get away from it, which wouldn't have been good. Definitely would not have been good, but at the end of the day, Cherex manages to find himself a pretty crucial shutdown at a pretty crucial time.
There's a big rotate here coming in the bot lane. Galen potentially in trouble. There's that smoke screen, but a nice on the hunt is going to keep them safe. I thought for sure that the Rocketfellas bottom lane was overextended, but really nice movement. Just is going to notice everybody on the wards, and they're going to stay safe for now.
Yep, and there are a lot of players here from the Rocketfellas to be able to counteract in case there are any dive shenanigans ready and waiting. But Reboot Van just going to recall, so I wouldn't expect there to be anything too crazy going on in this bottom lane. Next up, though, you see some pings on that Herald, and it looks like the teams are starting to want to go for that. Yeah, Cherex rotating up to that, but Super Gremlin, curiously enough, actually just returning to his bot side. So Rocketfellas might actually just get this Herald for free.
He's got bottom lane camps to farm. He wants to continue to be up 30 CS over Cherex on this Lee Sin. He's already finished that Yo moves and is looking to get to that second item as fast as possible. Super Gremlin, this is just what he does in these early mid games. He gets a couple of kills on Graves, and then he starts to just really accelerate his CS lead far ahead of the enemy jungler, and Cherex has a lot to try and make up for in this early game. And now with the Herald in his pocket, we'll have to see what kind of play Rocketfellas can make for some extra map control.
Yep, Reboot Van does have the flank here on this fight, potentially.
And wards engaging. Reboot Van is here with the dominance. Please don't Victini. Maybe the sacrificial limb, but it's a nice flash away. A great kick from Cherex is going to deny Gremlin and Reboot Van's way into the fight. The Herald will charge, but it's not going to get very much. It was just a little bit of extra damage on that turret. The Herald being popped for nothing, especially on that second Herald, does not feel great for Rocketfellas.
Yeah, Rocketfellas wasting a pretty crucial objective. They had the right idea to go for it into the mid lane, but it felt like you could have waited slightly longer, at least until you'd maybe gotten a pick, or maybe you knew where a decent amount of the members of Dynasty Ruby were, in order to force them off of that play and maybe respond to your own Herald play. But at the end of the day, Herald wasted. Dragon is coming up, so I would imagine that is where we are going to be fighting next. Top laners now both have access to that TP as well.
Yeah, Super Gremlin is on the top side, just taking some more camps away from Cherex, continuing to accelerate his lead. He's close to 50 CS ahead now, just sitting at just about 47, 48. The jungle CS tracking always gets a little weird because the camps come in packages of 4, but for now, he's just accelerating towards that collector. He's getting farther and farther ahead, and now with that counter jungle complete, he's going to start to move towards the bottom side. It feels like Super Gremlin is always just right where he needs to be in terms of play. Toxic Koopa getting engaged on Cherex, finding another Sonic Wave resonating strike, forcing the flash out of Toxic Koopa. Super Gremlin in a 1 versus 3, though, feeling comfortable to dash forward. On the come down. He's going to take a lot of damage, but there's the equalizer. Galen taking plenty of damage. Emotional damage is going to find the unstoppable force onto 2. Toxic Koopa will die as he gets flashed on, but it's Chili Knight getting the trade in response. Now Big Teeny will be the next to fall. It's more gold going over to the Dynasty Ruby members. Emotional damage stuck in a 1 versus 1 with Super Gremlin on the backside of the fight. Malphite can eventually win this if given enough time, but I think the sustain from the red buff and from that fleet footwork means that he has to just run away. And it is a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Dynasty Ruby. Emotional damage. Maybe in trouble, actually, as Chili Knight is just going to start burning him down. There's the ground pound combo. It's more gold over to this Rumble as fight's not over yet. Cherex wants to keep the action going, but with no team behind him and with the rest of the Dynasty Ruby members alive, oh, he's got the Sonic Wave on the Dragon. He wants to get in. He wants to find a steal. The rest of the members do not want to let him in, though, and it's just smited away by Super Gremlin. Nice secure by Dynasty Ruby.
Yeah, good attempt there by Cherex, but unfortunately not going to be able to find anything. He just gets another Sonic Wave there on CZ for good measure. But yeah, really good TP there from CZ on the Rumble. It really felt like the entire squad of the Rocketfellas were completely pinched. They were caught between a rock and a hard place, and there was really no getting out of that situation, especially because Messiah was not present essentially in that entire fight to help sustain the backliners up. And they end up just falling down. Dragon going the way of Dynasty Ruby, who now are building up a 1.1k gold lead.
Yeah, no sustain from that W and no encore either. Two really big tools for this Rocketfellas team fight. You have the Sivir, who's here really to enable the carries on Lee Sin and Seraphine. You have the Lee Sin, who's able to take advantage of the enabling that Seraphine and Sivir can give to him. But if the Seraphine isn't there, you're missing a pretty key ingredient in his hang on. Emotional damage is going to find the unstoppable force onto 2. He's looking for some damage on the Super Gremlin. It's a nice ult from Victini as well. Some extra knockouts, but now maybe in trouble as Cherix is over the wall. He's not taking part in the fight at all. Victini is just going to burn for his sins. It's just the support being traded. Now Cherix will try to go in as Galen has finally rotated over. Emotional damage, though, it's just too little too late. The encore is nice. It finds a couple members, but it's 2 kills already for Chilly Knight. Toxic Koopa will be found, but no! The support from Play on Words! The shield will keep him alive! It's a disaster for Rocketfellas again, as Dynasty Ruby just find the better of the fight again and again and again.
And Rocketfellas, they had the chance to actually open up that fight advantageously for themselves. Cherix, I was waiting for that Lee Sin Sonic Q to follow up with the double knockup, but I just never saw it. It never came, and I have to wonder, where was that Lee Sin during the fight? He was with Victini, he was right with the Lulu, but at the end of it, he was nowhere to be found. It felt like the last part of a beautiful engage just wasn't there.
Yeah, it just felt like the members of Rocketfellas were potentially on different pages there. It felt like they just didn't know exactly what they wanted to do, whether it was all in and engage, try and find a pick onto Super Gremlin. Speaking of Super Gremlin, he's going to get aggressive. Cherix just following that Lee Syndrome. Every Sonic Wave is a resonating strike, but with the rest of the members of Rocketfellas following up, it doesn't look like Dynasty Ruby wants to take that fight. They've got Reboot Fan on the bottom side, split pushing away, and they're happy to just continue to take control of the map. They're looking to just zone the members of Rocketfellas away from their objectives, and it's so difficult for Rocketfellas to find a fight that they want to take.
Yep, and you can see that Remove Van about to take that bot lane turret as well. Dynasty Ruby, they don't have to index into any kind of dangerous play. They don't have to force any fight with the Rocketfellas. They can just sit back comfortably and sort of wait for Rocketfellas to engage onto them and react at their own pace, because so far they are the ones controlling the pace of the game. They can split. They can look for resources where they might find some, and it is really up to Dynasty Ruby to make the plays, try and actively seek out the gold. And so far, every attempt that they have had has been met and matched by Dynasty Ruby, who are just one step ahead at all times.
Yeah, I really want to see Rocketfellas start to play around this AD carry a bit more. Galen is very strong on the Sivir, already 2 items, has a very decent lead over Toxic Koopa. Just hang on, play on wards, flashing forward to get that combo in. Victini is just losing all his HP, and speaking of Galen, I think I might have just cursed him the equalizer, plus a reboot ban. There's nowhere for him to go under his own tower. It's not even safe. A nice encore will pick up a reboot ban off the backside of it. Emotional damage is here, holding onto that unstoppable force. He finds 2. Play on wards will get picked up. Chilly Knight trying to trade back, but there's just not enough damage. It's Cherix finding more shutdown gold for himself, and it's a great turnaround and a nice punish from Rocketfellas.
Yup, and this right before the dragon, this gives Rocketfellas the ability to go down into that bot side river and really clear out the vision, really place some vision of their own, and really set up for this dragon. But you can see Super Gremlin waiting in the wings, actually.
Yeah, with no Cherix on this push and with the dragon unspawning for another 30 seconds, the members of Dynasty Ruby are actually going to have time to respawn. Messiah has to be very careful with where they step, as Super Gremlin is just waiting in the wings, looking for a potential one-shot. I think with the support from Victini and just from the other members walking away, it doesn't look like Super Gremlin will be able to find a one-shot here. So far unspotted, maybe actually.
Oh no, Victini
here. Plenty of damage with the shielding is nice. The Lulu very tanky, but not tanky enough. Grave will find the one-shot. Cherix is going to get over the wall. There's the Dragon's Rage, and the follow-up. Cherix will clean it up. No escape under Graves this time as a flash forward from Reboot, not from Reboot, flash away from Cherix as emotional damage has teleported onto the backside. He's got the unstoppable force, but I think this is just about where he wants to be. He's going to have to use that ult a little bit defensively. He'll find a knockup on a Reboot Van. It's a huge encore on a four, though. Galen's going to open up, but play on wards with some beautiful defensive play is going to keep it away just for that little bit longer, but Galen still throwing these boomerangs around. Messiah there to support him. Play on wards falls. Galen trying to chase forward, wants to keep doing the damage with Toxic Koopa. Very dangerous on the Ezreal. Chilly Knight, super dangerous on the Rumble. You can't chase forward blindly. They need vision. They need wards. Toxic Koopa dashing forward. He wants to find the kill the dragon. Starting to work, but no! Toxic Koopa will find Galen and shut him down.
What a standoff between two members of each team. Originally, it felt like Super Gremlin was overstaying his bounds a little bit. Cherix managed to get the shutdown, and it felt like a good fight for the Rocketfellas, but emotional damage on that Malphite was just completely caught out on a completely different page than the rest of his team, and they lose one of the most valuable players they can. They lose their front line, and they are not able to keep on fighting with the damage that Dynasty Ruby continued to put out in that fight, and now it is sole point for Ruby in this game.
Good man, potentially in trouble here. He's got that slice of the dice, so he will be able to just get away. Cherix not able to find that Sonic Wave this time around. And yeah, that was a great fight from Rocketfellas, fighting from behind over the course of this entire game, let alone this entire series. And they're managing to make this game look a lot more even and feel a lot more close than it really should be off the back of Galen on this Sivir. He's putting in the work in these team fights. The boomerangs are flying, the ricochets are everywhere, and he's doing a ton of damage. It's just on the members of Rocketfellas to start peeling for him. Make sure that he's got the room to breathe in team fights. You can't just let Super Gremlin and Chilly Knight and Reboot Man walk all over him on this pick. If you give your Sivir support, she's gonna carry you through this game.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. We were talking a little bit about in the draft how important it is that emotional damage. Be conscious of his ability to use this unstoppable force. You can use it in the ability to peel and the ability to engage. And so far, it feels like this Malphite should be using it to engage more. I'm sorry, peel more than engage. Make sure that Galen cannot be immediately collapsed on. Probably the best usage of it as a potential pinch here.
Oh, Cherix, he wants to find the kick, but he can't get the angle right. Toxic is just going to get back over the wall to safety. I like the idea for the kick, but the angle just wasn't there for Cherix. He couldn't find it. So Toxic Koopa will survive. No other ultimates burned. It really was just that Dragon's Rage. Now a standoff in the mid lane. True Shot Barrage to do a little bit of extra wave clear, but how do you out wave clear a Sivir, truly?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit impossible. Is potentially able to get the turret here. This would be absolutely huge for the Rocketfellas. And they do.
It's gonna fall for free. There's nothing that Dynasty Ruby can do to try and engage on it. How do you engage into Seraphine Malphite? Like, what sort of an angle are you really trying to look for?
Yeah, absolutely. It is definitely a difficult thing to do, but Dynasty Ruby have managed to find ways through this before, and I think
flat forward play on board.
Like
he finds the two-man knock-up. The equalizer is good, but they're able to just walk out of it. Messiah finds a great encore play on Ward's potentially in trouble. The Locket Shield is going to keep him alive for a little bit longer. The Unbreakable will keep him alive. The mid-lane turret traded immediately back by Dynasty Ruby. Cherix hits that Sonic Wave, gets the dash in. He's looking for the play. The kick is huge into so many members. Cherix trying so hard. The 1 versus 5 Toxic Koopa into the 1 versus 5 situation himself, but will get picked up. Cherix finds the shutdown. Cherix aggressive on the Lee Sin, and with the support from the rest of his team, able to just walk away from the play with more health than he started it on.
Yep, and they are going to be able to transition this into a Baron. I love this kill conversion ratio coming out from the side of Rocketfellas. Super Gremlin managed to get himself up to a decent amount of health. Reboot Man in the areas has the dominance available, but it might just be gone.
He has to start playing stall if they're going to look for the contest. Super Gremlin is there, but it's just too late. Rocketfellas will secure their first Baron and manage to pull themselves closer to an even score line.
Yeah, you can see in the beginning of that fight, it really came off the back of Dynasty Ruby just being impatient. They wanted to look for the fight, but Play on Words expelled everything to keep himself alive. Look for that engage, the flash, the ult. Literally used all of it just to have it be followed up by not enough damage, not enough presence from Dynasty Ruby. The members were not close enough to assist this Alistar. Yeah, it really just came off the back of impatience, and Rocketfellas managed to capitalize on that. Now to have a Baron, but we still have Soul Point here, right, for Dynasty Ruby, so that is going to be the next test for the blue team. If they can manage to deny this, I can totally see them putting a real dent in Dynasty Ruby's game plan for game 2.
Yeah, and this is why it was so important that Cherix got that dragon early on in the game. He was able to pick up that first dragon, that Chemtech dragon, if you can call your mind all the way back to the distant lands of 20 minutes ago. He was able to pick that one up and was now able to delay the dragon scaling by 5 minutes. And with that extra 5 minutes now, Rocketfellas have found themselves a Baron. They found themselves even in gold. Now starting to get ahead in gold as Super Gremlin maybe in trouble here. The Ward Hop not there for Cherix as Super Gremlin is just going to get kicked away. Ruben Van is popping that dominance. He wants to find the fight. He wants to make it happen. But again, how do you engage into this composition? He's just going to take a chunk of his HP bar and be forced to walk away. Rocketfellas maintain control of the pit, and it looks like instead Dynasty Ruby are just going to say, okay, you guys have to take this dragon. We're going to start looking to pressure the rest of the map.
Yep, I mean, no dominance available for Dynasty Ruby. I think that fighting this is definitely ill-advised for them, but they might have been found.
Has the lock. Shield is going to be able to walk away. Emotional damage. There's the equalizer. It's nice alongside the stopwatch, but a nice movement from the rest of Rocketfellas. They're just going to keep them safe. The turret will be picked up by Super Gremlin, but the fight is all Rocketfellas. Toxic Koopa is going to get engaged on with that unstoppable, but Cherix is over the wall for the punish. No escape for the Ezreal. It's a double kill for the Lee Sin. 7, 3, and 8 now. 15 out of 18 KP for Cherix on this Lee Sin. He's feeling good, and now with that team fight win, they're going to convert it into not only the dragon, but another turret for themselves as well.
I was a little bit worried about this Lee Sin coming into the early game. I felt like Cherix was looking a little bit shaky on it, but these last few minutes, these last couple of team fights, he's certainly proved me wrong. But playing immaculately, the aggression has been paying off as this team has managed to follow up with him at every single turn, and overall it's been netting Rocketfellas win after win. They managed to pick themselves up the dragon, now looking for this top lane tower as well. Rocketfellas pulling ahead in this game too.
Maybe in trouble, has to dash away from that play. But yeah, this is the great thing about having two enchanters on your team. You have the combination of Seraphine, Lulu. You know they're going to be able to keep you alive if you play, frankly, a little stupidly and you just take every releasing Q that you could possibly want. Cherix is allowed to play this aggressively because of the composition that Rocketfellas have drafted for themselves. And now, with all that extra gold, he's starting to pick up some items. He's starting to pull ahead of Super Gremlin in terms of itemization. The Collector is not going to be doing too much in the face of these plated steel caps and the Death's Dance on this Lee Sin. That extra damage reduction coming through really nice for him. And they're not even lacking for wave clear just because they have the combination of Seraphine Sivir. Like, this is a perfect composition for Rocketfellas, and they're playing it out immaculately.
Yeah, but I mean, look at those other lanes. You can see Toxic Koopa and Super Gremlin are just pushing into the base, trying to deny as much pressure from them as possible. Yeah, they're canceling the recalls.
Super Gremlin forced to dash away. That Polymorph is going to deny the turret for just that little bit longer, but the minions will pick it up, and now Super Gremlin in trouble unless he wants to try and turn this around. There's that red smite. The combination of the Encore and the Hugify will keep Messiah alive.
He's so fast.
We'll find the last hit in combination of Shirelia's and the Lulu speed up, doing a lot of work. Critical damage, blind onto Toxic Koopa. He finds the knockup. This is a Malphite versus 80 carry experience. Toxic Koopa has to flash away, but Cherix is there waiting for him. Oh, that's so depressing. The kick into the Sonic Wave. Cherix finds the kill.
Yeah, poor Toxic Koopa there. He was not expecting he was not expecting the blind man. Nobody expects the blind man.
Equalizer for wave clear. Nice flash from Chilly Knight to not get kicked back, but Cherix didn't even have the kick, so the Ward Hop just for a little bit of style points. But with the extra wave clear coming off from that equalizer, there's no tower push. Now the teleport coming in from the Renekton. It's a little bit off to the side, though. There's no real angle as the disengage from the Lulu is just too good. There's just no chance for an engage here for Dynasty Ruby. They can't find anything.
Yup, really good disengage there from Rocketfellas to just run away. They recognize the TP was out there, and this is something that I like that Dynasty Ruby are trying. They're constantly trying to look for these angles back into the game, but Rocketfellas, I think, have learned their lesson here of constantly getting TP flanked by Chilly Knight, by Reboot Van over and over. And, you know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. They are not falling for that anymore. They refuse to get tricked by those sneaky little TP flanks, and it is paying off really heavily right now as they are constantly negating Dynasty Ruby's ability to look for these cross-map plays. Now that the TP has been expelled, Reboot Van is not able to look for a side lane like he has been doing so much in this game too, in the late game.
Yeah, important to mention. The Blade of the Rune King build that we were talking about in the early game, just making sure that Reboot Van could be a side lane threat. That threat really is now negated just because there is not a lot of opportunity to look for a side lane. It's Cherix potentially in trouble. Flash kick into the Malphite ultimate, early stylish play. The Polymorph warp. There's no outplay.
good.
That you can't counterplay 3 seconds of point and click CC. And with the jungler dead and on a hell of a long respawn timer, that's looking like the Baron for Rocketfellas. But in the meantime, Chilling Knight on the bottom side is going to start to pressure a little bit. Toxikuba is here for the poke. Cherix banging up this Baron is going to start to get a little low, but emotional damage happen to just zone the rest of these members away. The smite will come through. It's there for Cherix. Flash away from play on wards with that on the hunt burn. They do not want to get picked up by a stray Lee Sin Q, but Cherix doesn't want to let him go. A nice knockback from play on wards is going to keep him safe, but the slow is there. The Rhyelize from Seraphine, turning that directly into a root, and Galen will go on a killing spree. And now with the Baron buff in their pockets again, it's Rocketfellas are going to look to open up the base. Stopwatch from Cherix burn just to make sure he doesn't die. Encore onto Reboot Man solo. There's just nothing he can do. The Equalizer is going to do plenty of damage, but it's just a 2-on-4. There really is not much they can do. A really nice knockup from Pleaser Victini to find 2 there. Cherix looking for the engage. He's going to tank up that turn for a little bit longer. Sidesteps the collateral damage nicely. The healing coming through. You can't kill the enchanted up team. Galen with the fade away will find an emotional damage, getting his revenge for the laning phase on Chilling Knight. It is an ace for Rocketfellas, clean as can be in 35 minutes. They'll take game 2 and tie up the series.
It looked a little shaky at first, but once those enchanters managed to get on the map, once they managed to find their footing, there was no killing the carries of the Rocketfellas. And off the back of Cherix, aggression is the name of the game, and it manages to net Rocketfellas their first win of the series.
Yeah, I feel like if you are Dynasty Ruby and you're looking at this game, you can't let Seraphine through again, surely. That really is the champion that enables the double enchanter compositions. Pairing it alongside an enchanter support just allows Cherix on Lee Sin to play as aggressive as he really wants to, and Galen as well. They were able to output so much DPS and play, again, just as aggressively as they wanted to, because they had all of that enchanting, all that shielding and healing behind them to keep them alive. It's just not a combination that you can let through again. We saw the Seraphine ban in game 1, and I think we just got shown why that's a necessary ban going into the rest of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only does it provide so much flex, but it's able to complement the aggression that Cherix likes to put out so well. And the Seraphine was really the reason you were not able to deal with the Lee Sin. You could not kill the front line of the Rocketfellas, and it really was off the back of the Seraphine and the Lulu. Credit where credit is due. That Lulu, the ultimates, the Wild Groves played a huge role in following up any kind of gigantic encores or any kind of gigantic unstoppable forces off of emotional damage. And yeah, those are definitely the combinations I am looking at Rocketfellas to continue to pull out in some way, shape, or form going into this third game.
Yeah, and speaking of game 3, we're going to take a short break while the players get themselves ready for the draft of game 3. So don't go anywhere. We've got a banger of a series to continue on. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of the AGL semifinals. Rocketfellas versus Dynasty Ruby, and Rocketfellas have managed to tie up our series 1-1 after a very exciting game 2 where they just had the stronger draft. Seraphine plus Lulu is a hell of an enchanter combo, and immediately coming out the gates of this draft, Dynasty Ruby do not want to let that Seraphine through again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it complemented Cherix so well. He was able to make so many crazy plays off the back, just being constantly healed and shielded over and over by enchanter after enchanter. So can definitely see why Dynasty Ruby want to get rid of that. Now, my question is, if Rocketfellas want to continue playing stuff like that, if they really want to continue accelerating Cherix on these more aggressive picks, who are they going to substitute instead of that Seraphine to really bring out the best, really bring out the shininess in that jungle aggression?
Yeah, it's a difficult question to ask because Seraphine really is that premier enchanter mid lane. She's got enough damage and wave clear to survive on her own, and it's not like a Karma where you're going to start falling off as the later game gets. That Encore is going to keep you permanently viable, and as we can see here, actually, Rocketfellas is completely changing up drafting styles again throughout these bans, moving away from some of their earlier bans to take away the Ivern now. And Dynasty Ruby, seeing it open, it slipped through the ban phase and the pick phase for the last couple of drafts, but Kaisa making her way into the AGL semis.
I mean, this champion is still very relevant, right? Able to build that early Umbral Glaive, able to really go for that lethality build. Kaisa can even go for more builds than that. This champion has so many different kinds of paths that you can take on it. It is kind of confusing and a little bit frustrating as a caster to keep up with all of them, not going to lie, because one moment one is falling off the meta, and the next another one is hopping on that train. But Rocketfellas is going to run it back a little bit and go with the Zyra Khan, the draft duo that they picked in this game 1, and we questioned it a little bit as it didn't have a ton of impact in that first game. But if they are thinking, hey, we can run this back, hey, we can try this again, then I think that they have to have a good reason for it, probably following it up with something that can really protect and make sure the Xayah can stay safe.
Yeah, I just worry about the combination of Kaisa and Nautilus. This is one of the premier aggressive 2v2 bottom lanes, as opposed to game 1 where we were looking at Jinx Nautilus, which is Nautilus playing a much more defensive role, trying to like just keep the Jinx safe in the early game. Granted, in that game it didn't work out that way. Jinx picked up a couple of early kills and then just ran away with the game. But now with Kaisa Nautilus, you're able to play more aggressive and play much more in the face of the Zyra Khan, which, while it is what they want, it's a duo that can match them in terms of damage. And shockingly enough, Dynasty Ruby, see it open again, are going to pick it again, the Graves for Super Gremlin one more time. And Rocketfellas reading into the meta much more strongly this time around. They're going to lock away the Orianna for their mid laner.
I mean, this champion is the end-all be-all champion in the mid lane right now. So effective, so good, so impactful at all stages of the game. I would say this champion was so much better of a pick than that Victor. It felt like Orianna scales pretty hard like Victor does, but has a lot more defensive capabilities in that early game and a lot more team fight orientation in those mid to late games, as well as that shockwave is just absolutely humongous if you can hit it onto multiple members. And now I'm looking at, you know, potential ball carriers for this jungler for Rocketfellas to really look at. Maybe something like the Xin Zhao could be possible, able to get into the team really easily and really quickly. This Recon is already an option. Lee Sin, yeah,
another choice. Dynasty Ruby do have one more ban here, so they are going to pinch that pool a little bit more. No, actually, they're going to take away the Malphite. That was such a big problem that emotional damage had in that game too. Leave that jungle pool open a little bit for the Rocketfellas jungler. They don't want the Poppy to be denying the Nautilus and the Graves, as we saw in game 1. It didn't work out that great, but you could see in micro moments just Poppy able to deny a lot of what Graves and Nautilus wanted to do.
Yeah.
But now with the jungle pool still open, it's a matter of what do Rocketfellas want to grab for him. Nocturne, a great ball delivery system, and they're going to lock that one away.
Yeah, I mean, this champion is definitely good for delivering the ball on Orianna, but it is also more so used for pick potential and also just that nearsightedness in general. It doesn't feel like Nocturne is really your premier in-engage champion. It does feel like he has engage capabilities with that paranoia, but that's not really the reason you use it. You don't use it to dive into several members at a time. You use it to pick off a straggler and try to kill them before the fight even
Okay.
begins, before their friends can even help. But Dynasty Ruby actually going crazy. CZ going to opt for that Olaf. So now I'm really curious to know what Rockefellers are planning to put in this top lane. The Malphite, the Poppy, both taken away. So you might honestly just have to fight fire with fire here, but fighting Olaf has never been, nor will it ever be, a good idea. So I would expect maybe a more defensive pick here from Rocketfellas.
I think also important to note, Rocketfellas banned out the Ornn themselves.
Whoa.
That's a Kassadin lock-in. Okay, we've got a spicy draft for Dynasty Ruby this time around. The blind Olaf, the Kassadin into the Orianna. They are looking to play aggressive through the top and the bot lane and just let Reboot Van scale away. Orianna is not going to provide the most pressure in the early and mid game. So it is just going to be Kassadin able to scale up. And now Rocketfellas making us think with a couple of these hovers. The Singed is locked away. Okay, we have some spiciness going on in this game 3.
This is certainly a surprising draft here, Brittany. Pocket pick after pocket pick coming in here for game 3. I'm not really sure I like the Kassadin in this kind of context. I feel like Orianna is really going to do a good job at bullying him out. And usually that is the phase that Orianna wants to get bullied out of, right? You want to be able to set this Orianna behind in the early game. But Kassadin isn't really looking to do that. He is also looking to scale up, but he has a much longer period of time really relying on that level 16 to be relevant. Once he's able to hit that, I have no doubt that Reboot Van will be able to tear up a mess in the game, but it's just a matter of getting to that point. And honestly, against a comp that has Orianna and Singed, that just seems really difficult to do.
I do agree. I think Kassadin is going to struggle a lot in the early game, but I think that's also why you draft the Kai'Sa Nautilus. That's why you give yourself the Graves and the Olaf, these champions who are absolute early game monsters, and they're going to be drawing so much attention from this Rocketfellas composition. Like, they definitely want to get Orianna ahead and shut Kassadin down before he can get level 6. Really important that you get Kassadin behind. But if you pay a lot of attention to mid lane and you throw a lot of resources there, you're not looking at the Kai'Sa Nautilus in the bottom lane who's going to be bullying your 2 versus 2. You're not looking at that Olaf top lane who, while he is chasing a Singe, it's still Olaf in the early game. He's still a monster to deal with. So Dynasty Ruby has that security in a late game with Kassadin. It's just going to be a matter of, can Graves find some room for Kai'Sa Nautilus? Can he make sure that it's Singed gets put behind? Can he make sure that the Lovers Duo in the bottom lane doesn't get to bully out the Kai'Sa Nautilus? And how can Rocketfellas manage all of this in the early game while also making sure Kassadin gets put behind? It feels like Rocketfellas has a long laundry list of things that they need to do across the course of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and also this Graves, this is really going, I feel, to take away from Super Gremlin's, enjoyable playstyle where he loves to counter gank, he loves to counter jungle, really go into the enemy's jungle and steal away their camps. But like you just said, Brittany, he's going to be stretched pretty thin, just trying to cover for his lanes in this early game, making sure that bot lane is able to accelerate ahead, making sure that mid isn't constantly getting collapsed on. It feels like it is going to be tough for him to really make room, make time to play his usual style of game and worry about himself. And you kind of have to call into question if making sure your lanes were the ones ahead, if that was your main goal for the jungler in game 3, then Graves doesn't really feel like it is the best champion to accomplish that. A pick that really wants to be selfish and have the team play around him. Now it feels like this Graves is going to have to play around his team if he wants success in this game. So it's really a wonder of if Super Gremlin can adapt to really his team's need rather than his own, because that has been sort of the name of the game in those first couple of matches that we've casted.
Yeah, and we've said it before about Dynasty Ruby. They do play a very solo QB style of game. They like to just play the champions that are comfortable for them, and Super Gremlin has not been taken off of his Graves yet, so it's not too shocking to me that they lock it in. But I do think I agree with you. It is going to be a much more difficult job rather than if he was playing something like Maokai, like Nunu, like Xin Zhao, a champion who maybe can make something happen earlier in the game, can make more aggressive ganks happen, and isn't as focused on getting resources on themselves.
Yep, absolutely. So I think it is going to be really interesting to see how DYN are going to play this game. They have a little bit of split as far as strengths go. On one hand, you have Olaf, who loves to tear it up in the early game. You have Cassidy, who loves to tear it up in the late game. So it feels like the focus of power is not necessarily there for Dynasty Ruby. They're strong at all points, but not overly strong as a team at really any point in the game. And I think Rockefellers are sort of the opposite of that. This is a comp that very much so wants to scale into that late game. Once they get those 3 to 4 items under their belt, once that late game rolls around and they're able to roam up as a team, I think they're going to have a much better and easier time playing out these fights than Dynasty Ruby, who are really reliant on making sure those early game junglers get fed to transition into the mid to late game.
Yeah, early game, I think, really is going to be the name of the game here for both of these compositions. Can Rocketfellas weather that storm that is going to be coming from Dynasty Ruby? Can they deal with this Kai'Sa Nautilus bottom lane? Can they deal with the Olaf top side? Can they make it to a point where Cassidy starts to become a problem and then start to become a problem themselves? They do have Orianna, who, like you said, end all be all mid laner right now. She's one of the strongest in the meta. You have Nocturne with Paranoia, who's going to be able to make Kai'Sa's life very difficult. You have the Xayah Rakan, which is a super strong duo. So if Rocketfellas can weather this early game, if they can make it through and they can make sure that Cassidy isn't starting to get ahead, if Graves isn't getting a ton of gold, if Olaf is starting to get behind, there's a real big opportunity for them to take this game away. But this composition is also playing right into Dynasty Ruby's comfortable play style. So I worry that it might just be too much for Rocketfellas to deal with.
Yep, absolutely. And while we wait for the spectator delay and while we wait for us to load into game, we are going to take a small little intermission. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Rocketfellas versus Dynasty Ruby. See you soon for game 3.
From all the cold weather, I'm getting sick thinking of you. Feels just like the flu. I'm drowning in the soup. I've been thinking of you. I can't find my cold. Everywhere I go is so cold. Wish that I could go, but you're too deep in the snow. Frozen skylights stored outside, and it makes me frozen inside. Every night I wanna drive by, but my coat is lost in the snow. From all the cold weather, I've been getting sick thinking of you. Feels just like the flu. Drowning in the soup. I've been thinking of you. Broadcast from my room. Someone let me loose. Sunshine in the news. Frosted in the gloom. And I can't drive. You frozen too. Think I won't make a fuse. I'll never make it back to you. I sit at night, stuck on my mind, with the fireplace in my eyes. In the twilight, different moonlight. Nothing comes out late at night. From all the cold weather, I've been getting sick thinking of you. Feels just like the flu. Drowning in the soup. I've been thinking of you. Cold nights, drive through different tools. Roll down, window meters on. I'm all alone. Where did you go? Back into your mind, down into your hole. And I'm not invited, I already know. I'm standing right in
Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's coverage of the AGL semifinals. We got a banger matchup here tonight between Dynasty, Ruby, and Rocketfellas. Rocketfellas making it interesting. Fourth seed making it into the semifinals are now tied up 1-1. We're into our normal best of 3 format now. 3 more games to decide who will move on to the finals and whose run ends here.
Yep, absolutely. And you can see that Rocketfellas are actually the ones anticipating a potential cheeky play from Dynasty Ruby, but it doesn't look like there's going to be anything in this level 1, as they are just 5-point defense and standing still like statues, not even walking up actually at this point. Put in any wards. Feels like Dynasty Ruby and attitude might have already changed in them. Maybe that game was a wake-up call for them to start playing the game a little bit more seriously. No more joking, no more laughing. Now it is serious Dynasty Ruby time.
Yeah, they know that Rocketfellas has the potential to upset champions. They know that last week Elysium Omen did fall to them, and now they are potentially next on the chopping block if they don't fully shape up and get themselves together. They've got comfort picks for themselves. They've got Toxic Koopa onto that Kaisa. It is an exhausting night bottom lane. They're looking to play aggressive. They've got Super Gremlin on that Comfort Graves. We know he's going to do 3 camps into Recall to pick up that Doran's Blade. It's just a matter of what can Rocketfellas do to disrupt that in any way. What can they do to take advantage of the fact that they know that this play is coming?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that both junglers are just starting on opposite sides, mirroring each other's pathing. And I expect a full clear here from Cherix. Not nearly as much aggression in this early game, most likely going to come out for this Nocturne. But I do expect that if the junglers see each other, Cherix will have a much easier time looking for fights against this Nocturne. I'm sorry, Graves. This Nocturne, as a champion, is one of the better champions when it comes to being able to fight in jungle. Matching Graves is a very important thing.
Getting aggressive in the bottom lane. You can see from the early game positioning, Play on Wards and Toxic Koopa want to make these early fights happen. They want to take the aggression to the Xayah Rakan before they hit that level 3 and before they start to really unlock that full scale of mobility and damage that this duo has. As Kaisa Nautilus, very good in the early game. They can definitely play aggressive, and I also want to point out a bit of a deviation from what we expected. Super Gremlin is not looking to play for the Doran's Blade. He's full clear to those first 3 camps and is now just looking to go to the rest of his jungle. He's not resetting just yet.
Yeah, I think he acknowledges probably that Cherix on this Nocturne is most likely just going to look to full clear. Not much interaction between the junglers is to be expected in this early game, at least until this Nocturne does unlock that paranoia. So I think he is just trying to save time, is just trying to match tempo with this Nocturne by full clearing. Because he's not really going to be able to fight with it, right? He's not really going to make much use out of that Doran's Blade. So I definitely agree with Super Gremlin's assessment of this game.
Yeah, but now with the wave pushing in and Super Gremlin down, finishing up these Krugs, Rocketfellas bottom lane has to be a little bit careful of the potential Graves gank. It's a level 4 Graves. He's fairly scary, especially when he's got some crowd control to follow up on with that Nautilus. Gonna dash into the pit to start working towards the Scuttle Crab. There's an engage from the Dynasty Ruby bottom lane. Toxic Koopa getting very low, exhausted down, but Galen ignited, taking up plenty of damage, but Super Gremlin is here. There's that smoke screen, gonna force the flash out of Flea's Nerf Victini. Another hook lands. They'll find the damage with the plasma stacks. Toxic Koopa will pick up first blood.
Yeah, good there on Super Gremlin to drop the crab in favor of helping out his bot lane into the 2v2, making it a 2v3. However, there's a trade-off. Cherix managing to get himself the crab in return. Is actually going to be looking for a double crab as well. So Cherix up a decent amount of experience here in this early game. We were talking a little bit about how Super Gremlin wasn't doing that 3 camp clear into Doran's Blade. But he is just going to do a 6 camp clear into Doran's Blade this time instead, delaying it a little bit. Again, probably just wanted to keep up tempo, keep up timing with the Nocturne, who he knew was probably just looking for all 6 camps.
There might be a fight here, actually. Super Gremlin is going to spot Cherix on his Gromp. Nearsighted there. Cherix trying to keep the fight going, but it's red buff versus red buff, and Graves has some good kiting in him. Emotional damage and Chilling Knight are here for the rotate. Flips this top laner into his jungler. Emotional damage. No! God. Super Gremlin will find the kill. They're chasing down Singe. The ghost is on for both top laners, but the Undertow for CZI will pick up the kill.
Yeah, and I really don't know what was going through Cherix's mind to go for that invade. You know that Super Gremlin just got his job done. You know that he probably wants to look for a reset. Maybe Cherix was anticipating that Super Gremlin would look for his tier 2 Grump, and they would sort of split map, but I don't know. It just feels like a bit of an oversight there from the Nocturne to go for those camps. It feels really risky given the priority situation of your two side lanes.
Yeah, just a bit of an over-aggression from Cherix, and this is something we have seen him before. He's been on stream quite a few times, and this is sort of the moniker of his play. He likes to play aggressive. He likes to be in the enemy jungler's face, and oftentimes he does get punished for it. This is something we've seen happen before, and we're starting to see it happen again, as Super Gremlin is a jungler who is known for punishing enemy teams. He's known for playing aggressive. As speaking of aggression, play on wards, maybe getting caught out here as Victini's going to find that knockup. Cherix looking to get in with a fear, but just not fast enough to catch up to the Nautilus. He's got those tier 1 boots. He's gonna manage to get himself out of trouble.
Yep, and with a little bit of pressure on the bot lane, now it feels like Cherix is a little bit pinched out for options. He's just going to be forced to retreat back to his top side, which is currently being taken by Super Gremlin. So this Nocturne losing out on quite a bit of resources here, not able to get the bot play, and now getting 2 of his camps taken back to back. Definitely cannot feel good. He's just gonna go all the way back down, and yeah, ring around the rosy a little bit for the poor Nocturne.
I just want to draw your attention to the mini-map real quick if you want to take a look at top lane and look where Emotional Damage has decided to set up camp, so to speak. Just sitting between the inner and inhibitor turrets, as Singed is like to do. We do see the early rotation here from Super Gremlin. He was moving back towards top lane to grab those camps anyway, looking for the execute, but I think Super Gremlin is just going to find the kill. Yeah, that is some unfortunate timing if I have ever seen it.
Smokescreen kill for the win, but they do spot out Super Gremlin. They do spot out the Nocturne. That is a go button for Cherix to start on this dragon, but a fight in bot lane potentially brewing here.
Galen has 6. I think the Rocketfellas bottom lane is happy to be trading and looking for aggression here, and especially now that Cherix is on the bottom side, he picks up that dragon. It's a great early start for the Rocketfellas team, even if the kills are not exactly in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, the kills definitely not in their favor, as you said, Brady, but they are trying to find advantages other places, which I think is really the name of the game.
Flash forward, play on wards, looking for the play. Galen still holding on to that Featherstorm. He's finally going to pop it. Victini doing a great job of disengaging. A nice 2-man root from Galen. The collateral damage will not find the damage and will not pick up the kill. And it's a great disengage from the Rocketfellas bottom lane, trading 2 summoners for 2.
Yeah, I mean, Rocketfellas managing to get out with a few slivers of health each respectively, so that is a lot of resources burned, specifically on Play on Wards, who used both of his summoners to try and get those kills, but no longer has them, so it is going to stagnate that aggressive playstyle that this Nautilus and Kai'Sa are looking for, I think, as long as the bot lane of Galen and... Oh, hold that thought.
CC looking to potentially trade. He's hitting these undertows. He's got his active. Yeah, but you know, Singed still running away. The Undertow's gonna miss one time. Emotional damage popping that Insanity Potion will start to get himself away. He wants to find the flip on to CZI. He's looking for the extra damage, but just can't find anything as we hand over to mid lane to watch Reboot Van miss a cannon.
Yeah, I mean, Reboot Van versus Messiah, I feel, is a matchup that we haven't paid a whole lot of attention to, specifically on the side of a Messiah, who has kind of gone underappreciated in this game, but hold that thought.
He's playing Singed, which does mean that eventually he will die under the enemy tower a couple of times. That's just kind of how Singed gameplay works. Super Gremlin will find his 3rd of the game, and Emotional Damage will also find his 3rd, just in a different category.
Yup, and now Paranoia is unlocked here for Cherix, so you can see he is making his way down to the bot lane. This is the time for this Doctor to really get aggressive on the bot lane, really surprise them with the fact that he has that 6. It might only work once, but one shot might be all that Rocketfellas need in this game to really propel Galen forward, because he is down a decent amount of CS. One kill would do, honestly, miracles for this Zaya.
Oh, Victini is caught under tower, though. A disaster for the Rocketfellas bottom lane as the engage is now onto Galen. Cherix is here, still holding on to that paranoia. The damage is coming in onto Galen. Nice spell shield to get away from that. Ruben playing on wards, finds the hook onto Galen beautifully. It's another kill for Toxic Koopa. 2-0-1 now. Cherix now the next target. He's in trouble. The Plasma Burst is going to do so much damage. Toxic Koopa should just have the follow-up. It's a double kill for the Kaisa and the Dynasty Ruby bottom lane, starting to run away with the game.
And it is an absolute disaster here for the Rocketfellas. 8-0 on kills, down about 5k gold already. And we didn't even talk about it, but Herald picked up there for Super Gremlin while that fight in bot lane was going on. The Graves managed to sneak that objective away. So yeah, so far it has just been Dynasty Ruby returning to form in this game 3. This is a lot more reminiscent of that first game where they just felt in control the entire time, not letting a single thing out of sight. Rocketfellas, they're looking for these plays, they're looking for these fights, but every time they are beaten to the punch.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to mention, you were talking about it earlier, mid lane, Reboot Man is down about 10 CS, but given how the rest of the map is going, he's got to be feeling pretty fine to be in this position. You're playing Kassadin, you know you're going to be scaling, your team is ahead on the map, all you have to do is sit back and farm, really. You just have to wait for the game to close itself out. You've got an Olaf who's got kills, you've got a Graves who's got plenty of kills, and the enemy team is starting to get further and further behind. So even if you are just trading 1-for-1 and you're going even with Orianna in terms of CS, you're feeling pretty happy as hang on. Maybe a potential catch. Toxic Koopa forced to flash away. He's going to live for a second, but Galen flashing forward on the Feather Storm will shut him down. Now, Super Gremlin looking for the trade. Can't find the damage off of that collateral damage. A nice root. These are Victini. Maybe a little bit over aggressive. Immediately flash back over the wall as there's a trade in the top lane as well. CZI has that ghost on. Doesn't have the Ragnarok anymore. Emotional damage might have just outplayed him, but the shield from that W is going to keep him alive for just that little bit longer. Super Gremlin and Reboot Van, though, want to punish in the bottom lane. Galen, they need trouble. Flash forward from Reboot Van. Galen picked up, taken down. Super Gremlin will go on a rampage. Flash forward from the Graves just to guarantee the kill. Reboot Van will find their first bit of interaction on the map, and it's with 2 kills in the bottom side.
Yup, and they managed to find a kill on toward Toxic Koopa, but now that is a Herald drop in the bot lane, and there's no one to defend it. So first turret most likely going to go the way here of Dynasty Ruby. They're not even really putting their foot on the gas like they were in game 1. It felt like game 1, they were actively seeking out plays on the map, and sometimes they fail, but most of the time they succeeded. This has just been Rocketfellas looking for that aggression, being beaten to the punch every single time. Dynasty Ruby feel like they're just capitalizing off of the constant mistakes here from Rocketfellas in game 3. And honestly, if they keep playing like this game is going to become a very quick one. It's going to be a very quick 2-1 scoreline in the series for Dynasty Ruby, as they are just continuing to be 1 to 2 to 3 steps ahead.
Yeah, and this really is just classic Dynasty Ruby. This is what they do. They punish your mistakes. They push you out of the game as early as possible. They love playing with these aggressive junglers and these aggressive lane picks, as Reboot Bam gonna get a decent trade there into Messiah, but the mid lane matchup doesn't really matter. We were a little bit worried about Kassadin. Ooh, good flashes traded mid lane. Messiah, nice little bit of reaction time there. But the mid lane matchup really doesn't matter. We were worried about, oh, Kassadin into Orianna. Orianna's going to bully him out, and this is going to be like a very difficult lane for him. But if your jungler is 4-0-3, and your Kai'Sa's 3-1, and your Olaf is up CS and up gold over the Singed, you don't really particularly care about how your mid lane matchup is going. As long as he's not 0-10, he's doing fine.
Yeah, I mean, this, like, to put this into, like, perspective for Reboot Van, this is like the kind of day where your parents say that they're gonna go out for dinner, and you really want to go, but they say they'll bring you some back so you can stay home. It's like that kind of good here for Reboot Van. He doesn't really have to do anything, but he's winning the game anyway.
Yeah, he just has to sit at home and play some video games, get his homework done, make sure that, you know, all of his I's are dotted and his T's are crossed, and so far he's been doing it. He's got his Roa early on Kassadin, he's scaling up with his tier, he's got his Mythic before Messiah does, which I think is a really important thing. And for Messiah now, this matchup has turned into, okay, if I can stay ahead of Kassadin, I'll be winning. Now that his team is behind on the map, it has turned into, okay, I need to find a massive shockwave to turn a fight and to start winning this game for my team. But as I say that, I think I may have just cursed it. Reboot Band is there. A nice shockwave onto 2, but all of the members of Dynasty Ruby arrive, and it's just a dead Orianna on screen.
Yeah, I'm definitely blaming you for that one, Brittany. You 100% cursed him. It's your fault. So, yeah, not much I feel that Rocketfellas can do in this game. You can see they're clumped up here to try and defend this mid turret. Super Gremlin is here on the side, and Depth Charge is available for casting, although Cherix does have that spell shield.
Two-man knockup, but Victini loses most of his health bar to get it up. I do also want to point out, Toxic Koopa, instead of the usual Duskblade build that we see with the Umbral Kai'Sa, has opted for the Youmu's, and now we have to ask the question that casters ask themselves every time a new Kai'Sa build pops up. Is it meta, or is he just trolling? We'll never really know.
I mean, hey man, Kai'Sa has so many builds. Checks off so many boxes just on a chim. You can honestly build whatever you want. It reminds me of old school Udyr.
Undertows on the top side. CZI maybe can look for a solo kill here, but just wants to opt for the wave instead. Super Gremlin is here. He's got that Youmu's popped. I think this might just be a dead singed. He's got the Insanity Potion and the Ghost popped, though. There's the Paranoia. They're looking for play on the bottom side instead, but emotional damage, I don't think there's much anywhere for you to go. Toxic Koopa will find that last hit there. And the Paranoia, that was our first of the game. Didn't end up finding anything off of it. Play on wards just out of range, and it's just not looking good for Rocketfellas.
I mean, cue the nerd face emoji, but that is actually our second one of the game, and Cherix did that. Cherix did that. No, it's fine, because Cherix did that the second time. His first time with his ultimate, he didn't cast it on anyone. He just let it sit and let it look cool. And honestly, it does look cool for the fact that you can't see anything. But yeah, he didn't really use it on to anyone, and same goes for this time around as well. It feels like Cherix is just using his ultimate for show. We're really overestimating the range you have on a level 1 Paranoia, which, to be honest, is not a lot.
Yeah, it really is that level 2, level 3 where the Paranoia really starts to unlock and become a huge threat. But it's also important for that first Paranoia and that second Paranoia to have a lot of impact and influence the map, and it's just not what we've seen out of Cherix in this game. I think the most action we've seen out of him is attempting to invade Super Gremlin on the top side and then just getting run out of the enemy jungle. For now, it's just Super Gremlin. I said it in the draft, but he has not been forced off of this grave once through this entire series. And he looks super comfortable on it. I feel like there has to be some sort of a change in style. Like we saw the Ivern ban, which I think against any other team is probably a good pick, but this is Dynasty Ruby. You know they're going to play an aggressive jungle as that. Wow, that hook lands onto Galen, forces the Featherstorm out of him immediately.
My lord.
That was a sizable lollipop, but yeah, this is what Dynasty Ruby does. They play carry junglers. The Ivern ban just feels a little strange looking back at the draft with full hindsight now.
Yeah, absolutely. And it feels like Dynasty Ruby, again, are really just starting to run away with this game. 9k gold lead in hand. Dragon about to spawn. Now, it is good that Rocketfellas managed to get one dragon up. Again, it does stall their soul by about 5 minutes. So I would say that Rocketfellas have a little bit of wiggle room to their name here in game 3, but they are continuing to sort of tighten up that wiggle room. It feels like every single play, every single fight win that Dynasty Ruby get makes that soul less and less obsolete to the point where they probably won't even need it to win the game. I think really what the important objective is going to be is that Baron spawning in about a minute and a half. And if Dynasty Ruby are the ones to find a pick onto Cherix or onto someone like Messiah who can have a huge team fight impact, then it's straight to the big purple worm, no questions asked.
Yeah, it is also worth mentioning that it is not, in fact, an infernal map. The overlay is lying to you, as Riot Games is oft to do sometimes. It is Chemtech Dragons and a Chemtech map this time around, which does mean some extra fun with some blast plants. But like you were saying, the soul itself is not the most impactful. We've heard some complaints and some people talk about just the lack of interactivity that the Chemtech Soul has. It doesn't do a ton. It's not very flashy. It's just really a raw stat stick. So if you're winning, it's gonna look really good, but if you're not winning, it doesn't do very much for you.
I mean, I don't like to shame here, but I'm gonna be honest. I think the Chemtech Soul is by far the ugliest looking one in the game. I look at the other ones and I think, man, you are pretty looking. You are very handsome. And I look at the Chemtech Soul and it's just, it did get the good genes, let's just say, in the family. Mommy and Daddy, they didn't really dress him up well when he was born.
Cheryx maybe in trouble here. Super Gremlin looking to get aggressive. There's that paranoia popped again. A nice shield, but it's not enough.
Collector.
The red light tick plus Collector locking down Cheryx. I thought he was going to live there, but you know, Collector's a good item. He got the kill there only because of Collector. And now play on wards. Looking to get aggressive here. And please Victini with a nice quickness onto 2. Shockwave finds 1. It's a messy fight. But Dynasty Ruby aren't dying. The health bars aren't getting low enough. Please Victini getting very, very low emotional damage, trying to run through the back line. He's trying to play Siege. Toxic Koopa is going to dash in with the killer instinct and pick him up and take himself onto a killing spree. And it was a fight that looked messy. It looked like Rocketfellas had an opportunity there, but they just don't have the damage. They don't have the resources to lock down any kills.
I mean, it felt like that fight was a little bit obsolete and honestly a bad thing to take there from Dynasty Ruby. They got the pick onto Cheryx and Baron was up and available for them to take it. They just crossed over the map. I feel like that Baron would have gone their way and they would have been able to accelerate their lead much further and much quicker than they did if they had just gone for that fight, because now Cheryx has respawned. So this Nocturne is up and available. It just felt like that fight was kind of there for show at the end of the day and not the most effective use of Dynasty Ruby's time.
Yeah, it felt like that was actually an opportunity for Rocketfellas to find their way back into the game. If that Shockwave had a little bit more oomph behind it, if Galen was allowed to throw down a couple more feathers before getting that pullback, if emotional damage could do just that little bit more damage, it definitely felt like it was possible for Rocketfellas to find something there. Just a lot of ifs that didn't end up working out in their favor, and Dynasty Ruby managed to keep their lead.
Yep, absolutely. And now the Baron is being postured around by Dynasty Ruby, and they are just going to start it up. Cheryx is on this side of the map, will be spotted out by a ward, has a ward of his own or a blast plant that just conveniently spawned right next to him, or right as I say that.
Oh, Cheryx in trouble. Oh, the flash, not even helpful. Toxic Koopa will find their 7th of the game. It's a 3-item Kaisa. What are you gonna do? No smite available means that the Baron is 100% free for Dynasty Ruby, and now the game is just a matter of them cleaning it up. They're over 10,000 gold in the lead at 20 minutes. This is a classic standard Dynasty Ruby game.
Yeah, I mean, Dynasty Ruby, there isn't a lot they can do to really mess this game up. They've been playing this game very clean. Like I said earlier, it's been much more reminiscent of that Game 1 game where they just put them so far behind early on that there is no way they can ever catch up. And now we see them sort of diverging their resources to lanes. A 2-2-1. A little bit of an interesting split in terms of players, but I mean, hey man, if it works, it works. As you can have, we do just have Super Gremlin just like rotating between bot and mid here, so it's sort of like almost a 1-3-2, so to speak. Super Gremlin just making himself available to either bot or mid, whichever one the play will be made on. But now with him recalling, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for him as Cheryx lands the Q, but I don't think you want to chase down this Olaf. I think he's probably just going to be able to walk away. Yep, and now they see 2 members on the top.
Another hook lands in mid lane. Please, Victini trying to get a disengage for his support, but Toxic Koopa just goes unstoppable. Galen, nice flash away. Gets the root down under tower. Ruben potentially in trouble. Messiah looking for the ball, looking to try and find a shockwave. Finds it on a 3. It's a massive amount of damage. This might be the fight as Cheryx is going to find one. Emotional damage will find one as well. Messiah now in trouble, trying to kite away from the Olaf. Will finally get away and play on wards on the wrong side of the map. A nice little Q to get away, but it's just going to donate the kill over to Galen, and it's a great punish from Rocketfellas to pick up 3. Hang on.
He's ace-checking right to a level 15 Graves.
Cheryx will survive with a sliver of HP. Emotional damage trying to chase him down, but it is Yomu's fleet footwork Graves, so he's going to run away really fast. So the Ghost is on for emotional damage, but I don't know if this is the one he wants to chase, actually. He's going to get that flip back, but he's just dead. Super Gremlin shows him what happened to Bambi's mom, puts a shotgun to his head and says good night. He's a Victini trying to get engaged now. Pops that Shirelli. Super Gremlin does so much damage on this Graves, though it's so difficult to try and fight into this composition. Ball on the Rakan. There's the Ragnarok.
Yep.
Olaf moving forward. He doesn't have a ton of sustain though. He will just get picked up, shut down. Goes over to Messiah, but Reboot Van is teleported again. It's a nice knockup for Ventini, but it's just too little too late. Reboot Van finds Messiah. Galen getting super low. Manages to survive. Toxic Koopa has the killer instinct. He's looking to get in. He wants to find what he finds. What he'll find. 2. The plasma stack's doing so much work on the Kaisa. It's 10 kills for Toxic Koopa, and it's Dynasty Ruby retaking control of the game.
Really good play there from Toxic Koopa to go in, realizing his damage, recognizing that he can go for that 1v3 and just executing on it, right? He didn't go too far. He actually had really good spacing with that Void Assault, or with that Killer Instinct rather. Sorry, I'm mixing up my ability names. And now with 2 gone, with 3 gone actually, they are just going to push down this bot lane. It is going to be an inhibitor here for Dynasty Ruby. It looked like Rocketfellas might have had a way back into that game off that fight, but they over-chased and were not able to take down Super Gremlin, who is 3 levels ahead of Cherix in terms of XP, which is just absolutely gigantic.
Yeah, I feel like if Rocketfellas were playing against any other team, that was their chance to get back into the game. It's just an issue of they are down so much gold. They found a really good fight. Like, for being down over 12,000 gold, that was an incredible fight to find. They picked up a lot of shutdown gold. They got it onto important characters, but it's just, it feels like it's too little too late at this point, as Dynasty Ruby do a great job of, again, re-shutting down the members of Rocketfellas. They punished that overextension so nicely, and while it looked good for Rocketfellas, it just looked better for Dynasty.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Dynasty are always able to be one step ahead in these fights, even when the Rocketfellas manage to rarely find a toe in the door. It's always just Dynasty Ruby putting their whole darn foot in it and getting advantage after advantage, always trumping over their counterparts in exchanges. And now it really is going to be up to Dynasty Ruby to just kind of take this Baron. This Baron spawning in about 1.5 minutes. It's pretty hard to siege against Isaiah, against an Orianna without Baron empowered minions. So I think it is just going to be Dynasty Ruby having to play that waiting game.
Yeah, the Baron is the next objective on the map. We do see CZI pushing out there in the top side. It looks like Dynasty Ruby do actually want to try and take this top lane turret while they've got time, but you know, again, pushing into Sand, pushing into Orianna, difficult things to do as Cherix is actually getting engaged on here. Reboot Van with a really nice stopwatch. Super Gremlin is just gonna pop Victini. No chance for him to play the game. Play on wards will be the sacrificial lamb, as he just wants to flash for a little bit of style points and to keep Cherix out of his team. It's to support traded for support, but with the inhibitor pushing down on that bottom side, it's also going to be another turret for Dynasty Ruby. We've made a 16. I think Galen's just dead here, actually. Electrocute procced. There was a Featherstorm, so Reboot Van does not want to go all in for that, but that is just the damage of the level 16 Kassadin. Emotional damage.
Ooh, emotional damage.
Sanity Potion wants to get a bit aggressive, but, you know, Olaf's got the Ragnarok. He's just running forward. He's sprinting forward with the Undertows. He's 1 versus 5. He absolutely does not care. He will eventually get picked up, knocked up, thrown back, exhausted, but he's going to survive because he's playing Olaf, and he's very good at the game. Emotional damage. Wants to keep the fight going, though. He's going to knock back Reboot Van. A nice knockup, but, you know, it's Kassadin. He's level 16. He's just going to dash out of there, and somehow all the members of Dynasty Ruby survive that play and get themselves an inhibitor to boot.
Yep, they just get out without a care in the world, and CZ managing to heal himself up so hard in this Olaf pick, just really utilizing that healing that that champion has. Yeah, like you said, Brady, they've managed to get themselves out without much more than a scratch, just having to recall a couple of members. And now the eyes have to be on this Baron, and there isn't really much I feel that Rocketfellas can do. They expelled so many resources to try and counteract that initial fight. They don't have access to the Insanity Potion. They don't have access to the Featherstorm, which is what Galen needs to get into these fights. The safety of Zaya is completely gone, and without safety for your main damage carry, taking a fight like this is absolutely risky, if not impossible. And yeah, it's just going to go the way of Dynasty Ruby.
Yeah, no chance for Cherix to get into that pit. No chance for any members of Rocketfellas to try and find that. As Ruby, speaking of finding, has found a Cherix. Cherix will find the fear. Please, Victini gonna get in with a knock-up. There's the paranoia, but the Zanya's gonna delay for a lot of time, and it is still Kassadin. He's got a splash and dash. He's gonna get out of there. Cherix is gonna dash in, but it's just to his death. A nice shockwave, but it will only find one as the Ragnarok was there. Toxic Koopa will go on a killing spree. He's gonna find another. Ruby is gonna pick up that last hit, and CZI just happy to be running into the enemy team, not a care in the world. He's playing Jack Show's Olaf. He's having a good time.
Yep, absolutely. Now they are just going to barrel down on this mid lane. Baron empowered buff in tow. A wave is starting to come in, so they are going to wait a little bit, but there is not much that emotional damage and Messiah can do. I mean, the Singe could try to proxy the wave, but he's just going to get caught out, right? He can't go there. He has to be careful of the hook or the flash E.
Yeah, he's just going to get
mites him.
Rocketfellas doing a little bit of a Napoleon cosplay because there is nothing they can do. Dynasty Ruby will go up 2-1 in the series and take us to match point.
Yup, that is match point here in this series, and it is off the back of yet another dominant game from Dynasty Ruby. They probably took that second game too hard. They took it, as Michael Jordan would say, yeah, they took that a little personally and decided to come back with a vengeance, and vengeance struck swiftly as they looked absolutely good and crazy in that game 3.
Yeah, they made it look simple. They gave up very few kills, very few objectives in general. It was all Dynasty Ruby's game, except for the points where they sort of threw it back to Rocketfellas just to say, hey, here's your chance. Try and take the game back from us. It feels like they were like, you know, that commercial where you have the guy with a $1 bill on a fake little fishing rod. It's just like, oh, you almost had it. You got to be quicker than that.
Yeah.
It felt like it was just Dynasty Ruby's game the whole way through. Once they had control in the early game, they were not letting it go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Dynasty Ruby just had a stranglehold on that game, honestly, and now it is going to be up again to Rocketfellas to mentally prepare, mentally reset, be ready for this game 4, and just say, you know, stuff happens just like last time, right? They've been through this situation before. This happened in game 1. They came back in game 2. Who's to say that they can't do it again in game 4?
I'm hoping that they'll take us to game 5, but Dynasty Ruby are looking dominant throughout this series. They're showing us why they are the #1 seed and why they are expected to take home the championship next week. But we're still a little bit of ways away from next week. We got a couple more games to play here tonight. We're going to take a short break before we hop back in for game 4 of Dynasty Ruby versus Rocketfellas. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Walking on the moon. One moment to escape. You're walking on the moon. I've never been. All our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. All our trouble seems to fade away. When we dance
We are back for game 4 of Dynasty Ruby versus Rocketfellas. Last game, Dynasty Ruby, in dominating fashion, took us to match point and set themselves to a trip, set themselves up to get ready for a trip to finals, if I can make my words go in the right direction. And we're already stepping pretty quickly into the draft here, as both the teams are excited to get into this game 4, as are we. Just looking across the board, the Rocketfellas are finally going to push Dynasty Ruby off of the graves and the Nautilus from play on wards, whereas Dynasty Ruby are going to take away those same bans of the Lilia, the Jinx, and the Jarvan, which does mean Rocketfellas get their hands on Seraphine again.
Yep, I mean, Dynasty Ruby, they are freed up in this game to draft so much more now that the Nautilus and Graves have been taken away, and they are looking to do that with aggression, right? Classic Dynasty Ruby picks like the Kai'Sa and the Rel, but on the other hand, Rocketfellas are looking to run it back a little bit of their own, their spicy secret little recipe. Seraphine and Lee Sin run back. The success to game 2 is brought back here in game 4 and is looking to repeat that success and hopefully bring us to game 5.
I will say they're going to have a bit more of a difficult time in the bottom lane, as it's not as real Alistar this time around for the Dynasty Ruby bottom laners. You've got Kai'Sa Rel, a much more aggressive combination, one that can really take it to the face of Sivir and make her have a much more difficult time in the early game, so it won't just be the free scaling that they had in that game 2. As well as Rel being flexible between jungle and support if they do want to put Super Gremlin on a bit of tank duty after he's been having just too much fun with the Graves. And they're going to lock in the Zac. And this is the AGL. I feel like this is the home of Zac's support. So I'm really not sure where this is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, Rel has the ability to go jungle, Zac has the ability to go support. You can really interchange those two champions, but I would definitely feel like Rel has more synergy with the Kai'Sa than Zac does. I think that Zac has its own strengths as well, but they're harder to play off of as an ADC like Kai'Sa. But nonetheless, top lane ban's going to come through here. Dynasty Ruby banning away that Malphite, making sure that that can't be run back. Rocketfellas very, very similar comp here, so they're making sure that that Malphite is not going to be part of the equation like it was in game 2. And on the other hand, Rocketfellas, again, just continuing to pinch away CZ's champion pool, making sure that Darius isn't allowed. Maybe they'll ban away the Garen as well, but no, they might actually be targeting themselves toward that mid lane, making sure Reboot Band can't get some of his comfort picks. Yone hovered here. Sylas and Yone are both good bans. It is going to be the Sylas, and I definitely agree with things like the Killer Instinct, like the Magnet Storm available. These are ultimates that Sylas likes to steal away. And yeah, definitely a good ban on Rocketfellas' side. Now it is up to Dynasty Ruby to see which champion they want to blind pick and which one they want to give counter pick to.
Yeah, Orianna still have it available, and I think for Dynasty Ruby, that's just a solid pick. You have Rel, Zac, who are going to do such a great job of keeping people in a place for Orianna to just hit these massive shockwaves. Not too shocking to see them lock that one blind. It was a little surprising, actually, to see it get this far through the ban phase after the impact that it had in that game 3. I think it felt like it really was the reason why those fights could turn the way that they were off of the engages from Please Nerf Victini. The shockwaves were just doing so much work, and it felt very difficult for Dynasty Ruby to break through when a good shockwave was coming through, but it's going to be available for them, so Dynasty Ruby are going to grab it themselves, and Rocketfellas are going to pick away the Garen themselves. And all of the enchanters available, Zilean is their hover right now, and I gotta say, I would love this if this is a lock-in for Rocketfellas. Zilean is so disgusting to try and play against.
Yep, absolutely, and it is going to be locked in here for Rocketfellas. So that is going to be, it could be a Zilean mid, could be a Zilean support. We will have to wait and see, but now it really is going to be which champion can act as that ball delivery system here for the top laners. Ornn is up and available. Sion is up and available. I feel like a tank here would definitely not hurt.
Yo.
But Dynasty Ruby might just be going the opposite way and going for a Vayne, but it is going to be the Camille instead. If that was a Vayne top lane in a potential elimination match, I was going to have some questions, but yeah, it is just going
we have to go Vayne. It is just the Camille locked in for Dynasty Ruby. Not too shocking, just given CZI's champion pool. It's a bruiser. He loves to play it. He loves to see it. And I think it has a decent matchup into Garen as well. Although we have seen, if you have been watching Worlds at all, Garen, pretty good champion right now. Difficult to get out of lane in a way that is negative, and difficult for him to, I honestly would say, lose lanes. Because even if he starts losing, he's just going to play the side lane, heal up, out-sustain you and out-fight you as soon as he gets like an item and a half under his belt. He's so difficult to play against. So I don't know. I really like the Rocketfellas comp. The Seraphine Zilean are going to enable Lee Sin, Garen, and Sivir so nicely. And Sivir even will be able to enable the Lee Sin and the Garen as well. This is just a very cohesive composition and a great callback to what we saw in Game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Rocketfellas are really banking on that previous success, that previous comp of Game 2 to really carry them through this game. But Dynasty Ruby are cooking up something entirely different here, grabbing the Orianna for themselves and really playing off the shockwave is going to be their game plan. They have a really good amount of dive as well, and I think against a comp that has Sivir and Zilean or Seraphine, you have the ability to dive these two. They're immobile, and sure, there is a spell shield, and eventually there is going to be a revive if that is a Zilean support. But I think until then, I think especially in those early levels, your job in that bot lane is to be as oppressive as possible. Look for dives, look for plays to really shut Galen out of the game, because I think he, at the core of it, was also a gigantic reason for that Game 2 win for Rocketfellas. And if they can manage to take away that part of the equation, Dynasty Ruby are looking to secure this game. They're looking to secure finals, and I think that is one way they can do it.
Yeah, and on the other side, Dynasty Ruby, like you were saying, have great amounts of dive. I think the Zilean is going to prove to be a massive problem for them, as that champion is just so good at countering dive. You focus down one target, they get that revive on them, and then all of the resources that you put into that target have just gone into the wind. But at the same time, they have a lot of good threat with the Zac, with the Rel, with the Orianna. It's not just single target dive. They have a lot of good AoE that's going to be able to keep a target down. So whoever Zilean throws that revive on, if it's too early and Dynasty Ruby can change targets and get themselves onto a target that isn't as protected, it's going to be a lot easier for them to navigate fights.
But until that revive comes up, they are completely vulnerable to those dives. When that revive comes up, I think it definitely is much harder for Dynasty Ruby to really hit that high note and really go for those crucial dives that could end in a 1-for-0, potentially a 2-for-0, without having to expel a lot more than you're willing to take. But yeah, I think that but between levels 1 and 5, I think the Zilean is really susceptible to getting dove, to being collapsed on. We've seen how much Super Gremlin likes to play aggressive, and I think with a champion like Zac that is confirmed to be in the jungle now, he is going to look for a similar style of play. So we are going to wait for both teams to hop into the game. We are going to wait for the spectator delay to catch up to us, the casters, and you, the viewers. So while we wait for that, we are going to take a small little break. So don't go anywhere. We are back for the potential last game of the semifinals between the Rocketfellas and Dynasty Ruby. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of the AGL semifinals. It's Rocketfellas versus Dynasty Ruby, and Dynasty Ruby is up 2-1 in the series. They've taken us to match point, and they are looking to seal their ticket to finals. Rocketfellas are looking for the upset once again. They did it last week against Elysium Omen, and now they are here looking to take us to Game 5, get us to those silver scrapes against the expected #1 seed.
Yeah, and I mean, Dynasty Ruby here are definitely looking to make an impact here in the early game, demoralize, right, Rocketfellas in this early game, I think is what they have been trying to do in the games that they have been winning. They have been just constantly beating down on them, applying that pressure more and more as the game goes on. That Rocketfellas is getting a little bit spicy in the level 1, wanting to get some information on where Super Gremlin starts, because I would say that this is definitely the biggest weakness of Zach as a champion. He has a very slow first clear, and while it is healthy, it is not quick at all. So being able to know where the Zach started, when he started it, is very crucial to trying to counter the champion, because in the later stages, this champion is going to be an absolute monster that is very difficult to kill.
Yeah, I think it's also worth mentioning, this is Super Gremlin's first game off of Graves in quite a long time. In the past 3 games, it has slipped through the ban phase, made its way into that first round of picks, and Zach is a very different style of champion than Graves is. It's not going to be 3 camps, a recall for Doran's Blade, start to look to fight on the map. Zach is very much more I have to gank my lanes, I have to get them ahead, because Zach himself is not going to solo carry the game. You have to get your Kaiserel ahead. You have to make sure your Camille is winning against that Ignite Garen. You have to play much more for your team than Super Gremlin has been doing over the course of this series.
Yep, absolutely. And so far the game has been relatively vanilla, I would say. I think both junglers are mirroring each other in terms of pathing, but I really want to see Cherex try to do something fancy here, because by no means do I think you are going to be able to get this Camille early on. Not only will she have the hook shot by the time you make your way up to that top lane, but this Camille has also opted into the flash. We are seeing a flash teleport Camille instead of the usual teleport ignite Camille that you would expect to see be more aggressive, I will say, in the laning phase. I feel like trying to really accelerate emotional damage early on is a lot more difficult than you should make it out to be. I would instead much rather you focus on that mid lane, on that bot lane, and that starts by really trying to apply pressure to this Zach at his early point.
Yeah, I fully agree. Applying pressure, getting your lanes winning, obviously always the role for the jungler, but in this case, again, Super Gremlin just on a very different style of jungler. We're going to have to see if those hands diff skills can carry over to one that is more based around the team, one that is going to be there to support them instead of the other way around. As Rocketfellas, you have gone back to what worked. In Game 2, we saw them succeed with the Seraphine plus Enchanter comp in the bottom lane, just getting Galen on this Sivir very, very far ahead, very fed. Now have gone back to it. No longer the Lulu, opting for the Zillion this time. We're gonna have to see if they can get Galen ahead, get him some resources, maybe even get Cherex a couple of kills in the early game, or if the aggression coming out from this bottom lane, as already we've got to play Galen, who's gonna get stunned up here. The Ignite is down. Galen taking plenty of damage. Super Gremlin is gonna get that grab, pull him back up, flash away from Galen, but the exhaust will keep him safe. Toxic Koopa not able to get that last hit, not enough damage. Gonna get stunned up, actually. Take a lot of damage from the Zillion here. Super Gremlin still in the area. They know the Zac is still here. Play on wards. Wants to keep the play going. Is gonna get the stun down onto Victini. Super Gremlin wasn't expecting the stun, though! The elastic slingshot goes wide. And with the flash, Super Victini, please nerf Victini, will survive.
Yeah, but now the wave is pushing in toward that red side. Or actually, it is pushing in toward the blue side, rather, because of the amount of caster minions that are down there. So now Toxic Koopa and Play on Wards, I feel this is their time to really accelerate that minion wave. Try and get a clean reset. Make sure you don't lose that many resources by going for it. And I feel like they're just sort of slow pushing here. They know that Galen isn't here. They know that they can push this wave very easily, but they're just slow pushing it. And it feels like because of this, Toxic Koopa is going to lose a lot of resources and a pause here in Game 4. So, yeah.
Honestly, for game 4 being our first pause, I'll take it. That is better than we normally do. I do just want to point out, with the influence that Super Gremlin had on that bottom side, Toxic Koopa managing to hold on to all summoners, play on wards, still has that flash, whereas Galen and Victini have lost all of their summoners. They have nothing left if it comes down to a 2 versus 2. And now with the XP lead that Toxic Koopa is going to have over Galen, if Play on Wards and Toxic Koopa get that level 4, get that level 5 before Galen does, there's a decent chance of a 2v2 kill happening here.
Yeah, but I mean, look at the map real quick. Super Gremlin and Chili Knight, also known as CZ, are kind of approaching, kind of pinching that Garen up on the Krugs. So there is a possibility they could potentially burn the flash away from this Garen, and I think that would give CZ a very good opportunity to continue looking for these aggressive plays on this Camille, which is already a very dangerous champion to have ahead just in general. Because this champion, once they get the Divine Sunder, is just going to be able to cut the top lane and be able to cut the frontliners of Rocketfellas like Swiss cheese. So definitely not a champion you want to see ahead in this early game.
Yeah, fully agree. Apologies, disconnected there for a second. But for now, it is just a slow early game for Rocketfellas, just trying to scale up to that point of getting strong on your Sivir, on your Lee Sin, getting a couple of items under their belts. And Dynasty Ruby really want to push the issue. They want to make sure Sivir doesn't have a free scaling time in that bottom lane. They want to make sure Kaiserel's getting ahead. They want to make sure that Camille has a comfortable matchup into this Garen, because we've seen what Garen can do. Once he gets that level 6 point with Ignite, he can find some very sneaky kills on to opposing laners who aren't expecting it. So it is going to be on CZI and on Super Gremlin to make sure that this Garen does not find a cheeky ulti kill somewhere and force a teleport or a flash out of Chili Knight.
Yep, absolutely. And so as this pause continues to go on, I think it's a little bit interesting that Super Gremlin actually opted for the Darksteel on the first back, going in for a little bit more AP magic damage on this pick. And I mean, you can clearly see that he has the Aftershock Keystone applied to his champion. So this is going to be a tank Zac through and through, but I think this Darksteel is definitely spelling that Super Gremlin wants to go aggressive. He wants to get as many stacks as possible before he inevitably has to fall back, break off into the usual tank Zac build, which I wouldn't be surprised if we see things like a Demonic Embrace, Radiant Virtue. That is typically what Zacs will go in this meta. And if he doesn't want to go the Demonic Embrace, maybe we can see something like a Sunfire Aegis, as well as he wants to stick to a lot of the members of the Rocketfellas. There are a lot of different build possibilities for this pick, but I do think that the Darksteel is spelling that he really just wants to be a nuisance in this early game, try and match Charax in terms of pressure in the early game.
Yeah, it would fit his style a little bit more. Again, I was kind of surprised to see them opt for the Zac in the jungle in this game. I know he is very strong in the jungle, but Zac support is kind of an AGL special, and Darrell has the ability, I think, to play the early game a bit more aggressively, take something like Hack Slash and just look to play to gank lane, but Zac is a little bit slower in terms of clear and in terms of moving around the map. So it is surprising to see him opt for this pick when the Graves has banned away from him, but so far, his first gank has been a success. He's burning 4 summoners for 1 or 2 as he lost his own flash in the play, but he's feeling confident on it. He's looking good on it, too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is his first game, like we've said a couple of times, off of the Graves. So there are some questions surrounding how well he can play champions that are more leaning on the facilitator side. Zac, in my opinion, by no means can be considered a carry jungler. He's much more tanky, in line with things like a Sejuani, even though he does much more damage than a Sejuani, I would say. He is definitely more in that style. So it's going to be interesting to see how Super Gremlin sort of adapts to playing like a facilitator instead of a carry that he has been in all of the games in this series. And we have been unpaused. There is a little bit of a spectator pause as well, so
give the spectator delay a bit of time to get back to that 3-minute mark. I was really worried we were going to have to start going into podcast mode. I was about to start asking you about movies you've seen recently or any books that you've read, but we are getting back into game as emotional damage. Is forced to lose that flash. He did greed for those Krugs off of Super Gremlin, but An unfortunate bit of timing means that it is just the flash loss for the Garen, which I think is really going to negate a lot of his damage power once he hits 6, as there's a spell shield in the bottom lane. Galen gonna take a little bit of extra damage from that Kai'Sa on the way out, but also throwing a boomerang across the shoulder means Toxic Koopa doesn't get out unscathed either.
Yep, not going to be able to finish up those plasma stacks. So a little bit of unfortunate turn of events there for Koopa. If he had managed to get that passive proc off, I think that it would have been a really good trade in the bot lane for Dynasty Ruby. But yep, just a trade and walk away sort of thing. And we can see that Cherix has actually started up this dragon in the bot lane. This is something that he has been doing the entire series. He's really been a fan of picking up those first dragons, sneaking them away. And I think in a case like this where Super Gremlin is pathing down toward the bot lane, you're denying a lot of fallback potential on this Zac in case a gank does not work. He's just going to be forced to take the reset instead of looking for the dragon that was just now taken.
Yeah, that is that first Chemtech dragon. So no Chemtech soul this time around. No Mountain Soul either, as that is going to be our second dragon. And yeah, like you said, this is something that Cherix did last time around on the Lee Sin in that game too. Snuck over the wall around the vision, picked up the early dragon, and bought his team that extra 5 minutes that they needed for scaling. And as we continue to look at this game, I'm getting more and more a sense of deja vu as we keep going on, as it just feels like we're very much rehashing a lot of the same points of that game too here in game 4.
See, the Super Gremlin is waiting in the wings. This is something that I like to see Zax do, right? This is something that you can do overall. It is very reminiscent of a pick like a Rek'Sai, who is able to have a few more of those more unorthodox angles to gank from and be able to be much harder to spot on vision should you play that correctly. He's not going to be able to find anything, so just a reset going off on the Zac. Now picked up the Ionian Boots of Lucidity, and again, this pick wants to continue being aggressive in the early game. It doesn't really feel like Super Gremlin, except for that one gank in bot lane, has had a chance have much to look for some of these more aggressive plays, especially with that dragon taken. Can't really transition those aggressive plays that you want into anything meaningful, as the Herald has not yet spawned. Gonna spawn in about 30 seconds here, a little bit under, but until then, yeah, the Zac just going to be reserved to farming, something that the champion himself does not really want to do.
Yeah, we are seeing some early roaming from Play on Wards. He's showing up in the top side. It is on vision, so he will just have to clear that one out. And Toxic Koopa may be punished for it. It's a nice bomb from Victini, a little double bomb stun. He's going to lose a large portion of his health pool, and there's no potions on that Kai'Sa either, so that's going to be a forced recall. That's a Wave Hunter tower that she's not picking up, and that is more of a lead for the Sivir and the Zilean, especially considering that this Sivir has been stacking Cull since minute 1.
Yup, absolutely. You always have to be careful of Zilean's passive. There you go, Galen just managing to hit 6, and once the Zilean does get that Chrono Shift available, those dives on the Kai'Sa, the 2v1 dives, are going to be a lot easier to pull off without sacrificing much in return. But yeah, it is just going to be Toxic Koopa backing away. Super Gremlin going to take the Herald in the meantime with the roam from Play on Wards. I really like his usage of, you know, team priority and being able to really utilize the numbers advantage that his support has provided. But Messiah, the next target potentially.
He is going to be able to zoom his way out of there. Seraphine, again, a kind of difficult champion to make a gank happen for, especially given that Cherix and Nerf Victini were on their way up. It didn't seem like much of a gank that could happen. His Play on Wards is going to be spotted here. Just trade stun for slow here. It's a knock-up onto Nerf Victini. Toxic Koopa does not have level 6 yet. I don't think he knows that Cherix is around. The Lee Sin will finally show his face. Dodges out from that stun. Galen and Messiah are here. That's a flash forward from Play on Wards, but I don't think that's the flash you wanted to take. It's first blood for Messiah. It's a flash away from Toxic Koopa, but the Sonic Wave was already there. It's a beautiful flash kick from Cherix. It's Rocketfellas cleaning up the early game. Very different from what we've seen throughout the rest of this series.
Yeah, good flash kick, good micro there from Cherix to be able to push up this early game a lead. It is really good to give this Sivir 1 to 2 kills early on, because this is a champion that really thrives in the late game. So being able to accelerate that sort of breaking point on the champion in terms of itemization is a really crucial thing to do. So good on him to really recognize what champions need the resources and playing toward that side.
Yeah, and I think Cherix, now that he's not playing against the Graves, it means he's much more freed up to play aggressive, to play in the enemy jungle, to try and look for invades. As Zach, not known for being the greatest duelist on Earth, and with the priority in bottom lane and mid lane that he had, was able to just look for that roam, got the couple camps, got a couple of kills, and the Rocketfellas team has to be feeling really good about themselves and about pulling this series to a Game 5.
Yep, absolutely, and they are on track to put this to a Game 5 as well. Good early game strength here coming out from Cherix and the bot lane of the Rocketfellas so far, and this was something that honestly not a lot of people predicted, right? A Game 5 between these two teams is not something many thought would actually happen. And Rocketfellas, even though they were able to upset Elysium Omen, upsetting, I feel, Dynasty Ruby is a completely other thing and warrants a lot of attention if they are able to do that. If they are able to get into the finals, they just upset two of the best teams in the league. That'll be a huge accomplishment, a huge factor for the mental of the enemy team going into the finals.
Now, Quacks, let me harken you back. Let me take you back to a time back in the year of our Lord, 2022, as I'm gonna have to take a pause on that. Super Gremlin and Cherix are trading in the mid lane here. Reboot Van can't find anything just yet. Still hanging on to that ball, looking for the shockwave, but
oh no,
there's Cherix. Oh, it's a beautiful shockwave to punish under tower. The Zillion revive to keep Messiah alive, though. Taking just a 1-for-1 if Reboot Van is going to get picked up. Emotional damage flashes damage to smite him down with the call of Demacia Justice. Pulls him down. Super Gremlin will get picked up under tower. Messiah finds that kill, and Rocketfellas maintain their advantage.
Yeah, what looked like a little bit of an overchase there from Cherix as he just willingly walked into tower range with the Zach R coming in. Looked like a little bit of a grief there, but it ended up being turned around by his teammates. Now Galen alone in the lane, going to be pushed off a little bit by Play on Moors, but there really is no threat. They don't have a lot of vision on Cherix, and please nerf Victini, who are now going on to the second dragon. So they're looking to propel this game really far forward early on. 12.5 minutes in, we are already at the second dragon.
Now, Quacks, let me draw your mind back to last year, the World Championship, the 4th seed from Korea, coming out of play-ins.
Oh boy.
Nobody expected anything out of them. They made it out of their group. Okay, sure, but they can't beat their #1 seed in their region. They manage it. Okay, but sure, they can't beat the #1 Chinese team. They manage it. Oh, sure, but they can't beat one of the greatest teams of League of Legends of all time in T1. But they managed it. And I'm looking at a potential Cinderella story here in the AGL. We have Rocketfellas, the 4th seed team that nobody expected to get done, as Cherix gonna get the invade up onto Super Gremlin. Gonna get that let's bounce off. Jumps over to emotional damage. Cherix managing to just walk out there. He's got the support of his team. He's totally fine to just look for invades and get out.
That, I feel, was a little bit of a miscalculation from Dynasty Ruby. It felt like they had the tools, they had the pinch onto the members of Rocketfellas, even had the shockwave available from Reboot Van, but just did not pull the trigger. Yeah, that felt like a missed opportunity from Dynasty Ruby, and maybe look for some summoners, maybe look for some kills, as DZ just going to do some trading onto emotional damage.
Yeah, he's gonna lose a decent chunk of his health bar, but we do have to remember it's Garen. He's just gonna get that health bar back if given a second of time. He's also got the red buff, so you know, increase that regen ever more so. And we were talking about this in draft. Garen is just such a difficult champion to push out of the lane and try and bully into a spot where you can find a solo kill on him, unless you really can take him from 100 to 0, as we got to play here in the mid lane again. Nice shockwave onto 2. Reboot Van looking for the outplay, but there's that Zillion ult, which means that there is no kill available. Nice amounts of damage. Reboot Van is actually going to look for the kill onto Verdict instead. We'll find the damage. Nice turnaround on the play. Good little 1 versus 2 for him.
Yup, good play there from Reboot Van.
Chilly Knight getting aggressed on emotional damage, taking a lot of damage here. Cherix can't land that Sonic Wave, and a sidestep from CZI will keep him out of trouble. Rocketfellas is still holding on to their lead, but Dynasty Ruby will not go quietly. They are making this one a difficult game for them at the very least.
Yeah, this definitely does feel more like a slugfest than the other games that were pretty quiet in those early phases, with the exception of
buddy.
but oh no.
There's that engage, the Magnet Storm coming in. There's no zillion ultis. Nerfectini flashes forward to find one trade. Picks up a kill back thanks to those tower shots. But no zillion ulti means Galen will die. It is a 1-for-1. And if you're trading AD carry for support, as a Dynasty Ruby fan, you got to be pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, I mean, Dynasty Ruby definitely come out on top, but I don't think at all that Dynasty Ruby were expecting that to go for a 1-for-1. It seemed like a sure thing that they would get the kill onto Galen and mostly walk away scot-free, but at least Nerfectini comes in at the very last second, manages to get his CC off and the slow onto play on wards.
Oh, Messiah may be in trouble. Cherry completed that recall. It's a nice encore into 2, but you have no support behind you. The shockwave to pull Messiah even further back. Reboot Van striking back in the mid lane, picking up some shutdown gold.
Yep, he didn't have anyone around him. Police Nerfectini was in the lane covering to make sure that there could not be a push. So there was no assistance to be found for Messiah, which is a little bit unfortunate, but that is 2 ultimates burned. 2 pretty key ultimates, I might add, burned on the side of Dynasty Ruby. So I think that this could be Rocketfellas' time, given that the Lee Sin is down here, to maybe look for a play, maybe look for a chance to try and shut down Toxic Koopa, who is slowly but surely mounting the gold lead and materializing it into items, as he does have the Umbral Glaive.
Yep, he's looking to pick up what I assume is going to be the Youmu's, if the last time we saw this Kaisa is anything to make a note of. I would expect the Duskblade as is probably going to be the better item for the Kaisa, but Toxic Koopa seems to like the Youmu's, so I think we'll probably end up seeing that one. Yeah, it does just look like the rest of Rocketfellas are going to use that Herald, push down this bottom lane turret. There's no plates available, but it will just be first turret taken on the bottom side of the map. Lots of gold given over to Galen and to Cherix. No second charge, but it's gold on the map. You'd like to see it. Ooh, Hextech on the top side. Emotional damage, actually taking a lot of damage. Has the ignite, but it's just running it a little bit too late. Has to flash away. I actually wonder if he even needed to flash with all that movement speed he had, but he will lose both of his summoners for nothing from Chilly Knight.
I mean, yeah, he had the Nimbus Cloak in tow, so the flash just gives him a little bit bonus movement speed in case he doesn't feel comfortable with Chilly Knight flashing after him to potentially secure the kill. Yeah, overall, it could have been interpreted either way, but now a dragon is spawning here, and it looks like Dynasty Ruby are looking to be in full control of the river, as Cherix is strangely on this top side. This is a very crucial dragon to have if you're Rocketfellas, and he's nowhere to be found.
Saya's got to be real careful. You can see how cautious he's playing under his own tower. He knows that with the dragon up, there's a good chance that the members of Dynasty Ruby want to come down and catch him out. But playing safe under his tower, he will manage to be okay. But yeah, it is Dynasty Ruby having full control over this dragon pit. There is going to be a top lane tower traded, emotional damage picking that one up. Now with Chilly Knight teleporting in, I don't even know if this teleport is necessary, but Sonic Wave is on the dragon. Chilly Knight looking for an engage. There's the flash crash down. Magnet Storm. Cherix has to get out of there. The dragon will eventually be finished up. Smite of the way. It's a huge kick though. Cherix onto 3. There's the shockwave. It finds a lot of members, but Cherix has that zillion ulti on him. He has that revive. He will be coming back. Has the ward hop and the dash away, but he's going back in. Sonic Wave. He'll find a kill. He trades his life immediately in response. Super Gremlin will eventually fall as Galen, I think, should have the auto attacks and get the damage down the side. We'll find the last hit. Nerfectini in the meantime on the bottom side will give his life. Chilly Knight is gonna die to the bomb. Messiah finds a double kill. Toxic Koopa will be the next up ball. He's gonna flash over the wall. Try and outplay this. Try and make this look close. Galen with the spell shield will keep himself alive. Just get that extra bit of healing. But in the meantime, top lane, emotional damage found the inhibitor tower. Hang on a second. When did he get there?
Yeah, emotional damage this entire time has been doing, for lack of a better term, top lane things, and is now pushed open to an open inhibitor on the side of Dynasty Ruby's base. And all in all, that was a really good fight there from Rocketfellas. They managed to come out on top despite the numbers disadvantage, and that was off the back of just constant Q after Q hits from Cherix. The aggression again is paying off, and it's only going to get worse as Messiah now approaching those 2 items to the Seraphine is just going to continue to be a nuisance and really be able to help out Cherix and further him into that aggressive state that he was in game 2 that won them that game 2. And it's just going all downhill here from Ruby.
Yeah, Dynasty actually sort of struggling here with what we thought was going to be the more aggressive early game composition. You have that Kai'Sa bottom lane. You have that Zac. who can make early ganks happen, but they are struggling in the face of this Seraphine. She is one of the best champions in the game, just in terms of what she can provide for a team in terms of enchanting and utility. Terex doesn't find that Sonic Wave, but he's very fast. A nice shockwave onto 2, though. This is the turnaround the Dynasty Ruby wanted. The revive's down, but it's just on his Zillion. Super Gremlin is here. They're going to take up Big TD. He is gone bye-bye. The over-aggression punched immediately from Dynasty Ruby.
Yep, Dynasty Ruby doing a good job at fighting back into this game, picking up 2 in the process. And they might honestly be looking for the Baron. You can see the pings from both teams are coming up. Cherix, yeah, Cherix is not available here, but Galen, Messiah, and Emotional Damage, 3 really crucial members, I would say, of this squad are up and available to potentially contest this. Shockwave not available.
Shockwave's not there. Crashdown isn't there just yet. The Encore is not going to find anybody, but Emotional Damage finds play on wards. Galen has the spell shield to get away from Super Gremlin, but there's that lens bounce. Emotional Damage inside the Hex Tech elevator will be picked up. It's 1-for-1 right now, but more importantly, the members of Dynasty Ruby are off the Baron. And Messiah is going to sidestep that elastic slingshot, flashes away. Super Gremlin dies to the Ricochet. Galen finds the damage. Reaper Band gets a nice choke onto him, but now he's got a Zillion behind him. He's happy to be running forward. There's no Zillion revive just yet, but Dynasty Ruby doesn't know that. They're forced to walk away, and Rocketfellas again from the jaws of defeat, clutch victory in the fight, peel the Dynasty Ruby off Baron, and keep themselves alive.
Yep, they got them off the Baron. That was the main thing they wanted. They didn't care about winning the fight. They didn't care about trading 1-for-1. They didn't care even about losing Emotional Damage in that exchange. As long as they got the main bulk of Dynasty Ruby off of the Baron, they were happy. That's exactly what they did. It looked like they were trying to get it themselves, but I honestly think that it is smart to not go for that at this moment, not really push your luck. You managed to win the fight. You managed to get them off the Baron, but you don't want to make the same mistakes they did. And so far, Rocketfellas playing this game out very, very smartly, I feel. They are playing this very good in terms of macro, and so far it feels like Dynasty Ruby are not prepared for some of these plays.
Yeah, importantly, I think alongside their macro and their drafting, Rocketfellas mentally have stayed in this series despite some of the absolutely dominating wins that Dynasty Ruby has delivered. Games 1 and 3 looked like it was hopeless to come back from. A nice flash from Emotional Damage, but now he's in the Hexacle Domain. I don't think there's much that he can do. He's got the face rush, though. He's going to be able to move pretty quick. He's got the side steps. Emotional Damage has some fancy footwork. He'll stall for a lot of time on this side lane. He will eventually fall. CCI will pick that one up, but it's traded for that mid lane turret and control over the Baron pit. As Super Gremlin spent quite a lot of time down there.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
Deja vu here. This feels like a reverse of the play we just saw. Cherix, though, wants to find his way in. He's in there 1 versus 4. He's going to warthog back over the wall. Hits that Sonic Wave. He's going to Resonating Strike in, but that might just be his death. No, Thomas doesn't have the damage. Cherix hits another Sonic Wave. Surely he doesn't take this one in. No, he will walk away from it. He didn't have the Zillion close enough to get the revive on top of him, so he will walk away from the play.
He's really low. The Baron. The dragon is up. Cherix was really low. He had to expend a lot to get out of there. And now they're at a man disadvantage. Actually, no, wait. CP doesn't have the smite.
Cherix, he's found him! The kick to the head! Toxicopa's dead! But Cherix has to flash over the wall. He will eventually die at some point. Play on Words will finally pick that one up, but it's a 1-for-1 again. Cherix, with this monster aggression, every Q he takes, he wants to take in.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely not a worth trade, though, for the Rocketfellas. They lose their jungler, and now it's up to the remaining members to really stall for time until that Lee Sin can come back up. You can see that they are doing that relatively well. Dynasty Ruby are not actually rushing this dragon, but Super Gremlin, as I say, that cancels the recon. Now I think they're going to look for it.
Yeah, Cherix is up in 5 seconds. It is just a Cloud Dragon, so there's not going to be too many base stats coming out of the pickup of this dragon, but it is still delaying that soul, that Elder Dragon, by another 5 minutes. Super Gremlin has the smite. There's a ward in here from Victini, but I think unless we see a miracle here from somebody, no. Smite's good. Super Gremlin finds it. It's second dragon for Dynasty Ruby, and they delay the soul by another 5 minutes.
Yep. good on Dynasty Ruby to recognize that Sherix is down so they can just go ahead and take the dragon. Good on recognizing that they have control of that river, so there is really no danger to go there. But on the other side,
not again, not again.
Rocketfellas, don't keep doing this to my heart.
They're starting up the Baron. The teleport's coming through from Reboot Van, forced into the mid lane. Super Gremlin is on his way. They're keeping the Baron tagged on Galen. He's going to take quite a decent chunk of his health bar before he's finally forced to walk away. And I think importantly, Sivir doesn't have a ton of mana, so she really is going to be forced to recall here as Toxic Koopa is going to interrupt it. Blizzard Victini has to flash away to get away from that one. Emotional damage. He's playing Garrett, so he's just, you know, he's going to walk away really, really fast. But again, it's a Baron call that forces an important summoner spell and forces an important recall out of the team that starts it. I feel like Baron at this point is just more bait than it is an actual objective.
Yeah, I definitely am feeling the same way, but I think it does come out of the fact that Dynasty Ruby don't have this mid turret taken. They can't really extend that vision line to play aggressive and make the plays that they normally would because they don't know where the members of Rocketfellas are, right? They don't have vision down in that top quadrant at all. It's completely dark for them, and because of that, they're scared to make any sort of bold moves. They're scared to go in to some of these crazier corridors. And it is really showing as Rocketfellas are just constantly one step ahead, constantly looking for these plays because they know
the flank. He's trying to hop behind Reboot Van, but he can't find the kick. The shockwave is there. The Magnus as well. Cherix stays alive for a long time, but it's not long enough. He does get picked up, traded back immediately. His emotional damage and Chilling Knight are trading on the bottom side. That Hextech ultimatum is not doing a lot of work. Emotional damage is actually winning that. The Ignite, the Justice, emotional damage finds the solo kill in the side lane.
Garen things with a Hole Breaker. I have seen it all before. This champion, when he has that item, is invincible and unstoppable. And now it looks like emotional damage on that bot lane is going to be pushing the waves. And it doesn't look like there is much of a response from the side of Dynasty Ruby. Actually, Kremlin is here. Yeah, you can't stop it.
You can't stop Garen. He's just going to take that tower and walk away. This is what Garen does. This is why Hole Breaker is a degenerate item that should be removed from the game. Riot?
Wow.
That's our personal biased opinion as casters, though.
Pretty, you're banned for saying that word, I'm afraid. But yeah, I mean, that item
I'll take the fine.
That item is certainly a item of all time. But now, I mean, look at how many turrets Rocketfellas have taken. They have 7 turrets to their name, and guess how many Dynasty Ruby have to their name? A whopping 0. So the pressure of having this vision line constantly extended for Rocketfellas is really starting to seep into the gold difference. They are looking for more plays because of it. They are able to track the enemy more because of it. And meanwhile, Dynasty Ruby, they're just left in the dark the entire game. They are going in on these fights on a hope and a prayer that there aren't 3 to 4 people right behind a potential pick.
And while there is some scaling for Dynasty Ruby, they have an Orianna who's about to be level 16. She's going to be a real threat with that shockwave. You have Zac, who's only going to get tankier from here, and Camille, who does a great job of deleting 80 carries. The scaling advantage is very clearly in the favor of Rocketfellas. You have Sivir, who's already at 3 items, closer to 4, and she's going to become a real problem in teamfights. You have Garen, who's got 3 items and is a side lane menace. You have Seraphine and Zillion, who are just going to enable them to do whatever they want. It's so difficult to try and outscale this team. And speaking of trying to deal with them in the side lane, Chilly Knight is just going to lose most of, not most of, but a chunk of his HP from the combo of emotional damage there. You could really see the skill in that that micro outplay that he did.
And I mean, he is just going to be pushing up with this with the Hole Breaker. You know, one of the biggest nerfs, I will say, to League of Legends ever was when they removed the hat from Hole Breaker. Remember that? Remember way back when, Brady, when Hole Breaker was first introduced?
Don't remind me.
You could have the pirate hat on the cannon minion, and now that is completely gone.
Again, just taking every releasing Q that he hits. Aside from that one, he will just walk away from that play. Emotional damage is here on the side. He's looking to flank as Galen is running forward. He's got on Reboot Band. He's throwing down boomerangs. He's got damage. He's gonna pop that Seraph shield from the Orianna. That's a very low HP Orianna now. She is level 16, but couldn't find the shockwave there during that fight. And now with that pressure in mid lane, stealing away a bunch more jungle camps. This dragon is up in 10 seconds, and finally, Rocketfellas are going to set themselves to Soul Point.
Yup, and the Soul Point is accessible. There is a potential for a trade of objectives here. You can see that Super Gremlin, they're actually trying to sneak it, but they're on vision.
They're on vision, so immediately the members of Rocketfellas are going to peel off and walk towards the Baron. It feels like they're going to get pulled around the map a little bit, but now with the members of Dynasty Ruby rotating out, flash forward, hang on, emotional damage wants to just find the kill. There's the stopwatch. Emotional damage still under tower, but you know, he's comfortable. Oh my god, that damage was disgusting. He found Reboot Ban with a one-shot. There's just nothing he can do. Nerf Victini comes in for the save on the revive, finds the stun. There's no way Garen lives here, right? He doesn't get to walk away. He doesn't get to walk away. That's not real. Cherix is going to be able to give his life in exchange. He will die, but Garen will live. The true carry of Demacia survives.
What an escape there from emotional damage. Great chrono shift there from Victini. A little bit unfortunate that Cherix had to give his life, but they do manage to pick up the dragon now. Soul point here picked up for the Rocketfellas. Yeah, that is absolutely insane that that champion is just able to walk away from all of that unscathed. And better yet, Brittany, wait till you hear about his passive. He probably was able to heal all of that before going to the fountain. If you really want to get scared, I can tell you all about the Garen passive. But yeah, overall, it just feels like Rocketfellas are managing to come out on top in most of these fights. They keep looking for this Baron. And I have to think eventually when Cherix revives, they will eventually succeed at taking it, right? They keep looking for these fights, and Dynasty Ruby eventually are going to be forced to act. They're going to be forced to play into Rocketfellas, and I think that that is the chance for the Rocketfellas to end this game, to really close this one out and bring us to game 5.
Yeah, we have a 3-item Seraphine. We have a 4-item Sivir. We've got... He's only on 2.5 items, but Cherix has been playing the Lee Sin very, very well. He's finding kicks, he's finding his angles to get into the fight and make the lives of the Dynasty Ruby carries difficult. And with Galen free hitting on the back line thanks to the Seraphine and the Zillion that he has behind him, it just feels like there's not a lot that Dynasty Ruby can do in a fight unless they manage to find a way to pick Galen early on into the fight without Victini being nearby so he doesn't immediately just get ulted back up to full HP. It just feels, it started to feel impossible for them to play out.
Yeah, absolutely. But there is definitely potential for a wombo combo. I think if Reboot Ban is able to get a big shockwave, that is always a possibility. Cherix. Man, you keep scaring me, Cherix. You're a scary man.
He's just taking every cue. He is playing without a care in the world. And it's something I touched on earlier, but I want to go to again. The mental fortitude to stay in a series like this where games 1 and 3 were such dominating wins for Dynasty Ruby, but games 2 and 4, you play to your style, you play your heart out, and you are starting to win the game. You're going to take this series to game 5 as Toxikupa forced to flash over the wall to the other side of the map. Emotional damage in the meantime, just on the bottom side of the map, is absolutely having a ball on this bottom link turret. There's nothing that CZI can do. You can't damage Garen. He's just going to take the turret in your face and walk away.
Nano Machine Son has emotional damage, just gets to tank all of the damage over and over and over, and it's just this constant side lane threat looming over Dynasty Ruby that they have to send more than one person to deal with. The moment they do, however, that's a Baron, right, for Rocketfellas. They are constantly looking for it. The moment they see 2 people dealing with that Garen, they're going to say, okay, we have a numbers advantage, we can win this fight. Even if they take the Baron, we have the ability to chase them down. And yeah, really, there is that's really, I feel, just how Rocketfellas win, is just choking out Dynasty Ruby and their options to deal with this now level 18 Garen, just constantly split pushing.
And again, Rocketfellas has the scaling advantage. And look at those bottom 3 sides of them. Look at those bottom 3 champions on the map. The Seraphine, the Sivir, the Zillion. These champions are not infinite scaling. It's not a Vigar, it's not an Nasus, but they scale really hard. It makes it so difficult for Dynasty Ruby. The later the game goes, we're already at 30 minutes into the game. It's not going to get any easier for them. Kai'Sa's hit her 3-item power spike a while ago. She doesn't really have that much more power left in the tank. Zac is going to get tankier, but I mean, in the face of this Sivir, how tanky can you really be? And Orianna, unless she can find a miracle shockwave, is starting to lose relevancy in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are seeing a lot of vision placed for that Baron. Now, I think it would be really cool if Rocketfellas said, you know what, screw the dragon. We do not need the dragon. And they just go straight for the Baron. Because at this point, I think Siege is really all you need. You're winning most of these fights, regardless of if you get an additional Cloud Soul or not. I don't think that that is necessarily the objective you should really be gunning for. I think it really does lie in the Baron and being able to trade that objective.
Hullbreaker on Hullbreaker action down there in the bottom lane as CZI has picked up his own Hullbreaker to counter the Hullbreaker from emotional damage. This is how you counter the item. You build one on your own and make sure that you can get in there as Cherix. Gonna force the Let's Bounce out of Super Gremlin. The Encore is just on the one though. Chilly Knight looking for his access to the back line, but there's just nothing there. Camille can't get onto the back line through all of these enchanters, all of this tanky shielding and healing. And it's just a Dynasty Ruby again, forced out of the fight before it can even start.
Yeah, now it really is going to be up to Dynasty Ruby to try and look for a play. You can see the Soul is up, the Baron is up. There are 2 TPs available for CZ and Reboot Van, but they're just going to look for the fight.
Gremlin's in the back line. He's looking for the damage. Reboot Van is going to tank up that Demacian Justice. Emotional damage will finally fall, but he's going to trade his life for the Zac in the meantime, and no jungler is a big deal for this call play on Wards though. Baby has found his way in. The Magnitude is good. There's a trade 1-for-1 of mid laners. Galen trying to get his way out, trying to fight his way out. He's got the stopwatch, but it's only for a second longer as the shutdown will go over to Chilly Knight. They may have found a way in. Cherix is here though. He's flashing forward. He wants the damage. He's gonna kick Toxic Kuma's head off. He'll find the Sonic Wave as well. Cherix is unstoppable on the Lee Sin, and the fight looked rough, but Rocketfellas come out on top.
And now they have 2 exposed inhibitors. This is where Cherix and Pleasner Victini have to just look to get those as soon as possible. Curiously enough, though, Cherix actually did not finish the dragon, so no soul acquired here for the Rocketfellas. They just got Cherix really late in the fight, and it feels like a little bit of miscommunication there from Rocketfellas overall to send Cherix down to that bot lane and not even finish the dragon. So a little bit unfortunate. Dynasty Ruby, I would say, definitely happy to trade that, get a few shutdowns on to Galen as well, making sure that that champion is able to, you're able to get the gold from that champion. For some reason, I cannot find my words. But now pings are coming up from the objectives.
It's also very important that Galen did lose his stopwatch there. He will finish the GA, so there's no active there, but a second revive for the Sivir on top of the Zillion ulti as, oh no, you have stepped too far forward, Toxic Koopa. I don't know if you're allowed to do this. The Demacian Justice is coming. It's coming. There it is. Emotional damage will find the kill. I feel like I saw that happen in Worlds just a little bit ago. This emotional damage is going to find the solo kill, and now with multiple members showing bottom lane, that's the Baron. Like you said, you can't send multiple members through this Garen because that's just the objective. Go on, Rocketfellas will secure the Baron finally after posturing for 30 minutes.
And now with the Garen having that Baron buff in tow, you're going to have to send you're going to have to send the entire squad to get this Demacian madman out of your lane, and that is going to give the rest of Rocketfellas ample time to just go straight for the soul. I mean, look at how many people they're sending for emotional damage.
He's still looking to turn it in the 1 versus 4. The shockwave is going to knock him out of the damage from Super Gremlin. He's got the Sterax shield, so he'll be able to rattle for a little bit longer, but, you know, all 4 members of Dynasty Ruby will finally take him down. But in the meantime, another objective falls. That is the soul for Rocketfellas.
Yup, Soul, Baron, and they are looking good in this game. They are looking to end it as soon as emotional damage comes up. I think that is when we are going to see this final game-ending push come out from the Rocketfellas. They have been fighting tooth and nail here in this game for, you talked about it a lot, Freddie, but the mental fortitude to be in this game after 2 crushing defeats is absolutely astounding. And they are just continuing to look better and better and looking to take us to game 5. Nobody, at least in my opinion, predicted that this would go to 5 games. The Dynasty Ruby would be the ones bleeding.
Oh, it's a huge encore, but it's only onto 1. Messiah can't find all the damage. Cherix is going to kick Reboot Van out of the fight, but no, Shockwave means no team fight win. Galen is walking forward. He does so much damage, and Shockwave doesn't come through. It's a triple kill for the Sivir. Give her the quadra kill. No, Messiah's going to take it away, and we're going to game 5, baby. Give me the Silver Scrapes. Rocketfellas are going to take the series to a tie.
Haters be damned, doubters be silent. The Rocketfellas are here to play, and all of you who doubted them are about to be proven wrong as they look to defeat the almost most undefeated kings of the AGL. Dynasty Ruby have been put on the back foot in this series, and 5 games will be delivered.
We get our game 5. Rocketfellas take it to that 5th game off of the back of the comp that worked for them in game 2. That Seraphine was putting in so much work, the healing and shielding, just so much disgusting amounts. Cherix on the Lee Sin looked incredible. Galen on the Sivir was putting out so much damage. It just felt like this is the dream team for Rocketfellas, and if you give them any pieces of this composition, they're going to take the game away from you.
Absolutely, and I think that this is the last time they let that Seraphine up and available. I think that Dynasty Ruby, you know, 3rd time's the charm, right? They are definitely not going to let that champion through into this game 5. It has just been too impactful. And same goes for potentially that Lee Sin. Maybe they are looking to continue pinching out Cherix's champ pool. They put a lot of emphasis on him, especially in those first phase bans, banning out that Lilia, banning out that Nocturne as well, making sure he can't get a lot of his comfort picks. And I would not be surprised at all if they add the Lee Sin to that list and make sure that he cannot get it in this 5th and most crucial game.
It feels like there's a lot of champions that Dynasty Ruby want to get rid of because that Jarvan and Lilia have been on the bench for a reason. Dynasty Ruby does not want to let Cherix have those comfort picks, but now showing up on the Lee Sin with this double enchanter comp, it feels like Dynasty Ruby has to pick their poison on which overpowered pick for Cherix or for Messiah that they let through. It's such a difficult spot for them to be in, and now on the back foot in game 5, at the very least, they have side selection. So they'll probably go back to blue side, get their first pick. Maybe Jinx will be let through, given that Rocketfellas has a couple of bans that they need to take away. But we're looking at a very exciting game 5 here. We're going to take a short break before we hop into that draft. I really hope you don't go anywhere because this is going to be the banger of the century. We'll be right back. Welcome everybody back to our final game of the night. Dynasty Ruby and Rocketfellas has gone the distance. Rocketfellas, in a very back and forth fashion, have managed to take game 4, tie up our series, and we are moving on to game 5. We're here in the draft, and it's looking to be a spicy one as the bands are already fired away.
Yup, exactly. And the Seraphine, just as we predicted, Brady, is going to be taken away here from Rocketfellas. And Dynasty Ruby with the instant Sivir lock in here, giving that to Toxic Koopa. Definitely different from what we have seen from him in this series. We know that he loves to play those carries and be more of a flashy player. And Sivir is much more tame in regards to that early to mid game. Really excels in that late game, though. But yeah, going back to the bans really quick, just a lot of focus on the junglers, making sure that Graves is not pickable, the Lilia, the Jarvan, all of these prime picks that the junglers are familiar with have been taken away. And on the other side, Rocketfellas is actually going to opt to get that Ashe as well. So now the question becomes, who are they going to pair it with? Braum is up and available, but Rocketfellas, for the third time, they are going to give Chirix his famous Lee Sin. So we are in for definitely a heck of a game 5 when Chirix locks in Lee Sin, Pretty.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about the pick though, because Chirix likes to play this very aggressive, but now with no Seraphine behind him, they are going to be limited to at the very least 1 enchanter, if not 0, depending on what they pair up with this Ashe. So unless they're going to do something crazy like a Karma mid lane or a Lulu mid, we're going to be seeing only 1 real enabler for the Lee Sin. Ashe does do a similar thing to Sivir, where she is just press R, engage for the team, make sure that they have a way into the fight. It's a little bit more finicky than the Sivir is, though. You don't just press R and give him a bunch of movement speed. If you land the arrow, it's a team fight win, but if it misses, you might be struggling.
Yeah, now Dynasty Ruby actually going to opt for the Rammus of all champions. This champion, all right, hang on. I'll be Rammus's lawyer here for a little bit. This champion has gotten significantly stronger since the last patch, since that durability patch, and since all of the sort of armor shred has been reduced, the snowballing has been reduced. Rammus has found themselves in a little bit of an interesting spot, as they are pretty darn meta, but no one has really paid attention to them. Subscribe to Vigar V2 for more, but Rocketfellas is actually going to pick up the Nami in response. I love this Rammus pick, man. I am so excited.
What are we doing with this draft? After the first 4 games, I was like, okay, I'm kind of getting a feel for like the tempo of the draft, how we do things. We're going to go back and forth with a couple of certain picks. Dynasty Ruby start off by locking away the Sivir, picking it away from Rocketfellas. Okay, fine. Ashe is there as another utility bottom laner. That's fine. They pick up the Lee Sin. Sure, this makes sense. Dynasty Ruby with the Ramps? And then Rocketfellas respond with Nami? Are we sure that's what we want to do? As it is going to be the second phase of bans, and now Rocketfellas are going to keep banning away that Darius. They do not want CZI on that pick. And Dynasty Ruby, after what happened to them in the last game, not too shocking that they're going to take away the Garen. And you said it, Orianna still up and available. It feels like Dynasty Ruby have to take that one away. Surely they can't let that one through, right?
I mean, this has been such a crucial pick to Rocketfellas' wins so far, but the Orianna is actually just completely left up, and I have to imagine they throw this in the pit. You have a Rakan, you have a Rammus. Magic damage threats against these engagers, against these tanks, are really crucial to have. I feel they just got much more important. I feel like Orianna has to just be an Exodia pickup here for the Rocketfellas. Feels like there is no real option. You can also see the Nico, but we are... Yeah, it's too good here. Orianna locked in for the Rocketfellas, giving the top laner, giving emotional damage, that famed counter pick. Now Dynasty Ruby, they have to pick up something. They have to figure out the kryptonite to this Orianna in this game, or it could spell disaster for them in these team fights.
I honestly wouldn't even mind Nico. You were talking about it earlier as another potential engage AoE champion, and with Rakan and Rammus following up, and with Sivir to give her that extra bit of movement speed to get onto these immobile backline carries, I would like it. But Dynasty Ruby are going to opt for the scaling. They're playing a very different style of composition than we've seen them play over these past couple of games. Victor is locked in. They are playing scaling versus scaling, and now what are they going to grab for the blind top lane? Ornn is open and available if they want to fully index in on the scale.
Yeah, I really don't know about this Victor. I feel like I could get collapsed on by so many things in Rocketfellas' arsenal. But it is going to be the Mordekaiser who picked up here
we have
for
to counter.
Dynasty Ruby. And now the question becomes, what does Rocketfellas pick in response? The Olaf is up and available. And I think against a champion like Rammus, like Mordekaiser, like Rakan, Olaf would honestly be amazing here. You have a decent ball delivery system. You have a champion that loves to go aggressive, that completely ignores the CC that Dynasty Ruby have drafted for themselves, and is really good at following up on some of those engages. But no, it is actually going to be the Yone.
Okay.
Instead.
I don't know what we're doing with this draft, but we're having a fun game. The Mordekaiser, like, I can see the vision behind it. You pick it to counter, to preemptively counter the Ornn. You don't want to let Rocketfellas just have that safety in the top lane. Rocketfellas have just said, throw the safety out the window. We're locking in Yone. This is game 5. We're here to play. And they are sure playing. Oh my god.
I feel like Yone is a good matchup into Mordekaiser, if I remember my top lane matchups correctly. Forgive me if I'm completely wrong on that. But
like
it feels like
However,
it feels like outside of a laning phase, this champion is just going to get absolutely blasted by Rammus. Every engage, every fate seal that he lands onto the backline is just going to get taunted, right? It doesn't feel like there's much follow-up for this Yone's initial combo, because this Rammus exists and because the Death Realm exists as well. So if the Yone isn't careful enough, he'll just get thrown directly into the Brazil jail cell. That is, if he is not in his spiritual form, which just immediately cancels it. I still think that's a broken interaction, by the way.
Now, my question is, what if this is not, in fact, a team fighting Yone, but what if this is a Hullbreaker Blade of the Ruined King, I'm going to side lane and not interact with the game Yone, just trying to be discount Garen?
I mean, Olaf would have been discount Garen much better than Yone. I stand by the fact
100%.
I stand by the fact that Olaf would have legitimately 1v9'd in this game.
Oh,
but I digress. I am not in this game. I am a mere caster. I am a mere vessel of the people who want to see the Olaf because it is fun to cast. But nonetheless, yeah, I mean, both of these comps are clearly playing to the team's strengths. I'm a little bit worried specifically, though, about Toxic Koopa on this Sivir. I feel like it doesn't complement his playstyle nearly as much as we've seen in this series. He loves to go aggressive early on, and Sivir isn't really that kind of champion. She's good at clearing waves and being amazing when that late game comes around, but this feels like more of a pick to deny away from Galen rather than saying, yeah, we're strong on this pick. We know how to play it, and we're going to steamroll with it in game 5.
Now, you have your own personal issues with the Sivir on one side of the map. I have my own personal issues with the Nami on the other. I don't know if you've paid attention to like win rates or like patches at all recently, but Nami's not doing too hot. As much fun as she is and as good as an enchanter as she is, she's been struggling recently. Paired up with Ashe, I think she should have a fine time, but Rakan is... I loathe playing this matchup as the Nami because you're never going to hit him with bubble if he's looking at his monitor. And Sivir as well, she has spell shield, so even if you do get close to her, she's going to just not get hit with it. This is going to be a very tough laning phase for the Rocketfellas bottom lane as they have very low mobility versus Rakan and Rammus and a potential Victor roaming down as well. This is going to be a feisty game. I'm expecting to see a lot of early game action from the bottom lanes, from the Lee Sin, from the Yone and the Mordekaiser. I think we're going to get action, and a little more action.
Yep, absolutely. This last game is going to be action-packed, and what better way to end off this series than with a bloodbath, a fight to the death, if you will, for two teams that honestly deserve nothing more than to be at this semifinal spot. Unfortunately, sadly for us and everyone involved, only one team can go on, and so we are going to take a small little break to find out who that is going to be, and we are going to hop into a small spectator delay, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back for the 5th and final game between Dynasty Ruby and the Rocketfellas. Don't go anywhere. There's action up ahead, light at the end of the tunnel. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here for the final game of the night. Dynasty Ruby and Rocketfellas have taken us the distance. Dynasty Ruby have taken to blue side in this game 5, and both teams have drafted very differently than what we've seen throughout the rest of the series. And now this game decides who goes to finals. It's going to be a banger of a matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see that both teams not too quick on the trigger when it comes to level 1. No level 1 shenanigans to be had. You can see that there was a ward placed over that dragon pit in the case of, anticipating any shenanigans on the side of Dynasty Ruby, but they are just as stoic as ever. They are going to be going for a 5-point. I think this is pretty stock standard of game 5s where teams are usually too scared to make these gigantic plays. We've seen gigantic plays across the game, right? We've seen both of these teams make plays that some would consider to be absolutely insane, but I think at 5 games, the pressure really starts to mount. Yeah, Cherix. But I think at 5 games, the pressure really starts to mount on you that this is a do or die game. And because of that, most of the teams tend to play more on the safer side in the earlier stages.
Yeah, this is a game that decides the season. Are you going to make it to finals and prove either for Dynasty Ruby that you are the team to beat, that you are the best team in the AGL, or are you going to prove that you can upset the best of them for Rocketfellas? Are you going to prove that the best of 5 against Elysium Omen was more than a fluke, that you can take it with the best of them and be a 4th seed that makes it to finals, which would be incredibly impressive. Either way, these teams are playing for the season. They're playing for their hearts and their lives on the line, and I don't think either of these teams wants to be the one that goes home today.
Yep. That both junglers opting to path toward the top side. Usually Super Gremlin, we've seen him so much on the Graves, and we've seen him every time want to path toward that bot lane, but this time he's really acknowledging that getting this Mort ahead, making sure that this top lane matchup is secure, is the important factor of the game. His bot lane is drafting for a much safer comp in Sivir and Rakan, so that does give him the ability to really focus on this Yone versus Mordekaiser matchup.
A little engaged from play on wards, just getting some extra damage onto Please Nerf Victini. But this is the strong part of the game, I think, for Nami. Her laning phase is very safe and very sustain heavy. She does eat up a little bit of mana, but with the biscuits and with a mana flow band, it seems like she'll be just fine to sustain her way through it, as we've got some trading up on the top side as well. Emotional damage, tanking a tower shot. Not the best for him, but he is up CS right now. He's forcing Chilly Knight CZI to feel a little bit uncomfortable farming these minions, and this is exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, and I don't really know about going straight for the Gromp here on Super Gremlin. You can see that he skipped the blue in favor of just going for the Gromp. This is usually a path you want to take when you're more into that full clearing archetype of play for the jungle, but this is not something that Rammus wants to do, right? Rammus wants to get on the map early, and I'm kind of surprised that Super Gremlin is actually going for a full clear in this game. Emotional damage has been slowly pushing this wave up. Hell, he doesn't even have a ward up until now, so it feels like this Yone is pretty easy pickings for Super Gremlin, but bit delayed on the side of the Rammus, but they know with that blast cone being hit that the Rammus is on this top side, but emotional damage is continuing to play up, which is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, playing up with no vision. This is a very risky play, as we do see Cherix getting that first recall off, as we've seen him do every time he's been on Lee Sin, but now emotional damage, potentially in trouble. There's the all-in. A really nice knock-up, though. Cancels out the spin from Super Gremlin, who burned his ghost. He'll trade ghost for flash. Emotional damage manages to outplay and survive the play.
Yep, and this gives Cherix a little bit of breathing room as Super Gremlin is late to the recall, so you can place a few of those deep wards, try and track this Rammus where he's going to go, where he's looking to gank, but instead Cherix actually opting to go for the mid lane.
Not much to find there. Victor playing fairly safe and is full HP, so, not maybe the gank that he exactly wanted to go for, just applying a little bit of pressure, making sure he's known on the map, doesn't just want Reboot Van to farm up this wave for free and feel like he's getting a little too big for his britches, as you get a little auto trading here on the bottom side. We do see Super Gremlin down here, potentially a play happening as Galen maybe needs to be worried. Oh, there's the bubble. There's no cleanse for Galen. Has to lose his flash immediately. Maybe there's a play for a turnaround, though. The exhaust is going to force the flash on a play on wards, as that sonic wave would have connected. And it's a nice turnaround. They at least trade some summoners back for the Rocketfellas bottom lane.
Yeah, and I feel like that this is something we didn't really get to touch on yet, Brittany. There is no cleanse on Galen here. Emotional damage, taking a decent amount of damage. You are on the wrong side of the map, my friend.
Yeah, this is really bad for the Yone. He's going to try and have to navigate his way through this, and without that third Q, I think he's in a lot of trouble. CZI Chilly Knight is going to find that pull back. He's going to pick up first blood. I don't know why you flashed there, but he's going to find the kill regardless.
The mental warfare there of flashing was all he needed.
Okay, lose his ghost. Please nerf 15 doesn't have a lot of mana, and with the rotate down from Reboot Van, they're just gonna walk away from the play. Trade Ignite for Ghost, not the one you're happiest with, but a play you'll be okay with.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like with the priority given to them, Dynasty is just going to index on toward that first dragon, a mountain dragon. This is excellent to have for the Rammus. This is the ideal dragon for a tank like Rammus that you have drafted in the jungle. You really, really benefit from getting that armor and magic resistance up. It just helps you scale into the game so much nicer. So Dynasty Ruby have to feel good about picking that one up early on.
Yeah, and for now, we get a moment to breathe again. I think you were absolutely right that the mental of these players is on a knife's edge. Nobody wants to be the player that makes the mistake that loses the series, especially when you bring it to 5 like this, when you make it this far in a season. Nobody wants to be that guy who ends up losing the game. So everybody's playing very cautiously. Nobody wants to make a big mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that emotional damage, it has made his way down here. There are 3 toward this jungle, maybe looking for a little bit of aggressive warding, but not going to find anything in general. And I feel like that is a little bit of an error. I feel like you would have easily spotted out Super Gremlin there and been able to track this Rammus, which again, I feel like there is a lack of doing that on Super Gremlin. It feels like this Rammus has been able to free farm the entire game without anyone really knowing where he is, which is something you really ought to start doing. Making sure that this Rammus is not seen, is not an unseen threat for Rocketfellas.
Yeah, tracking the enemy jungler is a big skill and one that is really, really important, especially when it comes to competitive. Having one person who's got a decent idea of where the Rammus is going to be, maybe you get a ward or 2 somewhere on his blue or red buff so you can get an idea of where he's going to be rotating to. Because again, we just got trading in the bottom lane and emotional damage. I think actually a decent trade here onto Chilly Knight. Takes a little bit of damage onto that Mordekaiser, and this is what Yone can do when given a lane where he can play a little bit more freely. Despite the little scrap mess up that he got being on the wrong side of the map, he's able to trade pretty fairly with the Mordekaiser. That's going to change once CZI gets the Rylai's, but until that point, Yone is going to be feeling okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it is up to emotional damage to really put the pressure onto CZ until that Rylai's comes to fruition. I think that you have a bit of an opening to really try and trade with this Mordekaiser. Now, obviously, I feel that trade window is a little bit harder to access given that Death Realm is up and ready for this Mord at the same time. But yeah, I really need to see emotional damage. We were doubting this Yone pick in the draft, you and I, Brittany, talking about how it could have been substituted out for something better. And if there is a time to prove us wrong, it is definitely this early game.
Yeah, now that he's got a lot of attack speed in inventory, he'll be able to take trades a little bit more freely. The attack speed really does unlock Yone to play a bit more aggressively. That lower Q cooldown, the extra lowered cast time on your W, and even just getting those autos off with lethal tempo and stacking up that soul unbound damage. It does make Yone's life a lot easier. So we'll have to see what emotional damage can do as he then, as we're talking about him, takes a fairly unhealthy trade there. I still think he's going to be feeling pretty okay in the laning phase until Chilly Knight gets that first item.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. That Please Nerf Victini has actually made his way toward the top side. Nami going to drop down a pretty good ward there that will spot out Super Gremlin if he tries anything toward this top side. But you can see the wave pushing in this mid lane. There is a chance for that.
Block.
Oh no, the turret damage.
Ooh, that was very close. Emotional damage gets a nice W off there to protect himself from that last tower shot, but a little bit of creep block making his life a bit more difficult there. But with the potions and with the Doran's Blade, it'll actually be okay to stay in this lane. And Chilling Knight on this Mordekaiser doesn't have teleport up just yet, so he might actually be forced to stay, make this a little bit more awkward. As in the meantime, Cherix and Nerf Victini have picked up the Herald. Super Gremlin, flash away. There's the unstoppability. Oh my god, emotional damage. He's just playing with his heart.
Cherix
Goes
arrived.
straight flashed again. Super Gremlin knocked out of his spin, but no kick, no flash, no extra damage. So Super Gremlin will escape with his life. And
The arrow?
And oh, the arrow finds the stun. That's a very low health Mordecai. It's emotional damage will find the kill. Oh my god, the cross map. Galen has to lose his flash on the wave, but the Herald's popped to the top side. This is going to be a lot of extra gold for this top lane push, and suddenly emotional damage is feeling like he's in a much better spot.
Hello, Rocks, Tigers, Prey. I think I found your doppelganger here in Galen. Amazing cross-map arrow there from the ADC of the Rocketfellas. And now emotional damage has his kill. He has his ability to really put his foot on the gas in this laning phase. Chilling Knight has unlocked that Rylai's Crystal Scepter, but emotional damage, I think he's sitting good here. He is a little bit away picking up his first item as well, and I think when both of them have their first items, Yone, I would honestly favor him in the 1v1.
Yeah, especially given that he's already got that crit. With Yone and Yasuo's passive, that crit chance is doubled, so that 15%, not doubled, I don't remember the exact modifier nowadays. They changed it ever since crit turned from 25% to 20% on items. But for now, we don't have to talk about that because we've got a dragon fight going on. Cherix is looking to just finish off this dragon fight, and Ward's forced to jump away. Oh, the kick away. This fight is good. Cherix will find the dragon, but Toxic Koopa in the meantime is going to get aggressive for some flashes out of the Rocketfellas members, but everyone will live. Everyone survives with their lives, which means that's a dragon for a couple flashes lost. You're not feeling too bad if you're a Rocketfellas fan.
Yeah, absolutely. But fight the top lane.
Damage. I don't think this is a fight you could take. That's the Death Realm. That's the Rylai's. You're gonna get pulled back eventually. Misses. Chilling Knight will eventually walk emotional damage down unless there's some massive outplay here. A really nice knockup, but the Obliterate comes through. Chilling Knight will bonk down Yone and find a solo bolo.
You know, they were just missing on each other. That was certainly a 1v1 of all time, Britty, as solo kill coming out from solo kill coming out from CZ, but I want to go back to that dragon play a little bit. That was a very expensive disengage. A lot of flashes needed to be used in order to get out of that situation without anyone dying, which means Cherix will not be able to do any sort of flash kick moves for a while. It means that Please Nerf Victini won't have flash on this Nami for a while, meaning that it is going to be difficult for Galen and the Nami to step up and really look for those aggressive plays until that summoner comes off of cooldown. Yeah, they get away, but they have to make sure that they don't get caught out until that comes back up, or else you just did that for no reason, right? Like that disengage was in vain if you can't make the most out of those summoners burned and play safe when they're down.
Yeah, but in the meantime, for Dynasty Ruben, they also need to be taking advantage of these down summoners. They can't just sit on their laurels and be like, okay, we lost the dragon, but it's fine, we got flashes. We'll do something with it, and then wait 5 minutes and suddenly the flashes are back off of cooldown and you didn't get anything out of it. I do also want to point out in the top lane, Chilling Knight now has the best item in the game. He's got plated steel caps, so it is now an unplayable 1v1 for emotional damage. And speaking of emotional damage 1v1, I don't think this is exactly where you want to be. He's going to get taunted up. Reboot Van and Chilling Knight are here. Emotional damage trying his best to outplay. He's going to do that Spirit Unbound. He's going to be able to walk away for a little bit more, but, you know, it's just stalling for time. They'll give the kill over to Reboot Van, and that's not the position you want to be in emotional damage. 1 in 3 right now. He's struggling on this Yone pick.
Yeah, but at the same time, Toxic Koopa is forced away from his turret. They saw that play on wards was at that top side, so they are going to make the most of it, try and make him miss as many resources as possible, bully him away from his own wave. But there's no wave at the turret, so he's not really missing anything except for a little bit of cyber harassment. But
also, you know, a lot of CS.
Yeah, that is 122 CS at 14, a little over 14.5 minutes. So this Sivir starting to eat good, has the static shiv acquired as well, which definitely helps.
Yeah, this is what Sivir does. She sits in lane and she starts to wave clear. Now that she's got static shift, she's going to be able to do that even more effectively. Speaking of doing things effectively, Super Gremlin with the invade on the top side is going to take away that red buff and is going to look to punish emotional damage again, who has overstepped his bounds and is now in the death realm once more. This Yone pick really is just not working out for the Rocketfellas. The fate seals the fate of emotional damage, and Super Gremlin will find his first kill of the game.
Yup, and that is just this Yone falling so far behind him. This is a champion that you really look at to deal with tanks like the Yone. Once he hits that 3-item spike, he can just shred through armor like butter. But with Yone being so far put behind in this game, only having the Kraken Slayer at about 15 minutes into the game.
Finds the engage, flash away from Galen, but it's just too late. Toxic Koopa finds their first kill of the game, and it's feeling like it's slipping away from Rocketfellas in this one.
Yeah, I mean, they are only 2k gold behind, and you can see that Cherix is actually spawn camping this Herald, and is actually just going to look to take that as well. But so far, again, it has just been in Dynasty Ruby's control here, and I think the next thing that they can do is really look for these dragons. They really want these souls to be able to line up with Toxic Koopa and Reboot Van. Their spikes, scaling, and timing with these souls is a crucial part, I feel, of this game going forward. But on the other hand, you can see Dynasty Ruby are kind of grasping at straws here, trying to get any advantage. Cherix just, again, camping this Herald to try and get it, but now it really is a question of where is he going to put this. I mean, if you look at the health of the bot and the mid lane towers, you can see that those things are very, very healthy. So being able to use this Herald to be able to take a tower is asking for a lot, especially if you're not able to find a pick beforehand.
Yeah, and just look at the amount of armor being stacked up by this Dynasty Ruby composition. You've got the Warden's Mail for Chilly Knight. Flash kick from Cherix. The arrow's going to go a little wide, though.
He kicked him out of the arrow.
Potentially in trouble. Please no Victini getting those waves, starting to bounce up that health. They'll trade 1 for 1, but now Super Gremlin is here. There's no chance for Galen to play this team fight. That poor man had no shot. The shockwave is nice. It finds a couple of members, but there's no extra damage to follow up. In the meantime, top side, emotional damage. Again, the nice flash out. Tries to get the fate sealed on the right timing, but Chilly Knight just unstoppable on this Mordekaiser 3-1. And like I said, he's building armor. It's getting harder and harder for Yone to make this fight happen.
And this is a really big shame because this is 5 games, right? This is the 5th and final game of this series. We were expecting a close one. We were expecting a slugfest through and through, a battle of titans, if you will. But all the way, it just feels like Dynasty Ruby have been throwing Rocketfellas back into reality in this 5th and final game, saying we are in control, we are the favorites of this tournament, and they are certainly playing like it when their backs are against the wall. They are really performing.
Yeah, and this is what Dynasty Ruby does. This is how they've played their whole season. I mean, we saw it in games 1 and 3. Once they get a lead in the early game, they really start to run away with the game and start to make it very difficult for the enemy teams to play. They don't make a lot of mistakes, and the mistakes that they do make are really difficult to punish. And this game is just another classic Dynasty Ruby victory, or at least it feels like it on the way. They're up a bunch of gold in the early game. They're feeling in control of the lane. They've got their first tower on the bottom side and on the top side. It's not looking good for Rocketfellas. Granted, they have played through tougher and they have made more difficult comebacks, but they are not making it easy for themselves.
Yep, certainly. And Chilly Knight, oh, don't do it to him, CZ. Come on, spare my man.
He's got the fate seal to be able to escape without losing his life, but if you have to burn your ultimate every time you want to grab a wave, it's not looking good for you.
Yeah, this is definitely pretty oppressive top lane match for emotional damage. To one side, though, a little bit of a consolation participation prize here for emotional damage is that he is at least up for CS, so...
Massive CS diff. He's actually just Chovy gapping CZI. There's no shot that this Mordekaiser
Flame
can
Horizon.
ever win, right? Play on ward.
Yep.
Gonna look for the engage on the Policeman Victini. I don't know if this is exactly the play that they want to make, and I spell shield to get away from the ball. Victini, oh my god, he's just dead to the Chaos Storm. Reboot Band does so much damage onto this Victor. The Shockwave finds 2. Cherix is looking for it. They found the shutdown onto Toxic Koopa. Cherix now in the middle of 4. He's looking to hop his way out. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and it's on the 80 carry. A really nice collapse from Rocketfellas. They lose their mid tower and they lose their support, but they get Toxic Koopa in response.
Yeah, I mean, good response there and really good escape there from Cherix as well.
Cherix, oh, buddy, you are not allowed to be here. This is no longer your jungle. He's in the death realm. He's gonna make it a little bit more difficult to kill him, but yeah, Chilly Knight is just gonna grab that one. And with this lead and with the enemy jungler down, do you think it's ever possible that, yeah, they are just gonna start the Baron? Okay.
Yep, they are going to look for the Baron. It doesn't really look like there's much that Rocketfellas can do to stop this. They don't have an Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They don't have a Shockwave. No ultimates of consequence are up. All they have is the Fated Sealed on the 1-in-5 Yone. Usually I would say that the Yone ultimate is impactful, but not this time.
It doesn't look like they're going to opt for the steal. They're just going to let that one go. They're going to look to try and push in the mid lane instead, try and get some damage on this tower, get closer to... Hang on, emotional damage, looking to get over the wall. He's trying to make it difficult at least. He wants to stall for a little bit longer, but Super Gremlin has been good with smites so far this series and will continue to be good as he secures that one. And now, on the hunt, popped mid lane. They're looking for Pleaser Fictini and for Galen. Oh my god, that Raven is so bad! He's over the wall in a microsecond! Oh my god, Chilly Knight just picks him up as a consolation prize. Now Cherix has to try and hop over the wall and get himself out of there. And oh, Reboot Band gets picked up in the Shockwave. They find two, play on wards, potentially looking for an engage. Super Gremlin wants to find something, but doesn't want to dive under tower to do it. And wow, that is fast Ramus. He's very fast.
Yeah, Sonic music playing in my head right now as I see that.
Fade sealed emotional damage. Gonna force the stopwatch out of play on wards. Who flashes for fun. Does get picked up. Cherix is gonna force the flash out of Toxic Koopa. Can't quite get behind him. But a flash forced regardless, as the teleport's now coming in from the Mordekaiser. The arrow goes through, but it's not in time. It does catch Toxic Koopa, however, who will die to the kick from Cherix. Chilly Knight has found Messiah in the death realm though, and now with Cherix falling, it's all Dynasty Ruby. A beautiful pull from Chilly Knight to bring them both back. The Rylai's activated on emotional damage. Kabonk! Obliterated. CZI goes dominating on the Mordekaiser. 7-1, he's feeling good.
You were talking a little bit about DRX versus T1, Brittany, back in the last game, and how that miracle run could translate to this series. But can you imagine if this happened in Game 5 of that finals series? How demoralizing would that have been if DRX all of a sudden just like lost their hands, feet, eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and everything, and all of a sudden just got absolutely raffle stomped by T1? That would have honestly been the most depressing viewing experience, and I say this as someone who literally went to the event and paid like $1 gajillion.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fun event to watch, but if DRX didn't complete it, the miracle run, it would have been definitely a little bit more depressing. And speaking of a little bit more depressing, it is now 6,000 gold in favor of Dynasty Ruby, and we've seen them win these games before. They play aggressive, they play to choke you out of the game, they stuff you out of options, and it's starting to feel like that kind of game for Dynasty Ruby. It's very difficult for the members of Rocketfellas to actually get on the map and get resources and farm lanes, because the members of Rocketfellas and the members of Dynasty Ruby are just so good at playing aggressive and playing up in your face. You can see emotional damage trying to wave clear mid lane against the Sivir. It's not going to go very well for him, but he's certainly going to try. Oh, well, I say he's going to try, but, you know, he's just dead. Yeah, Toxic Koopa will find the last hit there. Good job. You picked up the 1-in-7 Yone, who now has a QSS for himself. At the very least, we know emotional damage pays his taxes.
Yeah, emotional damage is having such a bad game.
There's the wave. It gets sidestepped. Super Gremlin just a little bit too fast. Manages to outpace the wave. Maybe looking for a potential re-engage, but without the soaring slam, will not go for it. Cherix, though, taking that sonic wave. But yeah, it's just, it feels so difficult. Cherix hits another one on to play on wards. There's the kick. They'll find the damage. Nerf Victini with the support combat will pick that one up. Cherix has enough sustain. They'll find Toxic Koopa. That's 2 free kills mid lane for no real reason. I'm not 100% sure why the Dynasty Ruby bottom laners were up that far, but they were pushing.
Yeah, certainly. And while those 2 picks are nice to have, Super Gremlin might look for some picks of his own.
Ooh,
Nope, never
I
mind.
thought for sure that was a dead Nami. I was ready to call in the eulogy, but Super Gremlin decides to let her live. What a kind and generous soul. Speaking of soul, Rocketfellas are looking down the barrel of a Hextech soul point, which, you know, we've had a lot of souls over the course of this game. We've had our Chemtechs and our Clouds. This is definitely the most impactful one that we've seen over the course of this series. And of course, it comes when Dynasty Ruby need it on Game 5 to really seal the deal. And if Rocketfellas can't find some way to contest it in 3 minutes, it's feeling like it's all over but the Nexus.
Yeah, for sure. It just doesn't feel like there is much in the tank. It doesn't feel like there are many options here for the side of Rocketfellas, and that's depressing to say out loud because this is a team that was really looking to make the upset possible, was really looking to make the Giants bleed, to bring down the gods of AGL. They had done so with Elysium Omen, and they are so damn close to doing it with Dynasty Ruby. At the end of the day, it just feels like Dynasty Ruby are one step ahead again.
Doesn't find the mark with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. I like the look though. Rocketfellas are looking for these picks in mid lane.
Reboot ban.
Dragon is up fairly soon. Oh, Galen, buddy,
no.
I don't think there's much you can do here. He's in the death realm with the Fed Mordekaiser, and this is just every AD carry's nightmare. Galen will get over the wall, but it's just to donate a kill to Toxic Koopa. And now with the AD carry lost, with Nami's flash gone, Dynasty Ruby will continue to have control over the map and are looking to just play it slow and clean. They're not looking to overextend too much anyway. They're looking to just play for the objectives. They want their Baron. They want their soul. They want this game done right.
Yep, absolutely. They're playing it and making sure that no crumbs are left on the table after this game is over. They're trying to play a clean game, make sure that no mistakes are there, and just making sure that everything is tied up in a nice little bow. They don't want to, you know, sort of 50-50 any of these plays and flip, if you will, especially when they are so far ahead here in this Game 5 and have the ability to sort of just wait out these types of things. Ooh. That is a dead reboot ban who was not able to react whatsoever. Yes, it is a kill going over to Rocketfellas, but how long will that stay, Cherex?
There's flash away, but Super Gremlin is there with the taunt, and oh my god, that does so much damage. Toxic Koopa has the boomerangs. Is this a penta potentially? Toxic Koopa throwing down these auto attacks, give him the triple, give him the quadra. No, Super Gremlin with the Rammus, the Thorn Mail steals it away. No penta for the Simmer. It's a double kill for the Rammus, and the respawn timers are long enough that Dynasty Ruby does not want to mess around. It looks like they just want to take the game away.
It was so close. They were so close to making the miracle steal. But at the end of the day, underdogs are called underdogs for a reason. And Dynasty Ruby are proving why. The teleport comes in, 5 members strong. They're looking to secure their ticket to the finals. And Dynasty Ruby, they're looking to crack open the ruby-colored base for the last time in this nail-biter of a series.
Nexus is falling, kills are coming down, but it's just too little, too late. Dynasty Ruby lock their ticket to finals.
Yes.
An incredible performance, I would say, from both teams. It was close across the board.
What a series.
Every team, both teams here, made it a challenge for each other. They wanted to make it difficult. They wanted it really badly. But in the end of the day, Dynasty Ruby just wanted it a little bit more.
Yep, Dynasty Ruby are the ones that end up coming out on top, and credit where credit is due to the Rocketfellas. They played one hell of a series. No one had predicted them to even get this far in the tournament, much less against one of the best teams in the whole thing, the favorites of the whole thing. They took them to 5 games, which is in and of itself an achievement. So although Rocketfellas might be beating themselves up tonight, although they might be saying we could have done better, we could have done more, they did enough. They did plenty. And at the end of the day, I don't think there's a single person watching, a single viewer looking at the screen who's disappointed in Rocketfellas and their performance.
Absolutely. They played their hearts out against both first seeds of both the brackets. For the fourth seed team, being put up against one first seed already makes your life difficult. You have to struggle your way out of quarterfinals. And then after the reseeding, being put into the second first seed on the other side of the bracket, it just feels like the odds are stacked against you. And Rocketfellas proved themselves today, even with a loss. They took both first seeds to 5 games. They just couldn't grab that fifth and final game. And unfortunately for them, that does mean they are out in semifinals. And Dynasty Ruby, for all of their effort, managed to make their way to finals.
Yup, absolutely. Dynasty Rubies have locked in their ticket toward the finals, so congratulations to them. And we are not done with this show yet, you and I, Brittany. We have one more cherry on top to add toward it, as we have both CZI, the top laner, and Play On Wards, the support, waiting for an interview. So we are going to pitch it to a very, very, very small break while we throw them over into the call. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with a killer interview from 2 members of the winning team. See you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here with the victorious top laner and support, CZI and Play On Wards. Gentlemen, congratulations on punching your ticket to finals. How do you feel?
I'll go first. It feels good. I mean, I didn't make it past this part last time I played in Aegis, and Rocketfellas made us work for that. So, it definitely feels good. We really had to pull it together and just calm it down a bit, but it feels good now that we actually see the fruits of our labor paying off.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, again, you guys really had to work for that 5-game series, and huge props to you guys. It felt like there was a lot of adaptability coming in from both teams. But did you guys at all expect this to go to 5 games? You guys are the favorites of the entire tournament, and this is a team that no one really expected to even make it this far. So were you expecting Rockfellas to give you as hard of a time as they did?
I mean, realistically, no. I think we were thinking like 3-1, but the Cherix Lee Sin went off in game 2 and game 4, and we took a bit to adapt to it.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
turns out Seraphine, pretty good champion, actually. Who would have thought, right?
Seraphine is ridiculous. Yo, those games were like Seraphine dependent. Like she could farm from her tower, like no danger. Ridiculous. Not fun to play against at all. Holy moly.
I do want to ask one question about a player who isn't here, Super Gremlin, your star jungler. The Rammus in Game 5 and the Zac in Game 4 seem stylistically very different from what he normally plays. Were these champions that were already in his pool that he was like, okay, Graves is banned out, I can pick something different that's more like team-oriented? Or was this a, oh shoot, Graves is banned, what do we do now kind of situation?
Whoa.
I mean, not to give too much away, but I'm pretty sure Zac is Worm's second most played champ behind Kha'Zix. Like,
Yeah.
he always likes that pick. It's just a very different style than what we're used to playing. And I don't know. My man just said, "Give me Rammus game 5."
Yeah. It was just like, yo,
Feeling we
Rammus
got
looks
luck in
good.
Rammus.
Yeah, it was like, all right, and then they picked Yone into it. I'm like, okay, I mean, whatever. But no, Worm is like, he plays a lot of the carries, but he's never been like against playing other things that are more team oriented, which is like the big like thing that people don't understand about him. They just assume that since he's on carries every game, he's just like that's all he could play. But he has a decent amount that he can play. He just doesn't bust it out. So
I mean, he's eating Ivern bands for a reason.
exactly.
I
Gotta be
will
on
say
the high end.
the Ivern ban in Game 3 did have me thrown for a bit of a loop. I was surprised.
Yeah, me
that-
too.
Bro, you gotta ban it. I'm not even bullshitting. You gotta ban it. Champ's growth.
So I guess my quick little last question for you, because we have been on broadcast for quite a decent amount of time,
Almost
is
5 hours now, yeah.
yeah,
At least we
there
started
is
at 7.
6 for me at least, 7 p.m. EST.
Time zones.
I guess my question for you guys is, there is currently another semifinals match being played at the moment that is not finished between CB Aurora and Eclipsing Tide Solar. Do you guys have a preference on who you want to face in the finals? Do you think one team is particularly easier than the other? Maybe there's a team that has a player you guys really want to rematch against. Who are you guys favoring in this series, and who do you want to play against?
You want to go first, Susie?
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I want to play against Eclipse and Tides because that game they won against us during the regular season was bull. Like they didn't win, we just lost. So I want revenge for that. But like that's what I want personally is gonna happen. I mean, they're down 2-1, so I mean,
Yeah, I will say right now it is Aurora up 2-1 over.
It's
Eclipse
not
Tide
looking
in
good.
Game 4.
yeah,
In Game 4, and as we've seen from this series, anything is possible.
Yeah.
Would you say that you are confident against playing against both of these teams? Do you feel like you have a winning matchup against both of them?
I think so. I mean, who do you? I'm not gonna say no, but like,
Do you think either of these teams stylistically has a better matchup against you, or do you think you have confidence like, oh yeah, we're gonna 3-1, 3-0 whoever we meet in finals?
I
mean,
think
I've heard-
we'll. Yeah, what do you say?
I've heard Coda shit talk Cyclone and Julo enough to feel like we're pretty confident going into this.
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
care.
right.
I don't care who we play. We'll play both of them. It doesn't matter.
All right, so big words coming out from both of you. You guys think that you're very well, you guys are saying you're confident for the finals, and I am definitely looking forward to seeing that next week. Honestly, you know, casting Rocketfellas was fun, but 3 weeks in a row for me, 15 games potentially of Rocketfellas, a man can only take so much.
Give us 5 games next week, so Quacks has to do the full 25. It would be
Don't
really
do
funny.
it to me, guys, please. If you are, if at all, anytime you are confident in a 3-0, 3-1, now is the time to be right. Save me, please.
Shit. I messed my own pickups up, so that's how much I know. We're supposed
Yeah,
to
we were-
3-0, but
We were supposed to 3-1, man.
I
The
put
script didn't
3-0,
go
but
through.
obviously, like, yo, my application didn't go through, so Rocketfellas were like, nope, we're rewriting this one. They heard all the
Again.
rocket frauds, so
Again, congratulations to you two and to your whole team for locking your ticket to finals, making your way there. It was a tough fought series. Again, our condolences to Rocketfellas. You put on a great show, but it just wasn't your game today. Dynasty Ruby punched their ticket to finals and are going to be seen next week against the winners of either CB Aurora or Eclipsing Tides Solar. If you are in the Aegis Esports Discord, you'll get an update on that as soon as it's over. Thank you all so much for joining us. CZI, Play on Wards, thank you for joining us for an interview. We appreciate you being here. And Quacks, do you have anything last to say before we conk out for the night?
No, just a great game from both teams. Thank you guys so much for joining us for the interview, and we look forward to seeing what you guys have cooked up in store for next week, and we will all see you next week, so don't go anywhere. We will see you next week for the finals of the Aegis Guardians League. I said that three
Next
times.
week, do not forget.
Next week, don't
Next week.
forget. Next week.
Thanks for joining us.
PBS, you have to say it
Have
as
a
well.
great
PBS, say
night.
it one more time.
Next week will be the next week. Watch out next week. Promise
Thanks
you.
for joining us. Have a wonderful night.
God, bro.